you know what we're here for.
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
What now?
Climate and everything are the same word.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought. Don't be creepy.
It's science. He looks good, and he looks hard.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be proof at this juncture.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century. I don't want reality. This is from 12 Rules for Life.
Your name, please?
Rid of the Second Amendment?
I see that you know your judo.
Break now.
Come on, come on! Aren't I a good guy?
Consequences.
What?
I'm staying in the race.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know
Phrasing.
this.
China. You have to have my China. Facebook, book.
Well, here we are again. Floating through space. Perhaps wondering what the hell has been going on over the last few days. So much to do, so much to talk about. We better get right to it. Seriously though, people, we have a lot to do, so much to do. It's ridiculous. I was not incredibly successful at cutting the list down, so I don't know how long the stream is gonna go for. Could be forever. It might never stop. Looking at my list, it'll probably never end. It'll just continue on into eternity. Anyways, Disco Wolf first, Charlie Jinmir second, and Aaron W third. Bob Carmody a close fourth. PB as well. Alright. That's a fast shout out at the beginning of the stream. Alright, better get to it. Alright, we'll start in the United States, and instead of starting with something sad, I figured we'd start with something not sad, because the rest of the stream is going to be rough. Very rough. But let's talk holidays, you know, they're coming up soon. You know, and it's that time of year. So let's bask in the glory of this burgeoning neighborhood tradition. I believe in, I don't think it's actually New York. It might be New Jersey. I can't forget. Oh, Long Island. It's Long Island. Sorry, it's New York technically. Alright. Long Island. Gonna get a sister. Get the dog. Maybe some coffee. And then I'm gonna enjoy the holidays.
Who could ever forget Clark Griswold's short-lived glee when his Christmas lights turned on, brightening up the neighborhood? You heard Lee mention his name earlier, right? It's a part of the test. A homeowner on Long Island is channeling that kind of enthusiasm and paying tribute to the classic movie Christmas Vacation. He says he hopes his recreation in Smithtown brings joy to others this holiday season. Eyewitness News reporter Stacey Sager with the story.
Oh my God.
I walked up to the
This is
Orsini family
insane.
home here in Smithtown, and the nostalgia rings louder than the
Oh
Christmas
my
music.
God.
Because homeowner Jason Orsini isn't just obsessed with Clark Griswold.
Until
I got
my
a
kids
tray
come
of
out and say,
drinks.
Daddy, I don't want it anymore. That's when I'll stop.
He may actually be Clark Griswold.
I fell off a roof. I broke a toe. I got sick, and I kept going on.
Because after all, it's just not easy stringing 25,000 twinkling lights.
Now,
Orsini with a mock-up.
this may somehow be ringing a bell for you. This is, in fact, the same guy who got on the news recently. I don't remember when it was. It was maybe last year, I think, or maybe the year before it. Because his neighbors called the cops on him or not on him, but they called the cops or like the fire department or something because they literally thought this guy was dangling from the roof.
The movie's so realistic.
Wait,
They were
why
gonna call the
what
Smithtown
is
Fire
this? Why do we have subtitles? This is rude.
Apartment if I wasn't outside because they thought somebody was falling from the roof.
Orsini telling us his extravagant display is more than just a display, it's an experience. You live National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation here with 20 different mannequins, including Cousin Eddie, of course, in that infamous sewage scene. The attention to detail is extraordinary.
It is
down to the
extraordinary.
exact
You are right
license
about
plate on the
that.
Griswold's family station wagon, with that capacity to withstand anything.
Did you pull this tree up from the roots?
Did you pull this tree up from the roots? This guy is a character, okay? Too much money, too much time, perhaps, but he's at least using it for something fun.
Capacity to withstand anything.
Did you pull this tree up from the roots?
I pulled up these trees from my backyard.
And
you can't have a Christmas vacation theme and
Are you
display
sure you
without
can?
Cousin Eddie's RV.
So you tried a few times, though, to get it.
Yeah, I got scammed a couple of times from other people. I tried a guy from Pennsylvania. I tried a guy from Connecticut. I tried a guy from California.
But somehow, just like Clark in the movies, it all comes together for Jason.
So
Hundreds
much
are now
energy.
showing up.
Popcorn, hot chocolate, giveaways, candy canes, moose mugs.
Jason's simply asking people to bring toys, which in true Griswold spirit, he's been donating to Stony Brook Children's Hospital, all because of a movie he happened to watch over and over when he was grounded.
Wow. What a story. And they say Christmas is canceled. Not here. Not here. Although I do think probably could use energy in a more efficient way. Hopefully he takes this down pretty quick. I don't know. Right, it's for charity, right? So, you know, it's got the whole neighborhood involved. That part of it for me I found to be the best part, right? I was like, okay, so he's not just a nuisance. He's a nuisance that people enjoy, and he's giving back in a way I don't know, whatever. All right, now let's talk about some disturbing stuff that's been going on in U.S. schools before we get on to talking about sort of the main focus of the first half, maybe turn into the, I don't know how long this is going to take. Like I said earlier, we can say Christmas again. That's right. You're allowed to say Christmas. Just thank me for that. I ended the war. It's over. Not that it ever existed. Let's go, to this very disturbing trend, which we have multiple stories on. First, we're going to start with PBS NewsHour to start it off here. The fact we have two stories sort of proves the title of this. Researchers report stunning surge of misogyny after the election. Okay, tell me more, PBS.
After last month's election, researchers documented a stunning rise in misogynistic rhetoric and attacks. Laura Barón-Lopez is here now with a conversation about what's behind that surge and how experts are combating it.
In just a 24-hour period after Election Day, the Institute for Strategic Dialogue tracked a 4,600% increase in mentions of the terms, "your body, my choice," and "get back."
Great. So glad X did something about that, and by did something I mean profited off of it.
Follow the rich white man.
In the kitchen.
It's just so gross. I don't even know what to say about. Like we talk about this all the time. This is just, I mean, it's almost like we could have predicted it, you know? It's almost like we could have, you put somebody in power who speaks in these exact ways, who is propped up by people who speak like this, who, and suddenly massive upsurge. No one could have predicted this.
Social media platform
Not even Nostradamus.
X. One post by far-right activist Nick Fuentes has been viewed nearly 100 million times. But the misogyny is not just online. For more on this trend and efforts to fight it, I'm joined by Cynthia Miller-Idris, a professor at American University and director of the school's Polarization and Extremism Research and Innovation Lab, or PERIL. Cynthia, thanks for being back on the NewsHour.
Thanks for having me.
First, help us unpack this increase. What exactly did we see in this rise in misogynistic attacks online right after the election?
Well, first, we've been seeing that increasing trend for probably something like 18 months to 2 years over the last period of time on many social media platforms. And what we saw right around the election, leading up to the election, with a candidate who was a woman of color, and then the reproductive rights that were also sort of at the heart of the election in many ways, was a celebration in many ways by some young men who were viewed, whose posts were viewed many, many millions of times, of this reclaiming of power over women and power over women's bodies.
And
Jesus Christ.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
Oh, hello, Narwhal. Happy Galactic Thursday to you as well. This is an unfortunate way to start it off. Not gonna lie, but it doesn't get too much better. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's like the whole day is just filled with Ugh, it's the worst.
As I mentioned, at least some of that same rhetoric and activity has since moved offline. How and where has that manifested?
Well, we've seen a lot of reports and heard a lot of reports, including in our lab, from schools and universities, even from an elementary school who's a parent who reached out to me and said her 10-year-old daughter had heard a boy chant at her, "Your body, my choice." I mean, it's unclear if he even knows what he's saying, but he knows that it's a sort of slur and an insult to say that. We had a man walking around a college campus in Texas holding up a sign that said "Women are property," and we've had other kinds of chants of "Go back to the kitchen" and sort of threats to women and their bodies on college campuses across the country.
Can you put this into the broader context of what we've been seeing around misogyny and sexism in recent years, and what is driving this trend?
Yeah. Well, we've had, just like we've had normalization of other types of hateful rhetoric, anti-immigrant rhetoric, racist rhetoric, white supremacist rhetoric, over the last 5 or 6 years, in particular, surges of that online, of conspiracy theories. We have had anti-feminist rhetoric and rhetoric blaming women.
So I do agree with this sentiment to some degree. What PBS NewsHour does not manage to do during this discussion is turn the looking glass inwards and ask if they and if media organizations like them have been doing a good enough job at actually presenting a different narrative that's actually resonating with these people that they're talking about right now, right? And the fact is we've been talking about that ever since, I mean, not just the election, but before it. But the fact is like the election, the way we've been talking about the sort of contributing factors and all that has been much of mainstream media being unwilling to just, especially supposedly left-leaning mainstream media actually presenting leftist ideas, rather than just being Republican light. Because once again, like these people have already turned away from them at this point, and that's because they weren't presenting an actual like feasible counter narrative to all of it, and it's just frustrating. It's just frustrating me to hear them all talk about these things right now, and like sort of in post.
And often for a very real and legitimate crisis being experienced by boys and men. And so, it's one thing to say, yes, boys and men are more isolated and lonely. They're also the victims of bullying and violence at the hands of other men, a culture that valorizes dominance and aggression as sort of hallmarks of masculinity. But to take that crisis of men and masculinity and make it a crisis of misogyny, you really need the online world incubating the kind of hateful rhetoric that we're seeing.
Not Trump is not a policy. Exactly, it's not a policy. I mean, that's the thing, is they did that for about 12 years, 3 election cycles. And perhaps longer, technically, if you really want to get into it. But the fact is, their decision to continue to drift off like that and sort of lose a connection with working people and just generally speaking like the broad like American populace seemingly. All right, now let's go to this News 8 from 2 days ago. Spencerport school bullying case. Police expect an arrest soon. And this is a troubling, incredibly troubling story right here.
Greece police say an arrest is expected in an ongoing aggravated harassment investigation involving minors at a middle school in Spencerport. 6 boys accused of slamming a 13-year-old girl into a school locker reportedly doubled down on that behavior, sending hateful and threatening messages to a local family. Tonight, Leah Sick and her parents explain why they have been so vocal about the abuse.
We had to push the school to see the video of the footage because it was caught on camera in the hallway, luckily. We finally were able to see the video.
What is it? One thing I keep asking myself about this is, why would a school district even sort of hold back a video from parents? What is the point of the cameras?
And it was honestly worse than we had anticipated.
13-year-old Leah Sick called her parents November 22nd after she says a group of boys slammed her into her locker at Cosgrove Middle School.
They shoved me like full speed right into my locker. I think 3 or 4 of them actually put their hands on me, but still, like, those are boys against me.
Leah says this is not the first time she's been bullied by the same group. The 8th grader says it started in 6th grade. And after this latest incident, they went further, harassing the entire Sick household.
And then it started with these FaceTime group calls. And some of them were very vile, threatening.
All 3 say they're speaking out because they're fed up with the abuse and they don't want...
And as it turns out, they go into, we're not going to watch this whole story because we really do got to keep going. I have like 150 videos for us to get through today. This is what happens when I take multiple days off in a row. But the point is like, this turns out after this came out, after these parents started, asking questions, as it turned out, this was a pattern. It wasn't just their daughter. It was multiple kids that were experiencing this in this school. And it was, I believe it was all young girls that were being attacked by this group of boys. And, you wonder where they're getting these ideas to do these things. Of course, you don't have to wonder.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
All right. Let's go to this. This is my attempt at a segue. Let's go here to talk about the MTA's new ban during SantaCon on the subway. Oh God. Christmas, the war on Christmas is back.
SantaCon in the city is this Saturday, and you better think twice about bringing booze on the train. Hundreds of people dress up in Santa costumes for this annual bar crawl. But the MTA says keep the party at the bars. They are banning alcohol on all Metro North and LIRR trains beginning 4 a.m. Saturday through December 14th till noon on Sunday the 15th. By the way,
now, of course, you're not supposed to drink on the subway anyway, okay? But really, the fact is like they're just like doubling down, because like public drinking in New York State, not generally speaking, not that's not going to be legal.
Illegal.
But of course, they just want to remind everyone. Because that's basically all SantaCon is. I'm interested to see how it'll all go. Because, that is basically the point, is to day drink in public while dressed as Santa Claus. And or some sort of Santa-related garb. Now let's talk about something that actually should definitely be illegal. Oh my God. But as it turns out, it's not. It turns out you can be a vigilante on the subway, at least. I don't know about other places in America. I don't know if this, I would assume this applies basically everywhere, at least in New York City. I don't know why being on a subway would change it. But if you didn't hear, Daniel Penny was acquitted of murder. And all charges. Let's start off with Forbes breaking news. They're going to talk about it. This is from, what, 2 days ago.
Hi, everybody. I'm Brittany Lewis, a breaking news reporter here at Forbes. Joining me now is New York City Council member Joanne Areola. Council member, thank you so much for joining me once again.
Great to be here again. Thank you.
So great.
There's been Big news for New York City the past couple of days. I want to talk about a verdict that was reached on Monday. The jury found Daniel Penny not guilty of criminally negligent homicide in the death of Jordan Neely. And I'll recap the case for the viewers just in case they're not aware. So in May of 2023, Penny, a Marine veteran, used a chokehold on Jordan Neely, a homeless black man on the subway,
for 6
who witnesses
minutes.
said was threatening them and acting erratically. Neely died shortly thereafter, and prosecutors argued that Penny went too far. This is really.
By the way, I don't know if anybody here's watched UFC before, but if you have somebody in a actual chokehold for 6 minutes, I mean, you literally can't, right? A ref will stop you so quick, right? If you have somebody restrained in a way where you're cutting off their breathing, right? At some point, a ref is going to make a call to stop the fight, right? This guy trained as a military, as a soldier, right? Essentially. And I know Marines will take offense to that, but I don't care. The point is that this guy was trained. He knew what amount of force it takes to kill a man, and disregarded that knowledge and just basically chose to murder somebody.
Been a controversial case. As you know, it's bringing issues like race, crime, mental illness, and homelessness to the forefront of a national dialogue. So first, to start the conversation, what is your reaction to the verdict?
I was very happy with the verdict. I think
So
this
happy.
was a very smart jury. That
Joan
really
is so smart. Oh, it's so
what was
smart,
being
is it, Joan?
presented to them when they went into their deliberations.
They're all genius
sent notes
jurors.
out, wanting questions answered, wanting to review videos, wanting a redirection from the judge, as matters of the point of law. And it just...
So the next 15 minutes or whatever, 13 minutes, is Joan and Hillary, or whatever her name is, celebrating together about the not guilty verdict for Daniel Penny, which they believe is a true testament of the American judicial system. And those jurors. Let's see what other right-wingers thought about this. Because, of course, Forbes News is essentially just a right-wing clip factory. Let's go here. Oh, to this Daily Wire video. Ben Shapiro from 3 days ago. What did Ben have to say about all this, I wonder? Let's find out.
Alrighty, folks. So the Daniel Penny verdict is in. He has been acquitted. Thank God. Thank God.
Thank God.
The right thing. I'll bring all the
did the
details
right.
in
They
just
did the
one
right
second.
thing.
First, this is your reminder.
Everybody.
DW Plus.
Please, everybody. He did the right thing. Thank God. Thank God. Which God are you thanking right now, Ben?
Okay.
Did the right thing. I'll bring all the details in just 1 second. First, this is your reminder that DW Plus gift memberships are 40% off. That is truth, premium entertainment, investigative journalism, all in 1 year. A year of Daily Wire Plus, truly the perfect gift for the holidays.
Oh, it's
Even
so
if it's for
good.
yourself. Head on over to dailywire.com right now. All right, so Daniel Penny has now been found not guilty by the jury in Manhattan in the so-called chokehold death of Jordan Neely.
So-called.
Remember the video?
I wonder if he would call it the so-called, with air quotes, chokehold death, if somebody did that to him. Somebody choked him out on the ground. I mean, he's very chokeable, right? He's a very small person, so it wouldn't take a really big person to overpower Ben. I wonder if he would feel the same way. If he was being a bit of a dick, and somebody was like, you know what, you're being a bit of a dick. I think I'm going to choke you for 6 minutes.
Where the drug-addled, mentally ill, homeless person is abusing people on the subway, threatening them physically.
Oh, abusing them.
And Daniel Penny, who's a veteran, comes up behind him and puts him in a submission hold. Again, the goal of the submission hold is to make him submit. It is to either push him to submit or to push him into unconsciousness. It was not to kill him. There's all sorts of evidence that was presented, particularly by the defense, showing that it was not, in fact, the quote-unquote chokehold that killed him. There was no deprivation of air.
I've seen the video, and it's wild that actually played with the jury. This is idiotic. So there you go. There's Ben's take on this right now. I mean, we could listen to a little bit more. Let's see what else Ben has to say about it.
His lungs, for example, so he didn't die because there was damage to the trachea, for example. And obviously, this entire situation occurred because Daniel Penny was trying to defend all of the other members of the public on the subway from the predations of Jordan Neely. And the
no, he was not.
I suppose,
no, he was not, dude. No, like that was his belief. But those people were, you know, to some degree trying to break it up. But he refused to let go of this guy. They weren't doing a good job of breaking it up, but they were trying to some degree, even though, you know, the allegations are that he was being, you know, he was asking for money and being, you know, aggressive. But point is that does not, it does not permit you to murder somebody like that. It is insane that that's the verdict that came down, that Benjamin Shapiro here, Forbes News, and Joan, whatever her name is. I almost called her Joan Rivers. I know that's not her name. Oh my God, Republican Congresswoman Joan, I want to say Arpaio. I know that's wrong too. God damn it. Whatever, all these Republicans just super stoked on this. That much is very clear.
Is that if you are a person who tries to defend your fellow citizens from criminals, then you must be prosecuted if you are of one color.
Fact is, this guy didn't strike anybody, right? He just went and attacked this guy. He just thought he was just being, you know, just being too homeless on the subway. All right, now let's go here to Hassanabi. Let's see what Hassan thinks about all of this.
Let's now talk about a murder that happened in broad daylight in a New York City subway station. Daniel Penny choked and killed a homeless victim that was experiencing a mental health episode in front of a bunch of other people. And as of today, he has been acquitted.
Who has just been acquitted on that second charge, the criminally negligent homicide. At the same time, the father of Jordan Neely, the victim in this case, escorted out of the room after he had an outburst with an expletive inside that courtroom as the verdict was being read. Court officers stepping in to escort Mr. Zachary Carter out of the room.
Why are they showing
like, do you see it? No, but do you see it? Like, do you see how he's not protecting anybody, and these people are genuinely concerned? If he was protecting them, they would be like punching this guy, right? They're trying to like remove, but like they don't know how to stop this. And at this point, I think these people would have been justified in punching this dude in the face. I'm not a lawyer, so don't take my word for it. This is just an opinion. I believe that they would have been justified in doing that to end this, to avoid a broad daylight murder.
Andrew Zachary, as his name, I should say. We are also hearing audible reaction directly in the park behind me. Protesters have been here all morning, and they are now starting to chant loudly in response to this verdict.
CNN is so gross. Like, it's just, dude, in the lightest terms, it's just like a straightforward lynching. And CNN is like, here, remember that lynching that took place? The person who did it, he can now walk free and do it again if he wants to. Just a somber reminder of how things actually work. Are you asking them not to report on the facts of the situation, though? Really? Is that what you think I'm doing? Do you think replaying a lynching is actually important enough in this process? You think me saying, like, why are you even showing this footage again, is actually, that's your takeaway from that? It's the same principle behind, like, the execution of George Floyd as well.
Gary.
The media consistently playing it over and over and over again. I think it's...
I mean, it's a good point. It's a good point. Because they do tend to just replay these things over and over again. But I think to some degree it is to get out the facts of things. It's hard to say on sometimes the choices of the media to make these sorts of determinations. Oh, by the way, thank you for the resub, Omega Star. Also, Aaron W., I saw you resub as well. But I mean, the fact is like, it the video itself kind of highlights the fact that it wasn't self-defense, and that the public there seemed like they wanted that choking to stop. They just didn't know what to do. Because, I mean, you know, like, it is a complicated situation. But the fact is that, you know, that's a real thing right there. People were there. They could have genuinely stopped it, honestly. And it kind of bothers me every time I see it. Oh shit. Thank you for the resub, mowing up. Oh shit. Hype train incoming. Hello. Wait, I didn't get a hype train. Why didn't I get a hype train notification? That's highly offensive. Don't we deserve the hype train notification? Come on. So rude.
How rude.
Okay. Back to this.
I'm not saying that they shouldn't report on the facts of the matter, but they don't have to be so graphic with the imagery.
He instructed the jury to go back into the deliberation room this morning and continue to deliberate, and now, just about an hour and a half after they started deliberating for the day, we are hearing back that verdict.
Law tip: New York's Defense of Others statute gives a person the authority to use physical force, and even in some other cases, deadly physical force to protect themselves and also to protect others from physical assault. There was ample testimony that witnesses feared imminent bodily harm. All this fear needs to be as reasonable under the circumstances, which it seemingly was. That's why he was acquitted. Yeah, I still think it's a terrifying precedent that it is setting, because ultimately, reasonable fear in this circumstance is like black person that is homeless, that is having a mental health episode, is now under consideration as an imminent threat, a reasonable fear, so they could just be assassinated. Great stuff. You being afraid of a dude who is like going through it and then watching someone choke them and kill them is on entirely different planets, okay? Entirely different planes of existence. Like, the conversation here isn't literally, oh no, let him like threaten someone or let him terrify someone, okay? That's not the point I'm making at all. A lot of people...
Yeah. Oh, Megastar with the 300 biddies. Thank you so much. So much love on Twitch today. Where's this all coming from?
Oh, well, Hassan, seems like you just, want people to smoke crack on the subway. I'm not one of those leftists, okay? I'm not saying like, oh, it's just a little bit of crack. Who gives a... Like, I understand why there is a frustration there, okay? By the way, I'm not saying that that's what Jordan Neely was doing. I'm simply stating that there is like a very common trope online of people who are like, oh, it's just a little bit of crack. Let somebody do crack. So if the shooter...
300 what? Biddies. B-I-T-T-I-E-S. Biddies. Or just, bits. Yeah, like Dirk says. Bits. You can say it either way you want. I appreciate that. Oh, by the way, we have a new feature now. I think it's only available to the vertical stream on YouTube, but we've been slowly getting more and more what do you call it, like monetization options on YouTube. And I think on the vertical streams you can now donate something called like rubies or something. I don't know, it's complicated. I still don't understand it. I'll explain it to you all later. I failed.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Okay, all right, I think we get it. Hassan's more of my opinion here that, this was a broad daylight murder that just basically got greenlit by a fucking jury for some reason. Potentially racially motivated, lynching that happened with witnesses there. And I contend that those witnesses could have done something to stop this fucking murder. Wouldn't have been that hard. Maybe a little inconvenient. Depending on who you are. Alright. Now, let's go. I just put this in here to segue between these two attacks. Just to sort of point out the amount of... Like, the sort of... You'll see. We'll talk about it in 2 seconds. Because this would, you'll see. Here's the entire video from King 5 Seattle on a recent drive-by shooting.
County deputies are looking for whoever opened fire along a Linwood Street this morning. Officers responded to the sound of gunfire in the 3800 block of 156th Street Southwest around 8 a.m. They found a 41-year-old man who was shot in the leg. A vehicle and an apartment nearby had bullet holes in them. They think this was a drive-by shooting.
20 seconds long, and no more follow-ups on that one. You know, only certain violence gets the attention of the media. Not here. We've talked about so many goddamn shootings in the United States that literally nobody has talked about but us. Because gun violence is pervasive in this goddamn society. People getting shot, people getting murdered. And, you know, we could do some stuff about it.
Rid of the Second Amendment?
But no. Now let's go and talk about the other big story on violence in the United States. By the way, you notice that I installed an aquarium in here in the office. Can you see it with the fish? I thought it was fun. I don't know. It was expensive, but I thought it was worth it.
So much. This new mugshot just released of accused killer Luigi Mangione, charged in the deadly shooting of a healthcare executive in Midtown Manhattan. An extradition hearing will take place in Pennsylvania in about an hour to determine whether or not Mangione will be returned to New York City. We're learning more about Mangione's past, including the fact that he was high school valedictorian and Ivy League graduate. What we don't know is exactly what led up to his arrest in a McDonald's in Altoona yesterday.
Investigators believe a recent painful back injury may have played a major role in causing him to turn on the healthcare industry. Eyewitness News reporter Kimberly Richardson continues our coverage now in the newsroom. Kimberly.
Well, Dave and Michelle, friends described the suspect as humble, someone who didn't seek attention, yet he ended up right in the middle of a nationwide manhunt. A former classmate even went as far as saying after the arrest, he actually thought it was a different Luigi Mangione. From all accounts from the outside, the 26-year-old was nearly picture perfect, but authorities maintain he has a dark side. Investigators believe this X-ray of murder suspect Luigi Mangione's back may shed light into why he shot and killed United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in Midtown last Wednesday. While living in Honolulu, friends say Mangione hurt his back during a surf lesson and was suffering from at times significant debilitating pain. He needed surgery, which for the extremely athletic avid hiker was a tremendous blow and appears to have been a tipping point. Now in custody, authorities say the 26-year-old was carrying 3 handwritten pages, which included the quotes, "These parasites had it coming, and I do apologize for any strife and trauma, but it had to be done." Former roommate R.J. Martin.
He confirmed that he had surgery, and he sent me the x-rays. It looked heinous with just giant screws going into his spine.
Investigators are learning much more about Mangione on the heels of a nationwide manhunt. His attempt to elude law enforcement came to an abrupt end after he was spotted in a McDonald's in Altoona, Pennsylvania, Monday morning. He graduated from the Gilman School, an elite private school in Baltimore, Maryland. In his valedictorian,
I looked it up. The tuition for this school for high schoolers is like it's nearly $40,000 a year. It's insane.
he praised his classmates for having, quote, incredible courage to explore the unknown and try new things.
The class of 2016 has been coming up with new ideas and challenging the world around it.
A fellow high school classmate who didn't want to reveal her identity says Mangione was the last person she expected to be involved in something like this.
It's less than you thought. I mean, it's a high school. Come on. Oh my God. You're not even talking about getting a degree, like an important degree.
It's not problematic in any way. Didn't have any radical views. Nothing extremist, even in the slightest.
What did you think it cost?
He was just a very well-educated and well-spoken young man.
The suspect graduated from the University of Pennsylvania in 2020 with both a bachelor's and master's in engineering. During that time, for several months in 2019, he worked as a head counselor at Stanford University. Up until this point, he had little or no interaction with police. In December of 2023, Mangione was charged with a misdemeanor for trespassing in a state park park in Honolulu. But friends say recently he seemed to drop off the face of the earth. His mother even filed a missing persons report November 18th.
He was a...
Okay, we got a bunch of videos to go through on this. You thought it was 50K? Okay, so you weren't that far off from there. You were just slightly higher. Okay, either way, it's like it's more than a down payment for a mid-sized house. You know, it's an insane amount of money for one child's education, but people certainly do it all over the place. Well, not a lot of people, but a small group of people who can afford
sits in a Pennsylvania jail cell. A clearer picture is emerging about his life and upbringing. He was Ivy League educated and came from a prestigious family in Maryland. Tonight, we've learned about a painful back condition that he suffered. Eyewitness News reporter Kimberly Richardson is in the newsroom with more on what we are uncovering. Kimberly. Well, Sandra, for years, Luigi Mangione had been very active on social media, sharing travel photos, his workout routine, and even details about his health challenges. But then a shift. This past summer, he appeared to stop posting. That was a red flag to those who know him. One friend saying he hadn't heard from him in months. Now inmate QQ7787, Luigi Mangione's apparent spiral
completely out of touch
shocked those who know the 26-year-old. He graduated at the top of his class at the Gilman School, an elite private institution in Baltimore, Maryland.
I do think it is an interesting trajectory for this young man to have gone from where he started off and to have some sort of an epiphany, essentially, or whatever, to come to some sort of realization that the system wasn't working for people. It's sort of a fascinating arc.
Luigi Nicholas Mangione. Luigi.
In 2016, he praised students for having, quote, incredible courage to explore the unknown and try new things.
He was a relatively unassuming kid. He was down to earth. He was smart, well-adjusted socially. He was at least a two-sport athlete.
Friends say the UPenn graduate is an avid gamer and Pokemon enthusiast. But investigators believe this X-ray of his back may shed light on why he allegedly shot and killed United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson.
Unfathomable, knowing the kind, person that I saw and knew.
Former roommate R.J. Martin says while the pair was living in Honolulu, Mangione hurt his back after a surf lesson.
We had to get a different bed for him that was more firm, and I know it was really traumatic and difficult. When you're in your early 20s.
Yeah, I've heard a bunch of this guy's interviews. He's been on TV a ton, and my estimation of I don't think this guy actually knew him super well. I know that he lived in a place, but from what I can tell, it's like a, what do you call it? Like a combinator or something, or like a, what's it called? It's not a combinator. It's like, there's a tech term for this, but like he basically was, one of these people who rent out rooms to tech students, and like, I think he probably like was asking for like a percentage on whatever, future companies or whatever they might start, things like that, kind of weird weird stuff, the way he's talked about it, not in this particular interview, but that seems to be his only real connection to this guy, is that he rented a room to him in a house where he rented a bunch of other rooms, apparently. I'm not even sure he even lived in the house himself.
And you can't, do some basic things. It can be really, really difficult.
In a Reddit post, Mangione talked about the back pain, noting in July of 2023, he had spinal fusion surgery, writing, quote, I knew it was the right...
Okay, all right, no, that's enough. We were just doing this quickly to get us, to know a little bit more about this guy. I think we already talked about him a little bit earlier this week, or Sunday, I think. Actually, I think we must have talked to him multiple days now. Like from when it first started, right? We were covering it pretty much until he, until he got arrested. Now, we haven't talked to you all for like days since what, like Monday morning. So yeah, now let's see what's happened in the last couple of days. We already saw kind of a snippet of this, but we couldn't hear what happened, what he said. This is showing him being taken into court for arraignment, I believe, or not arraignment, on his extradition hearing. Oh shit. I totally forgot. I saw you type it earlier, and I just totally blanked. That's my bad. I see that you have support characters. You deserve them. You're gonna get them. I think you specifically are gonna like these ones. My God. Okay, there we go. A Fletcher and a Gary. Look at that. It's quite a lineup to start off with.
And it's completely out of touch. And it's an insult to the intelligence of the American people and the lived experience.
So yeah, the exact words that he said. Oh shit, I don't have it in front of me. Hold on. It was like something to the effect that the American people were not stupid. They weren't going to be duped any longer. Hold on, let me see if I can get this quote. It's an insult to the American people. Hold on, where's the quote? It's completely out of touch and is an insult to the intelligence of the American people and their lived experience, according to Mangione. I'm sorry, according to NBC's website. Thank you. Oh no, don't thank me. Thank the dice. Dice gave you Gary and Jessica. All right, let's go here. The lawyer for Luigi Mangione was speaking outside of the courthouse, I think, here 2 days ago.
He's being treated fairly in custody?
I never got into that, and I won't get into that.
There was a request that you made, though, about informing the corrections department about something, and I didn't understand what you were asking. You were saying for the DA
I don't really. Oh no, I think all I asked was the sheriffs to keep my client around for a little bit so I could talk to him.
And what did you discuss?
Well, I'm not going to tell you that. You're kidding, right? You've been on this.
Sir, your client said something to reporters as he was walking in about this being an insult to the American people. Do you have any comment on that?
It's Mangione, is it? Are you sure? I know people have been. I've heard some people saying Mangione. Some people saying Mangione. And the fact is, I'm going off of Chuck Mangione, the famous trumpet player of, like the 70s. Sort of a jazz and funk lover.
I'll have to take a look at that. No, I don't have any comment on that. I just know that, I haven't seen it, so I can't comment on something I haven't seen or heard.
Any comment on the outpouring of support there's been for him online?
No, I mean, people are entitled to their opinion, and like I said, if you're an American, you believe in the American criminal justice system, you have to presume him to be innocent, and none of us would want anything other than that if that were us in those shoes, and so I'm glad he has some support.
Mr. Dickey, you just said a moment ago that that's what lawyers do when telling their clients to be quiet. What did you mean by that?
Well, no, I mean, because I'm going to do all the talking, it's you have the right to remain silent, and I believe in that.
Exactly, that's exactly the case. Okay, all right, so yeah, this is him. He basically, if you didn't quite hear it, but he's basically saying that the reports of his client being extradited are false. Now, apparently, after his arrest, somebody created a GoFundMe for his legal defense, which has already raised thousands of dollars in a short time. And so this guy is apparently getting paid. Definitely. I don't know if he's like a family attorney or if he's like a public defender. Actually haven't looked into that part of this. Multiple GoFundMes? Okay, all right. I missed that part of it. I thought it was just one. So apparently, thank you for the correction, Bob. Multiple GoFundMes raising multiple thousands of dollars. Okay. Now, I believe this was right after the hearing. This is showing Luigi being taken out of the courtroom, I think.
The man charged with killing a healthcare CEO in Manhattan is facing extradition back to New York. In a chaotic scene before today's extradition hearing, you hear a little of it there. Luigi Mangione shouted toward reporters as police led him into a Pennsylvania courthouse.
And completely out of touch and insult the intelligence of the American people.
I'm sorry, we already saw this part. I thought this was a video of them taking him out. I have so many videos on this, I'm getting them fucking mixed up in my head. But yeah, let's go to this next one. Apparently he was denied bail at this hearing. Perhaps not shockingly. But, I mean, I feel like they're just going to have to not put this guy in front of a jury.
What's going on, Luigi?
Can't see him in the background. So as you can see, they took him out of the court, and he didn't say anything as he left. Saying his name makes you want spaghetti. Is that racist? I don't know. I don't know about the second part, but I think you're fine with wanting spaghetti. There's nothing wrong with wanting spaghetti.
CNN's Brian Todd is in Towson, Maryland, where he's been tracking down information on the suspect's friends and family. Brian, who have you talked to and what are they saying about him?
Right, Jake, we've been coming through this area north of Baltimore, the suburbs here, and talking to people who know the Mangione family, worked for them, and we're getting this portrait of a family with enormous wealth, influence, and power. Right behind me is the Hayfields Country Club. This is one of at least 2 golf courses that the Mangione family owns. There are exclusive properties on this on these grounds right here, properties that we are not being allowed access to. There are security personnel keeping us out of here. So this family, again, has enormous influence in this community. They also own a chain of assisted living facilities. And I spoke with Thomas Moronic Jr. He is a former radio talk show host who hosted a show for about 20 years.
I mean, this is crazy. Like, they own this golf course behind us, as well as a chain of nursing facilities. I mean, this guy had some money. Holy fuck.
Moronic Jr. He is a former radio talk show host who hosted a show for about 20 years on a radio station, WCBM, that the Mangione family owns. He talked to us about kind of the contradiction with what this young man is alleged to have done and the fact that his family works in the healthcare business.
That's extremely ironic because this is part of their family business. And he's railing against corporate healthcare. It seems to be going against the grain within his own family, if that's true.
Now, Moronic went on to tell us that he believes the Mangione family was great to work with, great to work for. He said they were extremely generous, especially with their employees. And as far as the radio station that he worked at, he said it is known as being a conservative, a very conservative radio talk station. And he said when he worked for them, you know, he had himself kind of centrist views, but he said the family never tried to influence his content, never tried to kind of get him to sway over to their conservative political beliefs. Just a kind of a window into this family, extremely influential.
Influences content. Wait, what? Was this guy a content creator? I thought he was just like, I thought he just like posted stuff on like X or something. I'm confused by that suggestion. Because I haven't heard anybody else suggest that he's like a content creator, but that's basically what he just said, right?
Very powerful in this area. We were also told, Jake, that they've engaged in a lot of philanthropy in this area. Their name is on a pool at the University of Loyola, Maryland. And of course, they did send their son to the exclusive Gilman School, the all-boys school near Baltimore here.
All right, Brian Todd, thank you so much.
Jesus.
Let's bring in Juliet Kayyem, CNN senior national security analyst. Juliet, let's take a look at the photos that New York City Police released immediately after the killing. You can see, let's bring that up if we can. You can see Mangione very clearly.
Good God. Like, you know, having money to go to that school is one thing, but having pool university pool donation money, that's, boy.
The pictures on the bottom there from the hostel. You can see his eyes in the pictures. I think that's from the Starbucks, and then from the very distinctive eyes and eyebrows from the cab.
Yes.
He's distinctive looking. You know, there are a lot of kids out there saying he's good looking. Apparently, no one.
CNN is struggling so hard to talk about this. They are like, they know what the public thinks right now, but they know what their bosses want them to say, and they are struggling so hard to get through this. They're like, I just don't understand what's happening. What's happening right now with all people think he's hot, but what do you think? What do you think about that?
His rather wide network of friends or his large family recognized this person that they knew very, very well, who, according to his friends, had fallen off the grid somewhat in recent months. I mean, in the end, it's a random McDonald's employee who recognizes him and turns him in.
Is it true? I heard from somebody that the McDonald's employee who turned him in didn't even get the reward money. Which I think everybody who I'd heard talk about this up to now basically gave the employee the pass on because of that money. like I think a lot of people were like, "Why did you turn them in?" But like, then everybody else was like, "No, it's like $60,000 in reward money." So somebody tell me whether or not that happened. I need to look. Actually, I should just look that up. Where are we now? All right, let's keep this moving. Go here now, CBS News. What to know about Luigi Mangione's court hearing after outburst outside. I hate CBS. They're even worse somehow than CNN. I don't know how they managed to do it.
Hello and thank you for joining us. A judge has denied bail for the suspect charged with murder over last week's fatal shooting of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Luigi Mangione was arrested and arraigned Monday in Pennsylvania after being spotted by civilians at a McDonald's. The 26-year-old was taken into custody and initially charged with unrelated gun crimes in the state. He was in court Tuesday for his extradition hearing to New York, where he now faces a number of charges, including murder in the second degree and criminal possession of a weapon. Mangione is fighting his extradition. We're also learning more information about Mangione and what police say they found on him when he was arrested. Sources tell CBS News police are pointing to 3 pages of handwritten notes criticizing the U.S. healthcare system that were found on the former Ivy League student as his claim of responsibility. CBS News correspondent Lily Luciano has more on his court appearance.
You say Mangione?
It was remarkable. He walked in confident.
Mangione.
He seemed
I feel like the first
defiant.
I
He was looking
feel like people are
around, he kept looking
overpronouncing
back
it,
at a
but I
couple
guess
of
I can
times.
say
felt
all
like he was
4
making eye
syllables.
contact.
It makes
he
people
was very
happy.
communicative with his attorney. At some points, he even laughed. He nodded. He swiveled in his chair. But let me tell you this. That was inside the courtroom. Outside, when he got there, it was a far more dramatic demeanor.
And completely out of touch. And it's insult the intelligence of the American people.
Unintelligible. Really, CBS? They really are worse than CNN. They put even less effort. Oh, God.
Luigi Mangione's defense attorney, Thomas Dickey. Mr. Dickey, thank you for joining us this morning. Are you standing by that statement that you've seen zero evidence tying Mangione to the murder?
That's correct. We had a brief hearing yesterday, and there was one document, an arrest warrant from the state of New York, which merely referenced a statute. We've seen no evidence. That's one of the many reasons why we're challenging the extradition at this point so we can see some evidence and get a little more detailed information about the charges against Luigi.
What about the gun? What about the writings?
Well, as I indicated yesterday, I have not been made aware of any evidence that links the gun that was found on his person to this to the crime. These are things that we're looking to see, and
there we go. I mean, the lawyer here for Luigi Mangione saying that there is no clear link between his client and this supposed evidence that the police have.
Yesterday was fast a day. Today's another day. We're looking forward to beginning our inquiry as to what evidence may or may not be out there.
Gun looks
okay. Hold on. How are we doing here? We're doing on time. Hour and 11. Okay. I think the first half is only going to be this, and then we're going to have to talk a few other political stories in the second half. Oh God, I was about to say thankfully we don't have too many stories on the environmental half to do. That's funny. It's a funny joke I just said. I don't know if you've heard of it. Malibu is on fire right now. We'll be talking about that a little later. First, though, where did we go? Oh, the lawyer was making the rounds. He wasn't just on ABC. He's like, I'm going to do them all. Let's go to CNN.
A law enforcement official who was briefed on the matter is telling us here at CNN that along with that 3-page handwritten claim of responsibility, as the authorities are referring to it, some might refer to it as a manifesto, investigators are also looking at a spiral notebook of Mangione's that included to-do lists of tasks in order to facilitate.
Is it just me, or does it not always seem like Catelyn is trying to talk in a very specific way? Like, she's got the, I think I've said it before, she's got the Elizabeth Holmes voice. Like, the first time I heard her talk, I actually thought it was Elizabeth Holmes. Like, I thought they gave her a job. And I was like, oh, it's somebody else. Oh, God.
Referring to it, some might refer to it as a manifesto. Investigators are also looking at a spiral notebook of Mangione's that included to-do lists of tasks in order to facilitate a killing, as well as notes justifying those plans. In one passage about the Unabomber, Mangione concludes that using a bomb against his intended victim could, quote, kill innocents, but shooting would be more targeted, musing what could be better, and I'm quoting now, than to kill the...
You know what? In a way, I mean, I don't know about the entirety of the manifesto, but that particular claim of, you know, attempting to not kill innocent people, it's almost like he has more concern for civilians than the Israeli army. It's pretty impressive restraint, really.
His own bean counting conference. This is coming as we are learning more about the suspect's life beforehand, including a report from the New York Times that Mangione's mother filed a missing persons report about him in San Francisco on November 18th. And also that he stopped communicating with his family and his friends about 6 months ago. Yet apparently no one who knew him and knew that he was missing recognized him in those surveillance photos that have been plastered everywhere for the last several days. Tonight, that's prompting a whole new set of questions about what was happening in Mangione's life behind those smiling photos that we've now seen on social media.
Stop it. Oh, God, I'm so sorry. I'm being repressed. We're all being repressed.
Help, I'm being repressed.
I'm on top chat, so I can't see live chat. Just realized, there we go. That's much better. All right. Okay. God. Horrifying.
Questions about an injury that he suffered in 2023 and what happened to him ever since. My lead source tonight is the attorney who is representing Luigi Mangione, Thomas Dickey, and it's great to have you here, sir. I just want to say thank you. I know this has been moving very quickly, and you said earlier you were retained today to represent him. And so can you just tell us, how's your client doing in jail tonight?
Well, Caitlin, thank you for having me. As I've been saying all day, if you put yourself, I tell everybody to use their common sense. Here we have a young man who is incarcerated without bail, as you alluded to, and apparently he's going to be charged with murder in the state of New York. If you use your common sense, I'm sure he's, it's concerning. That's all I can say.
Well, you've been an attorney for decades. What did you make of the way he went into court earlier, that outburst that he had?
I'm still analyzing that. I was actually on the other side of the wall when he came in, so I didn't hear all that statement. I've been busy all day, so I haven't had a chance to analyze that. So, I'm not going to comment on something, unfortunately, until I can have a chance to hear that in detail and break that down.
Well, being on the other side of it, you were inside that courtroom, of course, and we learned about what happened in there. You're fighting extradition for him to New York. Why are you fighting that? It seems like it's inevitable that he will be sent to New York.
Well, that may be, but again, the Constitution, and I know I keep bringing up that word today, lest we forget about that. But the Constitution gives you certain rights, and we need to make informed decision. And the law permits, and the Constitution permits, that somebody in Luigi's position has the opportunity to look at evidence, make sure the government follows through a process, and that's what we're doing. So, again, I've been in this case probably about 12, 14 hours, maybe whatever, give or take, and I haven't seen a speck of evidence at all. I argued today at the extradition hearing. I still haven't received details about the charges that he's facing in New York. I heard your introduction and looking into that. But so we as lawyers need to make informed decisions, and we need to get our hands and our eyes on some evidence.
Yeah.
The tie is killing you? I don't know. I kind of love it. It's bold. It's a bold tie. Are you making fun of the lawyer's height now because he's a short man? Wow. There's been multiple allegations that this guy is a munchkin in chat so far tonight. Oh, God. Just his voice? Well, he is also short. I mean, we saw a video of him standing next to other people. He is not a tall guy. He's got to be like 5 foot. But you know what? Height and voice, timbre, are not necessary qualities to win a legal argument. I would just point that out. I'm not a lawyer, but I am quite well versed in bird law.
I got boxes full of Pepe!
And with that in mind, I would say, really it's about your understanding of the legal system and of the case which you are, adjudicating? No, that's for judges. What are lawyers? Litigating. There we go. See? Bird law. All right. Let's go. To this. Because some people out there are getting some flack for supporting, or even for basically saying anything supportive of perhaps the motives of the killer, of perhaps really anything involving this. And this is one of those instances here. I think this is at UPenn. An assistant professor is under fire for a TikTok that they did.
Authorities in New York City say there is new evidence connecting a University of Pennsylvania grad to the murder of healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Luigi Mangione is being held in jail in western Pennsylvania following his arrest earlier this week. He's now fighting extradition to New York to face murder charges. Action News reporter Annie McCormick is live now in University City, where a Penn faculty member actually stirred up some controversy following Mangione's arrest. Annie, what have you learned?
Yeah, and Sarah, that's right. The suspect's ties to Penn prompted an assistant professor here at the University of Pennsylvania to make a disturbing social media post that she has since apologized for and taken down.
I've never been prouder to be a professor at the university.
Assistant Professor Julia Alexeyeva under fire tonight over this post praising
come on.
the killing of CEO
come
Brian
on.
Thompson.
Come on, really? I mean, it's not even specific. Maybe she's just really proud just at this moment for a completely unrelated reason. How can you say for sure what this is even of?
Praising the killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. 2020 Penn grad Luigi Mangione was charged with his murder after the alleged shooter was captured in Altoona on Monday. The TikTok posted Monday states, "I have never been prouder to be a professor at the University of Pennsylvania."
Exactly. And what's wrong with that? It's a great and proud institution of Pennsylvania, the great state of Pennsylvania, one of the original 13 colonies, an institution that deserves respect and pride, perhaps even.
Saying she does not condone violence. In a statement, a Penn spokesperson told Action News in part, Assistant Professor Alexeyeva has concurred that the comments were insensitive and inappropriate and has retracted them. We welcome this correction and regret any dismay or concern this may have caused. In the meantime, authorities in New York City, where the fatal shooting occurred a week ago, say the ghost gun in Mangione's possession matched the 3 shell casings recovered from the scene. And Mangione
Okay. Wait, I don't know. I'm switching screens. We're going to keep going. All right. Move on from this. She hasn't been fired. She's just under fire. So we'll see what exactly happens there. Can imagine that she would have a great deal of support if she were fired. Now let's talk a little bit more about the healthcare system a little bit in between a few other things as we get through this thing. God damn, do I have a lot on this. Let's start here, because this channel in particular has been covering the problems with the healthcare system for well over a year. I think it's been since basically the very beginning of this channel, although they have not been around for that long. They have had a meteoric rise. Let's go here to A More Perfect Union.
I would say the most bizarre prior auth I had was for a wheelchair. My patient had just had both of his legs amputated.
This is Dr. Janaea Calderia.
I'm a family practice physician in San Diego.
And she's talking to producer.
that first 10 seconds, it's not even 10 seconds. It's like that first 5 seconds is so upsetting. It is insane. like what? You needed prior authorization for a wheelchair for a patient with no legs. What do you expect them to do? Get on a skateboard and sort of scoot themselves along the ground? What the fuck? Let's hear that one more time, because this is what it's all about.
My patient had just had both of his legs amputated.
This is Dr. Janaea Calderia.
I'm a family practice physician in San Diego.
And she's talking to producer Alec Opperman about how her patient's insurance denied her request for a wheelchair for a double amputee.
The reason was because I didn't specify how his walking would be affected by his disability. So I had to call and fight this and tell these people, my patient doesn't have legs.
What'd you drum up?
Dr. Calderia is referring to something called prior authorization, an approval doctors like her need to get before insurers are willing to pay up for certain procedures like medications or a medical device like a wheelchair. Stories like this got us wondering, why are these obviously necessary procedures, medications, devices, etc. being denied? So we went searching for a reason. Is it run-of-the-mill evil? Is it fraud? And if so, who exactly is responsible? But what we actually found was a grift that, while totally legal, surprised us at every turn. I'm Andrew Rivera from More Perfect Union, and today we're uncovering the scam behind prior authorizations. A lot of our digging was inspired by the story of a woman named Kathleen Valentini.
She became our client in 2019 when her husband, Val, called me and said, "I want to tell you a story."
That's Steve Cohen, the lawyer for the Valentini family. Kathleen was a retired teacher living in North Carolina when her hip started to hurt. After it didn't go away, her doctor ordered an MRI, but the prior authorization was denied.
The insurance company said the MRI was not medically necessary. The appeal of the denial of the MRI took 5 weeks, and Kathleen finally got the MRI. And when she did, it showed that she had a fast-growing sarcoma, a cancer in her hip.
Kathleen saw an oncologist, but the 5-week delay meant that the cancer had spread. Instead of just needing chemo, she needed to have her entire leg
This is
amputated,
disgusting.
all because of her delay
Oh
in
my
getting
God.
a prior authorization. As we looked into it, stories like Kathleen's
can they?
seemed all too common. The American Medical Association found that 80% of doctors report that patients have abandoned
There's no justification for this system anymore. And there was at one time they made a claim. And it's not even clear whether or not that claim was ever justified to begin with to create these systems rather than just having what we had before. And, you know, the fact is there needs to be a massive amount of change in these, in the way that insurance is done, and there is a huge argument to make for the just destruction of the healthcare industry. Not the healthcare industry, sorry, the insurance industry as a sort of intermediary between people and doctors. Just shouldn't exist. Because these people don't have medical degrees, but they're playing doctor. And we'll prove that as we go through this.
treatment because of the prior authorization process. 19% say they've led to life-threatening events or required an intervention to prevent permanent impairment or damage. And that's exactly what happened to Kathleen.
And her husband could not believe that an insurance company had the power to overrule the doctor's recommendation.
Most shocking, however, is why the insurer said that the MRI was not medically necessary. In Kathleen's case, it meant that she hadn't done an essential step before getting an MRI. She never went to physical therapy. Except she did.
The doctor said, "Guys, not only did she finish the 6 weeks of physical therapy, you paid for it."
Insurance companies claim that prior authorizations save patients from unnecessary procedures and prevent fraud. They also claim they adhere to clinical guidelines set forth by professional organizations of doctors themselves. In cases like Kathleen Valentini, we wanted to know, are insurance companies just lying? And who's doing this? Like, who is the person who sits down and sees Kathleen Valentini's record and decides to just hit denied? So we talked to someone who might know.
I had teams ranging from 4 or 5 people all the way up to 20 plus reporting to me at different times. I was on the business operations end of our organization.
This is Max, not his real name or voice, who worked at a company whose whole business was prior authorizations. Oftentimes, insurance companies can't handle the sheer amount of requests, so they outsource the decisions to a company like Max's. It wasn't actually Kathleen's insurer, Emblem Health, that denied her MRI. It was a company that Emblem Health had outsourced their prior authorizations to.
Illegal.
Max was quick to defend most of the nurses and doctors reviewing prior authorization requests. What he described instead was systems designed at all times to look like they were simply adhering to best practices. But that stripped employees of the ability to practice good judgment. Instead, companies like his used hostile design to push the kind of large-scale outcomes they wanted.
There's not a whole lot of room for subjectivity in some of these tools. And so like, I can't check that box or I can't fill in an answer here. That might be enough to fail that clinical algorithm.
So I want to ask, for Kathleen
Clinical
Valentini,
algorithm.
do you have any guesses as to like why that might happen?
I mean, only speculating here, but they might not have entered all the information inappropriately, or it might not have been explicitly called out in the place that they expected to find it in the clinic.
And I mean, this is the problem, right? It's not even a they, because it's not, you know, it's an algorithm, like you said, and we're going to talk more about the AI system that was used at some point here to do this, and how it's being used to essentially, you know, weaponize against poor people without time to spend going through appeals processes, which would inevitably show that they need the care they receive, to slow down care, to, you know, whatever they can, to not have to expend any money ever.
Documentation in the clinical notes.
To summarize.
Okay, skip ahead to this.
Consistently stressed how their decisions were supposedly rooted in best practices, story after story from doctors highlighted a system that was comically inept when it wasn't just outright horrifying. Dr. Calderia once ordered a mammogram for a patient with a carcinoma. The insurance initially rejected the prior authorization after a worker didn't understand basic medical terminology.
The person who is reviewing this case didn't know that carcinoma is also cancer.
In another case, Dr. Calderia looked into a doctor who kept rejecting her submissions. She had found he switched to insurance after receiving a multitude of complaints against him to the medical board. Others just seem not worth the effort. One doctor complained on social media about needing a prior authorization for a cheap blood pressure medication that only costs a few dollars a month.
I just got a prior authorization from United Healthcare for Lisinopril. I hope the whole board at United Healthcare gets diarrhea tonight.
Steve Cohen has one answer to make sense of all this.
Insurance companies have used a strategy for the last 20 years that's known as deny, delay, and defend. It comes from a McKinsey
You know what's
recommendation
fascinating?
that says if you deny case, some of it will just go away.
What's fascinating about this is this was a video from over a year ago. They didn't make this video in the last week. This is, you know, this is literally from, what is this? Hold on. I have to look. This is literally from over 12 months ago. It's insane.
Max had never heard of the term deny, delay, defend, but said it was an unspoken understanding in his line of work. They would never say, let's deny more requests, but would say, let's send more requests to review, knowing that the outcome was the same. And when that happened, patients might give up, or end up switching insurers, or end up in a new year with a new deductible to hit. But more shocking is that companies like Max's aren't just grifting patients, they're grifting the insurance companies themselves.
Illegal.
Let's take the wheelchair example. If Dr. Calderia didn't properly document how having no legs impaired her patient's walking, she might resubmit with a nice little summation of how her patient could not, in fact, walk without legs.
We did 2 reviews in that case, the initial review and the subsequent review. And it doesn't matter that both were for the same patient because in our data, we'll have 2 requests. And when we're reporting value to our clients,
Now remember, the people over at UHC mostly just don't have any sort of medical degree, right? Or medical training, right? They're all business majors, right? They're all people with MBAs. See, you know, like I'm pretty sure the CEO of UHC is just an MBA. Was. I don't think he ever had any medical training whatsoever. The people making these decisions, creating these algorithms are in tech, They aren't doctors. They're not nurses. They're just being told by somebody that this is what they want from a business perspective. They want this system to work in a specific way, and so they do it. Whether or not it's medically justifiable doesn't matter, because it's a business decision. And they don't have, and an IT person doesn't have the capability of determining whether something's medically necessary. That's why people go to medical school.
Team were showing things like denial rates and then how those trended over time.
Those denial rates were simply calculated with the number of denials divided by the total number of decisions. In other words, those two separate requests for a wheelchair end up looking in a spreadsheet like a 50% denial rate. It doesn't matter that the patient got the wheelchair in the end. That one denial that delayed care by days or weeks helps crank up his company's denial rate.
Yeah, meanwhile, somebody's literally unable to move. Forced to lay in bed or be, I don't know what, carried by somebody? I mean, what do you do when you have no legs? All right, let's go here. Leah Miller. Are we allowed to laugh when a CEO dies? Good question.
Americans are very mad about the state of our healthcare system, and CEOs are apparently just realizing this. Jokes, memes, and SNL segments are being condemned as insensitive to the family of Brian Thompson, a 50-year-old United Healthcare CEO who was gunned down in broad daylight in Manhattan last week. Thompson was in New York for United Healthcare's annual shareholder meeting, but at least, as one online commentator put it, he died doing what he loved, increasing shareholder value. Today, we're going to answer the age-old question, is it okay to laugh at the death of a CEO? We'll also get into the ongoing manhunt for the shooter who some people are calling the copay killer, and we'll uncover the boiling fury rising to the surface for working-class Americans. Is this class consciousness? Let's get into it. For better or for worse, I have been glued to the news lately, but it can be hard to spot the bias in the news that I'm reading, and I'm definitely guilty of falling into my echo chamber. And depending on the bias of your news...
Damn it, Leah. Why do you have to do this to me right now? Okay, I think... Wait, did that pass it? I think I passed this. Yeah, okay.
Here. Today's partner, Ground News.
Aw, damn it, Ground News still.
News. They offer helpful content.
Damn you, Ground News.
And for recognizing bias, and I'm able to get all this context and information thanks to Ground News. I also love their blind spot feature, which
We're getting
highlights different articles
advertised.
that are being covered more by one side of the political spectrum than the other. So if your news slants leftist, when a man approached him from behind and shot him multiple times in the back. The gunman fled the scene on a rented city bike and hasn't been seen since. Thompson died, leaving a surviving widow and 2 sons. His death also left the country in shock, because we really hate it when gun violence affects our most prized citizens, CEOs. The hunt for the killer is ongoing. A person of interest has been identified, a 26-year-old named Luigi Mangione, who was brought in for questioning after a McDonald's employee in Pennsylvania thought they recognized him from the posters and called the cops. And listen, don't give the McDonald's employee too much for being a rat. New York City was offering $10,000 reward, and the FBI added $50,000 on top of that, knowing that the people are broke and will even turn in Robin Hood for $60,000. We know that at the scene of the crime, there were bullet casings found with the words deny, defend, and depose etched into them, likely referencing the common phrase health insurance critics use, describing the 3 Ds of health insurance as deny, delay, and defend. Once a claim is submitted, health insurers will delay in responding, then deny the claim, and then defend their denial if a claimant brings them to court, which they usually won't. Every dollar not paid out for a claim is a dollar that goes into the insurer's bottom line. It is a rare industry wherein not providing the service they're meant to perform is always the preferred outcome. You pay in, so you have coverage in the case of an emergency, and you pay every month whether or not you need the coverage. Therefore, whatever they can do to not pay for people who do need the coverage is the preferred business decision. And whatever profit is left over goes to the pocket of the CEO and ultimately to the shareholders. At the time of his death, Brian Thompson's yearly pay package was around million per year. United Healthcare is the largest private insurance provider in the U.S. by market share. According to Forbes, United Health Group, parent company to United Healthcare, had profits of $22 billion in 2023. United Health Group's profits, not revenue, profits, the total left over to play with at the end of the year, have quadrupled since 2010. Not all of this profit comes from health insurance, however, as United Health Group has expanded its operations by buying.
And remember, they've already paid the CEO. Salaries are included in the end of year profit stuff, right? So it's not like he's getting paid off of the profits. No. He gets paid before they even declare how many profits they've made. So that's just all a bunch of money sitting around that could have been used, I don't know, to treat people for health conditions.
Competitors its services, meaning it buys up related companies so it can control more aspects of the healthcare market, including owning doctors groups, pharmacy benefits, and more. It is, in fact, currently facing an FTC lawsuit accusing it of violating antitrust laws in its latest attempted acquisition. Brian Thompson, United Healthcare's CEO, was under investigation for insider trading, having dumped $15 million worth of stock before the federal antitrust investigation was publicly revealed. While under Thompson's leadership, it's alleged in a lawsuit filed in November 2023 that United Healthcare started using an AI program to systematically deny coverage to elderly patients on a Medicare Advantage plan, despite the fact that the AI algorithm has a 90% error rate, and the company allegedly knew about it. They knew about it but did nothing, knowing that only 0.2% of policyholders will appeal their denied claims. So allowing the AI algorithm to run rampant would go largely unchallenged. This algorithm likely played a hand in earning United Healthcare the title.
I analogize it to a healthcare company is waging war against the time of poor people, right? Because of course, poor people have no time to do anything but work and sleep and eat and take care of kids. And you start trying to chip away at that. It's a war of attrition, right? So, how do you have enough money and time to do a whole bunch of stuff you weren't planning on doing suddenly? And by the way, there's like time limits on some of these things. So if you don't file, legally speaking, you could be in a place where you are left without any recourse.
Users took to social media to share gut-wrenching stories about how these coverage denials affected them and their loved ones. With this background, it's no wonder why news of Thompson's death was met with resounding cheers from much of the American public from across the political spectrum. The Facebook post by United Healthcare announcing his death received 23,000 laughing emojis before being taken down. Commenters quipped, "I'm sorry, prior authorization is required for thoughts and prayers." And
Blam.
"My empathy is out of network for this one." When images of the alleged shooter were released, the fervor only grew from there because it turns out, despite the graininess of the images and the fact that half his face is covered in some of them, the shooter might be dreamy. Thirsty posts quickly followed suit. Honestly, the content reacting to this shooting has been truly top-notch. I have been sharing memes like crazy over on Instagram, I must admit. However, the jubilant public reaction has led to pearl clutching by some. The common denominator amongst those who are clutching their pearls seems to be that they are members of the ruling class, they are adjacent to or related to members of the ruling class, or they are members of the working class who have it twisted that they are somehow in close proximity to the ruling class, despite the fact that we all have much more in common with people who are unhoused than we ever will with people who make $10 million per year like Brian Thompson did. The median household income in the US in 2023 was about $80,000 per year. You have to earn at least $780,000 per year to be in the top 1% of earners nationally in the United States. That's almost 10 times more than the median household income in the US. And you have to make at least $2.8 million per year to be in the top 0.1% of earners. Despite what the American dream would have you believe, the socioeconomic status of your parents is one of the greatest determinants of the socioeconomic status you will achieve in your lifetime, and the amount of work you put into it only plays a small role in your overall earnings.
Yep, she is right about all of that. Alrighty, gonna keep it moving. Let's go here. Talk about the death of a villain. At the Majority Report. Maybe.
Hey, my name is Ava. I'm from Miami, Florida.
Ava from Miami, what's on your mind?
Yeah, glad to get through though. I've tried a few times. I come from like a kind of a unique little background because I'm an RN, and I've worked both military and civilian medicine. And, TRICARE being a sort of Medicare for active duty and family of military members, I see that it works much better than the privatized, private insurances. So the idea that this CEO was actually using AI to get all these denials, it's just, it's just so telling that this is a robbery. This is not acceptable. And that people still will, kind of understand it and deal with it. I don't understand that. I guess until you have to file for bankruptcy because your medical bills are so high, is when you know what that means. What you feel
right.
it, and you your life's destroyed, and basically, and if you don't pay it, they'll come after your house and whatever.
Yeah,
so,
and for wealthy people, bankruptcy usually just means they have to sell their third home or something, or they've overextended. Like,
right.
Even bankruptcy is very different for a higher income strata.
Exactly. Yeah, but for working class or for poor, it's just impossible. So anyway, so that's one thing. So I just don't see how business could be involved in medicine.
Yep.
I have a hard time with that. I just, Medicare for all is the only way we can really, have equal medicine and a system that works.
Agreed,
because
Ava.
I think that way we can get rid of the doctors that want to become millionaires, right? Like I remember, I've studied history and read other cultures and all that, and people, doctors have always been respected in societies and their leaders and all, and now like everybody wants to be a millionaire when they're doctors, that's ridiculous, So I'm hoping that, people, my biggest hope is that this murder, this shooting.
Now, I generally agree with this caller, but I would push back on this one thing personally, right? Because I would rather have millionaire doctors than millionaire healthcare CEOs who are denying insurance, denying claims, denying care, keeping people from being healthy. You know what I mean? I'd much rather people who are actually, keeping people alive, keeping people well, keeping people healthy have money than people who are just actively leeching off of society, doing literally nothing but that. That's literally the only goal of United Healthcare and all these other companies, right? Is to profit off of doing nothing, off of not providing care, off of not paying doctors to do their jobs, right? Dr. Oz is a millionaire. Dr. Oz hasn't made anybody healthy. He doesn't count. He's a marketer. He's a millionaire because he's a goddamn TV personality and a marketer and a charlatan. He's not a real doctor. The last time he saw a real patient? Never.
Well, I don't even call it a murder. I call it more like a killing that was necessary. I'm sorry, but I just feel that way.
Caller's opinion.
We'll just say a killing. How about that?
Caller's
The
opinion.
killing, right?
Matt,
Right. Murder
Matt
is more
playing diplomacy
not
over
murder,
here.
right? That's But killing, we do it all the time, right? We send our military to do it. We are police officers, whatever. But anyways, I'm just hoping that the limelight will be shown on what's really happening with these insurance companies and how nasty and disgusting they are.
Yep.
I mean, that's what the conversation needs to be on right now. And that's why there's a conversation about, well, how much are people celebrating it or not? Because what a lot of the wealthy people don't know, and a lot of the spokespeople in media don't understand, is that most people, when they heard that news story, they understood that as a crime scene in more ways than just a guy was shot.
Wow, Nightbot is claiming that Dr. Oz is a real doctor. Fuck off, Nightbot. When's the last time Dr. Oz performed surgery? This is some bullshit. Dr. Oz is paying off Nightbot. This is bullshit. Okay. Anyways. Actually, I don't know. I'm cutting. I forgot. I want to listen to a little more of this. That's my bad.
They also understood that a giant villain who victimizes everybody by, not by, you know, his poor decisions, although his seem worse than the standard, you know, parasite at the time.
Is it lagging for some people? I see it. I see it lagging a little bit. Yeah, I see it. Maybe that, if I do that, maybe that'll fix it. Fingers crossed.
One of those companies. The entire structure is built to prey on people who need help, and it should not exist at all. You're exactly right. Get business.
Oh damn! It's doing gray screen.
Out of healthcare.
Appreciate the call.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All righty. Thank you.
Thank you. Cole from Little Rock, why is it that when something like this happens across the political spectrum, we agree something is wrong and it just stops there? Why are we so content just to sit with the status quo and not reach for something better? Is it fear that we'll lose what little we do have, or is it something else I'm missing? It's capture of our politics.
Owned by health
on the
insurance.
Regular
They're the health
right
insurance
now.
company. They're the health insurance party. They need to decide not to be. It's
Yes.
going to be a huge fight.
Oh my God.
And they need to be pressured to. And as long as Obama is just respected and asked, like, oh, what do you think about it? I saw Obama.
The flat stream is out of control right now. I'm going to pause 2 seconds. Please hold.
On Tyrese Halliburton's podcast before the election, and the hope and change stuff was gone. The new line was, you need to be concerned about the things you're not seeing, like a lady getting prescriptions down the street that wasn't getting them before. You know what I'm also concerned about, Obama, is all the fucking people in medical bankruptcy whose lives you ruined by making sure that the 2 or 3 million people that work in health insurance, they had jobs. That is a quote. I think, did Kalinske post that today? I'll look that up. I finally found that. Or Edinger Mentum did. But Obama's asked, like, hey, what about, you know, how could we just get rid of that industry? Because, and he's like, actually, there's a lot of people that work in there. What about all the people who lost jobs after 2008? Because only the banks got a bailout. Like,
Yeah, well, I mean, it's all like the
Yeah, or all the stores that were closed by, you know, Walmart and Amazon. What about those people that lost jobs?
prospects of a public option were killed by, in part, many Democrats, but Joe Lieberman in particular, who represented the state that has the highest concentration of the health insurance lobby. So it's been interesting to see, you know, Chris Murphy, also from that state, after the election, he had a lot of tweets about and was making a lot of media appearances about how the Democrats need to return to economic populism. I'd like to ask Senator...
It's a great point. They do. We've been talking about it now for too long. It's out of control. How the, you know, much of the Democrat Party is captured by big money interests and, you know, healthcare. healthcare companies, insurance lobbies. It's insane. Now let's see what another right-wing voice had to say about this. Somebody who we heard from earlier on, Daniel Penny, who, if you recall correctly, said something like, thank God, thank God, thank God, Daniel Penny is innocent. Here's Ben Shapiro on all of this.
In all countries tracks income. In other words, the more people get rich, the more they spend on healthcare. And this is true across countries.
This is true across all countries. Okay, everybody, please listen
to me. Here, for example, is a chart
I talk fast and I talk high.
Spending increasing
I am
rapidly
smart. Don't you know that?
Who's the alleged of the United Healthcare CEO? He had been arrested.
Sorry, I didn't go all the way to the beginning. There we go.
Alrighty, folks. Well, yesterday, Luigi Mangione, who is the alleged of the United Healthcare CEO, he had been arrested in Altoona, Pennsylvania, and he was brought into the courthouse in Hollidaysburg, Pennsylvania, where he immediately began shouting at the press. It's not totally clear what he is saying here, but here is video of him emerging from a police car and being ushered into the jailhouse where he is being held pending his possible extradition to New York. He apparently is fighting that extradition. Here's what it sounded like yesterday.
And it's completely out of touch. And it's an insult to the intelligence of the American people and to lived experience.
Okay, so what he appears to be shouting there is it's an insult to the intelligence of the American people and their lived experience.
Mm-hmm.
It's not exactly clear what he is talking about right
No,
there.
it's not clear at all.
What is it, the insult? That you've been arrested when the evidence is pretty clear that you were the person who shot to death Brian Thompson, this United Health executive?
Oh, is it clear?
I mean, what exactly is the insult to the lived experience? Is the idea that if you've had a bad experience with a health insurance company, this means that you now get to murder the head of the health insurance company?
So that's wrong. So this is wrong.
In this particular case,
saying.
That the alleged shooter's health conditions had anything to do with United Health.
Oh, okay.
Like nothing.
Okay.
In fact, it is unclear by whom he was insured. What we know, as we discussed yesterday on the program, is that this particular person, Mangione, he had had some sort of surfing accident where he had a really bad back injury that apparently left him in crippling pain.
I love this. Ben literally just got done telling us about how it was fine for Daniel Penny to do what he did. Remember that? It was not long ago. It was like an hour and a half ago.
And he had a surgery that is very often unsuccessful that implanted a series of pins in his spine.
Okay.
And he presumably was having some sort of fights with some health insurance company, but that is totally unclear. And he did leave a manifesto. His manifesto is very short. It's 262 words. And it is worth exploring because it is a window into the mind of people who tend to believe that because the world is filled with problems, this means you get to shoot people, which is unfortunately...
Wait. I'm sorry. You're saying that we're not allowed to shoot people or kill people when the world is filled with problems? When we see them around us, for instance, right? Causing problems for all of the people around us? That's not okay, is what you're saying, Ben. Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on 1 second. I just gotta... we gotta go back to this, because I'm a little confused. We're gonna do a hop and a skip. Back in time. I'm just trying to remember what was said. I'm blanking on it. Jeez. What was it that he said about this?
Alrighty, folks. So the Daniel Penny verdict is in. He has been acquitted. Thank God. Thank God the jury did the right thing. I'll bring you all the details in just 1 second. First, this is your reminder that DW Plus gift memberships are 40% off. That is truth, premium entertainment, investigative journalism, all in 1 year. A year of Daily Wire Plus, truly the perfect gift for the holidays, even if it's for yourself. Head on over to dailywire.com.
So great.
In Manhattan, in the so-called chokehold death of Jordan
So-called
Neely.
chokehold
Remember the
death.
video? This is where the drug...
So I'm very, very, very confused. So in this case, when, as he alleges during this discussion, that Jordan Neely was just protecting the people around him, he was just a hero. He was just Batman on a subway. You know, he just took it into his own hands. That's fine. Thank God he wasn't put in prison for this. He wasn't found guilty of murder, because of course this was not murder. This was a justified act of violence, justified by the impact on the world around him. The horrifying impact which he was subjected to, which other people were being subjected to by one man. And that was a justified thing.
And he presumably was having some sort of fights with some health insurance company, but that is totally unclear. And he did leave a manifesto. His manifesto is very short. It's 262 words. And it is worth exploring because it is a window into the mind of people who tend to believe that because the world is filled with problems, this means you get to shoot people.
Oh,
which is unfortunately
God, you're
a
right.
growing
Oh my,
sentiment
how dare they?
on the left and even some parts of the right. So here is what the alleged shooter actually wrote. Quote, to the fact,
even some parts of the right, like yourself, Ben, two seconds ago. Literally. Oh, this is hilarious.
I do respect what you do for our country. To save you a lengthy investigation, I state plainly that I wasn't working with anyone. This was fairly trivial, some elementary social engineering, basic CAD, a lot of patience. The spiral notebook, if present, has some straggling notes and to-do lists that illuminate the gist of it. My tech is pretty locked down because I work in engineering, so probably not much info there. I do apologize for any strife of traumas, but it had to be done. Frankly, these parasites simply had it coming. A reminder, the U.S. has the #1 most expensive healthcare system in the world.
Honestly, I feel like Ben is struggling with this a little bit because is this guy, in a way, if you just change the topic of what this guy is ranting about in this, from this excerpt that Ben is reading from, these sound like things Ben would say. This genuinely sounds like you know, he like I haven't listened to his entire discussion on Jordan Neely, but I would guess he literally has called, homeless people, parasites, and things like that, right? And it's just funny to see him, try and pivot on this very specific issue of using vigilante violence.
Yet we rank roughly number 42 in life expectancy.
True.
United
it's
is
actually worse. It's
and
not 42. I looked it up. It's 48. We are 48th in the world.
Handwritten, so indecipherable. Largest company in the U.S. by market cap, behind only Apple, Google, Walmart. It has grown and grown, but has our life expectancy? No, the reality is these blank have simply gotten too powerful, and they continue to abuse our country for immense profit because the American public has allowed them to get away with it. Obviously, the problem is more complex, but I do not have the space, and frankly, I do not pretend to be the most qualified person to lay out the full argument. But many have illuminated the corruption and greed decades ago, and the problem simply remains. It is not an issue of awareness at this point, but clearly power games at play. Evidently, I'm the first to face it with such brutal honesty. Okay, there are a couple of key lines here that are quite amazing in this manifesto. One is, obviously the problem is more complex, but I do not have the space, and frankly do not pretend to be the most qualified person to lay out the full argument. In other words, he didn't have a solution for any of the health insurance problems in the country. And
yeah, I mean, do you think that that what's his name, Daniel Penny had it was an expert on homelessness or crime? He wasn't. He had no solution aside from violence in that moment. He's sick of seeing all these homeless people being aggressive and he took it into his own hands, Ben. It's the same logic. You're just struggling to follow it for some reason. It's almost like as if you're not a logical person, but an incredibly ideological person. Because I mean, it's insane that he can't see the clear parallels here in his little discussion of all of this.
Problems are quite real because the United States has a very heavily subsidized and regulated healthcare system. Insurance is not actually insurance. It's actually just health coverage. Insurance, as we...
Oh, here we go. Oh, it's actually not insurance, even though they call it insurance. It's actually just health coverage. It's like an umbrella that covers you. What is it covering you from, Ben? What's the coverage
Yesterday
for?
on the show would imply that you are making a bet with the insurance company that something bad might happen to you, and the insurance
People do not sign up for health insurance expecting it to be a bet between them and their insurers. Now, that's how insurers have made this system. That's what they have set it. That's how they have set it up. They have, in fact, made it so that it is literally like a casino in a way. They are the house, you are the gambler, and they set the rules. They take the rake. They set the parameters in which you cash out. You know what I mean? And it's actually much worse than a casino. You know, at least a casino, there's a much higher chance that you're gonna win. Actually, from the statistics we've talked about, it's disturbingly low that you're gonna wind up actually getting the necessary coverage in important situations.
company is betting that it will not happen to you. That is obviously not how healthcare works in the United States.
But Ben, essentially for this whole thing, he thinks, for this hour, he goes on and on about basically how he thinks that's right. He thinks that that's the system, right? And nobody's being repressed. They've all signed up for this, right? We're Americans. We have democracy. We have all this stuff. We have the legal system. If we wanted to get rid of this guy, we could do it with the justice system, with voting, or with all these other sorts. Why would anybody ever come to the conclusion of violence in this moment? It's just a perfectly fair system. That's what Ben thinks.
Somebody in their right mind would bet that, for example, you won't need a checkup next week. Right? That would be a stupid
That's
bet.
literally
So this isn't
what they're
insurance
doing.
at all. It's health coverage that is provided at discount based on government subsidy and also based on collective risk pooling. Okay, that's actually how the system works, and the system doesn't work particularly well in a lot of ways. It works better than many of the other systems, including...
Listen to this little turd try and talk to us like he's our dad. Actually, you don't get it. Actually, I'm sorry. Let me change it. Actually, you guys don't get it. And it's fucking pathetic. Come on, buddy. Come on. I don't think he even believes... I think he knows, in fact, that his audience disagrees with him. He's hoping to convince them that he's right, actually. It's your fault, stupid. You haven't done well enough to provide for you and your family adequate health insurance.
Nationalized healthcare. But the point there is that the alleged shooter himself is angry at a system that he says he does not fully understand and he has no proper solutions for. And by the way, he happens to be wrong on the merits. So when he says that the United States has the most expensive healthcare system in the world, but we rank roughly number 42 in life expectancy, there's an excellent thread from a person named Jeremy Kaufman.
I don't know who Jeremy Kaufman is, but the facts are, that is literally the facts. We have the most expensive healthcare system in the world, but we are ranked 48th in life expectancy. We are going down. We have been going down. And especially for millennials, younger generation are experiencing this, especially because the social safety net was completely eroded before any of us became or they. Of course, I'm 10,000 years old. I'm not a millennial. But the point is that before any millennials became adults, and things are becoming worse and worse, and to some degree, Obamacare kind of fixed some of this, and then Republicans immediately came in and started trying to gut it and do whatever they can. That's the plan now to moving forward, is to gut that even further. People that Ben Shapiro supports, Donald Trump, they're planning on doing that as much as they can.
Laying out some of the statistics with regard to the United States healthcare system. And the point...
Okay. Yeah, he doesn't even go to this. I don't think he even goes to it, does he? Does he go to this?
He makes is that healthcare spending in all countries tracks income. In other words, the more people get rich, the more they spend on healthcare.
That's
and
what it
this is true across countries.
It's just money.
Here, for example, is a chart.
Fact is that they completely they talk about this, right? And this, fact is this doesn't make sense. Why the USA is way over here. But the point is, the outcomes of those countries in terms of healthcare outcomes, life expectancy, they are much better than the United States. Regardless of what little Benny Shapiro wants to tell you, he's wrong. He's being disingenuous. Honestly, he's lying to you. He's not just wrong. He's lying to you actively. He knows that he's framing it in a way to make it seem like like the U.S. healthcare system is just a representation of our income, just how great America is. It's just, this is what happens when you're as great as America. No, that's not what's happening.
That's Nyla Payton. She's a mom of 3, and her employer is a nonprofit hospital.
I've given blood, sweat, and tears to UPMC, all for me to give my hard-earned money back to them. That's not right.
UPMC is a healthcare giant. It employs more than 92,000 people, has an operating revenue of about $26 billion. And as a nonprofit, it's technically supposed to provide affordable healthcare to the people who need it most. But its flagship hospital recently made headlines for being the least charitable nonprofit hospital in the country.
The CEOs of UPMC make millions, while its workers are barely making a living wage at all.
Follow the rich way. There are plenty of people who have been completely failed by our medical system in the city. They have more money than they know what to do with for years.
This is a story about how one hospital grew into a vast medical empire by destroying its competition, exploiting its workers, and saddling patients with medical debt. But it's also a bigger story about how nonprofit hospitals across the country have transformed over the last few decades, from once charitable institutions into engines of profit. And all of it is powered by your tax dollars. Nonprofit hospitals have been around for a long time, but they used to have a noble mission. This is UPMC Presbyterian, the first UPMC hospital, founded in 1893. Like most hospitals at the time, it was largely focused on one thing: providing affordable medical care for anyone who needed it.
In 1900, the vast majority of hospitals were charitable institutions. They were small community boards. They were religious hospitals and institutions.
In theory, that's the reason why nonprofit hospitals are exempt from paying taxes.
That benefit is an exchange for the idea that they're serving their communities.
But in the last few decades, things have changed. In 1969, the tax code was modified so that a hospital didn't have to pay taxes as long as it was promoting health. Charity care became optional.
Aww.
And nonprofit hospitals started looking a lot more like corporations.
In the late 1970s and early 80s, boards began to think and feel more like a for-profit enterprise.
So we made charitable hospitals into profitable businesses, but gave them the same tax status that they received when they were purely charitable institutions. That seems completely perverse. Why the fuck would we be paying them all of this money? Essentially, they're not paying taxes, but they're taking in billions of dollars. There should be billions of dollars essentially going into the U.S. system because of it, and it's not, because they're charity. But they're not. It's nonsense.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills! Have a lot more MBAs and a lot fewer nurses and doctors.
Today, nonprofit hospitals are big business.
So-called nonprofit hospitals are actually making a lot of money.
Acting more like a Fortune 500 company, reaping big profits.
There are institutions that are legally nonprofit that are making millions and millions of dollars, but what's being reported as their charitable contribution is generally quite modest.
So Vikas Sani and his colleagues at the Lown Institute decided to take a closer look at just how far some nonprofit hospitals have strayed from their original mandate of giving back. They looked at over 1,700 nonprofit hospitals nationwide and calculated what they call the fair share spending of each.
Oh boy, here we go.
If a hospital took more money in tax breaks than it gave back to the community, it had a fair share deficit. And one hospital came out on top.
UPMC in Pittsburgh has a fair share deficit for the whole system of $490 million.
Jesus
That's a
Christ.
lot of money. That would go a long way
Oh my
to affecting
God.
the health of the surrounding community, maybe the entire state of Pennsylvania.
In Pittsburgh?
Meanwhile, UPMC's
$500 million
former CEO made
would, I think, solve
$12.9
most of
million in
Pittsburgh's healthcare
2021.
problems.
It's a nonprofit hospital paying exorbitant
A year.
executive pay.
Well, that's your
Remember,
judgment.
that's not over time. That's a year. It's a $500 million a year deficit they're receiving in tax breaks over what they're contributing charitably. What does that add up to over time? In 10 years, it's $5 billion. I'll tell you that much.
I think my board determines what the appropriate compensation is for me and for all the other executives.
In total, top executives raked in $225 million in 2021, more than double what UPMC spent on charity care that year. That's enough money to keep hundreds of rural hospitals open, or to cancel the medical debt of hundreds of thousands of patients.
Kind of scared to even look.
Of course, they're choosing to do whatever they can to continue to enrich themselves and not be charitable. It's insane the way that the supposed charitable branding, if you will, the tax code around charities has been manipulated to just enrich a certain group of people. It's disgusting. All right, let's go here. This is from a little over a year ago. Dr. Glaucomflecken. It's a fun word. Dr. Glaucomflecken.
Timothy! Yeah, boss, what's up? I've got great news. Really? What is it? We denied over 300,000 claims in the last 2 months. What? Oh, I don't want to jinx it, but we are on track to set a new insurance industry record. This is something to celebrate. Yes, we have a chance to win 5 straight corporate malfeasance awards. How is it possible to deny that many claims? Oh, we have an automated system. If there are any mistakes in clinical documentation, claims are immediately sent for review. Oh, okay. Then a physician looks through it to make sure it's an appropriate denial. Jimothy, did you not see my air quotes? I did. I was just hoping you didn't know what that meant. Our medical directors just deny all of them immediately. So they're not looking at any clinical documentation before they deny a claim. Nope.
That's
just click and
too
submit.
much.
Our medical directors can deny a claim in 1.2 seconds, which is well below the industry standard of 1.5. That doesn't
That's disgusting.
seem possible.
It is disgusting. It is disgusting. 1.5 seconds. It should take many minutes to do these sorts of things. Denying claims in a second or two? Come on. Come on. There's literally no physical way to assess whether or not a healthcare claim is justifiable in a second and a half.
Which is well below the industry standard of 1.5. That doesn't seem possible. I know, right? They click so fast that many of our doctors need treatment for index finger arthritis, which, of course, is not covered by insurance. But why are we just blanket denying everything? That's the best part. The appeal process is so confusing that only 5% of denied claims are appealed. We save so much money by making our customers pay out of pocket or go bankrupt. Well,
Somebody's got to go bankrupt, really.
Gotta go bankrupt, but it won't.
Jesus Christ. Oh, God. You like the aquariums? I'm glad you like them. I'm glad everybody is noticing the things I've been doing over here. What's hilarious is it's not even hilarious. It's disgusting. All of these videos that we're watching, like aside from like the very recent ones discussing the cases, are old. That was a year ago. This one's a year ago. This is from ProPublica. Here two United Healthcare representatives discuss someone's healthcare case. This is a year ago.
He states that it's not medically necessary treatment.
Jesus Christ.
That was an internal phone call between two United Healthcare workers. They're laughing about denying someone's insurance claim. We're ProPublica, a nonprofit newsroom, and we investigated. The person they're laughing about is Chris McNaughton. He was in college when he was diagnosed with ulcerative colitis, a chronic autoimmune disease. It took him a really long time to find meds that put his disease into remission. But when he finally did, United flagged Chris's case as a high-dollar account.
Jesus.
Ultimately, United said it wouldn't pay for his medicine because it was not medically necessary.
When I started that treatment, I think I had literally failed every other ulcerative colitis medication. So it would almost seem that it was the very definition of medically necessary, and then nothing else had worked.
When United turned down Chris's claim, his medical bills were running nearly $2 million a year, so Chris did something few people ever do. He sued. He was able to get his claim filed and question United representatives under oath. He was shocked by what he learned, like that a United doctor had literally cut and pasted denial language from a nurse's notes.
That's under RN recommendation. I usually copy that and paste it if I agree.
That doctor said he's done over 10,000 denials for United, and he didn't
Copy
usually look at
and
the medical
paste.
records. He just signed his name. Chris's
Disgusting.
records revealed another United doctor who actually agreed with Chris's physician was ignored. United had paid for that doctor's opinion, but when the company didn't like what it saw, it buried that report. Chris also got emails and audio recordings, like the one at the beginning of this video.
It's hard to feel that they're really worried about your safety when there are emails that are celebrating the fact that your treatment was denied.
In the end, Chris's medications were paid for by insurance. United said in a statement that the company's guiding concern was always his well-being.
Oh yeah, sure.
The R&D
Sure. Sure. Wow. It's all done out of concern for his well-being. That's why they denied his. They didn't want him to have to go through unnecessary and I can't finish that statement. Just wild. Okay, now this is a hilarious story. Eyewitness News, ABC 7, New York, from a day ago. Corporate executives asked to be vigilant in aftermath of CEO murder.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
So sad. I'm literally crying. You can't see me, but I'm literally crying right now.
Top of our newscast, we talked about the environment of hate and violence now aimed at other health-related companies. Some of them watching as pictures of their CEOs are posted with threats against them. And we asked the question, what's happening to this country? It was not meant rhetorically. NJ Burkett with a raw look at where we are, how we got here, and how we can get out of it. He's in Lower Manhattan for us. Newt.
Well, Bill, the murder, of course, sent a shiver through executive suites here in New York City. And
Oh, the
yes,
poor,
word of the arrest
those
came as an enormous relief.
Oh, it's hilarious. A shiver. Oh, this wintry shiver through those cold, cold executive suites. Oh, yes, I'm sure it's very cold in there. Can't afford heating anymore with all those billions of dollars.
Here in New York City, and yes, word of the arrest came as an enormous relief. But the NYPD is warning corporate leaders that the threat to them is not necessarily over.
NYPD commanders say the risk to corporate executives is undeniable. That last week's public execution of Brian Thompson in Midtown could inspire others.
Oh my God. Anarchy. CEOs walking around in fear? However are they to get anything done? Oh, this is tragic, folks. Can you tell just how upset I am by this? I mean, how is society to function without CEOs?
extremists like Luigi Mangione. The department's intelligence bureau is sounding the alarm. Based on observed initial online reactions, there is a risk that a wide range of extremists may view Mangione as a martyr and an example to follow. The warning is based on an analysis of Mangione's writings and the social media reaction to them, and his declaration, quote,
"That would be very, very bad."
"Frankly, these parasites simply had it coming." Counterterrorism officials fear it could be interpreted by some as Mangione's call to action. Deputy NYPD Commissioner Rebecca Weiner.
We, of course, have been on the phone with all of our partners here in the city to make sure everybody is doing what they can to protect everybody that needs protecting.
Outside the New York Stock Exchange today,
I was struggling.
we found these
I don't know,
posters
like the
praising
last few
Thompson's
days,
murder.
when I first heard about CEOs being in danger, I struggled to sleep at night. I was, I don't know about you, but me personally, I couldn't sleep at night. The society is going to fall apart. This is horrifying.
With a red X across his portrait while singling out another executive. A similar poster on Broadway had been ripped down. The source of the posters was not identified. Catherine Wild runs the city's most influential business group.
Business leaders all take very personally what happened to Brian Thompson, because he was a guy who was doing his job. And
oh, God, he was just a guy doing his job.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
R.I.P. R.I.P. Okay. Oh, we have one last story before we really do have to take a break. We are so deep into this. We haven't taken a single break. 2.5 hours uninterrupted content. Truly crazy. Last story of the half. Long Island woman arrested for allegedly running unlicensed dental office from apartment.
A woman on Long Island is now facing charges after police say they busted her for running an unlicensed dentist office out of her one-bedroom apartment.
Yeah, this is what it looked like inside 70-year-old Gladys Serrano's home. Police discovered a dentist chair in the middle of her kitchen surrounded by drawers full of instruments, including empty vials of medication and used dental needles.
This afternoon, we're learning more about some of the operations she performed. Long Island reporter Shantae Lands live in Mineola with this story. Shantae.
I love this. I love that this happened 23 hours ago. Right around all of this happening. It's fascinating. Because, think about it. This woman only exists. She's only able to exist to do business as an unlicensed dentist, right? The only reason she can do this is because of our healthcare system. Like, it just wouldn't exist. You wouldn't have unlicensed dentistry if people didn't need alternative avenues to get dental care, right? Like if people weren't actively making it incredibly difficult for Americans to get access to just regular, healthcare services, including dental work, stuff like this is going to exist, right? People are going to, she might not be Batman, but she's, basically a vigilante dentist in her apartment trying to fill a need that doesn't get filled by our currently existing system of oppression. And ABC is outraged by the existence of this would even happen. How could this happen? How could it possibly be? Oh, I'll tell you how. Doesn't take a rocket scientist. Speaking as a guy from space. All right, space break, people. If you haven't already, hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe so you can get all of the latest galactic content. Yes, once you're done doing those two things, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network in one of the many ways we have available. All the ways: YouTube, Twitch, PayPal, Cash App, and Patreon. All these are great options for you to either help keep the Galactic News Network alive or get yourself some space benefits, perhaps both. We are completely funded by viewers like you, and this month has been especially trying as an unexpected situation occurred and leaving us in a galactic lurch. So do consider contributing in one of those ways. Alright, chat, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Alright, chat, I am back. Which means it's time. Time for you to get back to your seats. Otherwise, you miss all that sweet, sweet galactic content. I'm going to save this story for tomorrow. I'm going to go straight into talking about some of the political news of the day here in the second half. I'm afraid we got some things to talk about that here. Stuff been going on last couple of days. Probably going to have to skip over at least a couple of these, just because these two main stories we were talking about have taken up so much time. And we've got so many stories to talk about today. That's what happens when I don't do a stream for 2 days in a row. Was it two days? Or was it 3 days? I think it was 3 days, which is insane. All right, let's go here now. Talk about some of the things going on Capitol Hill, where apparently Trump picks have been blitzing the Capitol in an attempt to get themselves the sweet, sweet nominations, Senate confirmations. I mean, and, you know, people like Kash Patel, who in fact looks like he is on his way to definitely being the FBI director starting in January of next year.
Some of President-elect Trump's cabinet picks are expected back on Capitol Hill this morning. They're looking to garner more Senate support ahead of their confirmation hearings. That includes Trump's pick for FBI Director Kash Patel. Pete Hegseth and Kristi Noem are also looking to secure more votes this week before Congress goes dark for the winter break. CBS News senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe is in West Palm Beach, Florida. He's tracking all the developments for us this morning. So Ed, let me begin with Kash Patel, who's really been making the rounds, much like another controversial pick, Pete Hegseth. It seems as if most of his selections, the president-elects, are staying the course, ignoring their critics, ignoring sort of the controversy, and that seems to be working.
It does, because while critics may critic, they've only got to worry about 53 votes in the Senate, those 53 Republican senators who can vote yay or nay. And as long as he's got a majority of the Senate, or she, those nominees should be fine. And so that's why you see them making these methodical visits to key members of the committees first that would consider their nomination, and then eventually perhaps the full Senate. And we should point out that in most of these cases already, they've extended invitations to meet with Democratic senators who at least so far have passed up the opportunity, although we'll continue to track that. Kash Patel, the latest to join the fray, Tulsi Gabbard as well. Patel meeting yesterday, for example, with a senior member of the Judiciary Committee, John Cornyn of Texas, who came out and said, you know, you've heard all this stuff about how he wants to blow up the FBI or fire them all. He said, I think you would hear from Patel more directly now that that's just conjecture, and you should ask
It's just conjecture.
Well, it's that
we spent so much time on Kash earlier. I don't think we have to go too much over him, but the fact is that is not even close to being conjecture. That is his firmly held personal beliefs and desires. I mean, he's got a whole bunch of other stuff that he also wants to get done. I think this is a video from the actual meeting they were having here.
Keep it a pass on our left side here. Whoa.
Great footage here from Forbes. Really good stuff. Really good stuff. Is that Kash Patel? No? No, that's not Kash? No? Forbes doing such a great job with this footage. Oh, there he is. This guy is such a weirdo. What is that face that he's making? What do you call that face? What is he doing with his eyebrows right now? This guy's going to be in the FBI. He's going to be the head of the FBI. This guy? With zero law enforcement experience whatsoever. Okay. Interesting. And if you haven't heard, I can't remember if I even have the story in here. Do I? I don't think I do. So I'm just going to tell you. Christopher Wray, the current director of the FBI, who doesn't need to step down, has in fact said that he will be stepping down to when Donald Trump comes up with a new nominee, he's just going to step down.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland on the Majority Report. It is a pleasure to welcome back to the program Jeet here, National Affairs Correspondent, Nation Magazine. Jeet, we're going to be cruising next week. Sorry, Emma.
The Cedar, yeah. I mean, I'm thinking I'm going to have like 7 days on the open waters with Sam Cedar, but it's not enough. I also have to go on the program a day early.
Yes, she's going to prime up some of those conversations we'll be having over the course of the week.
I mean, really, you're just here to taunt me about how much sun you guys are going to get. I mean, I'm.
Yep.
New Jersey, like tanning is a big part of my cultural heritage.
Wow, it's part of your cultural heritage.
It's basically a hate
it's a
crime.
stretch.
I don't really want to go down.
I have a memo explanation saying, like,
That's a
let's ditch
stretch.
the Cedar guy. Let's bring on Matt and Emma. They're the ones that should be going on the cruise. They'll
agree.
The subscribers will love them. Will be moved to donate a lot of money to us. I think Sam actually.
Well, Jay, thanks for joining us today. All right, let's get into this. I will say also this time I know that there's actually free food during lunch. I didn't know that. I didn't know that there was already.
Let's stop taunting. Emma.
Okay.
Seriously.
So all
Poor
right,
Emma.
you wrote a piece about Donald Trump's government of gangsters, and it obviously we just had this really bold murder in New York City.
Style killing of a healthcare executive, which is what it looks like. It hasn't been a solved case, but I mean, everything from the gun casing to the victim points to this is like a return to basically the late 19th century. Also, an age of great inequality, where social progress had stalled, and where the working class members of it went on a spree where they killed a lot of politicians and also a lot of wealthy people. I think the same process applies in both cases. That I mean, this is what happens when you have a socially Darwinist society where people have really no path forward, and where they wisely decide to give people a lot of guns and ammunition and high-powered military-style weapons.
And the amazing thing to me is, even if it's not that, this person knew enough to write that on the shell casings, the response is, sort of like speaks more, it seems to me, about that dynamic than even if the guy was inspired to do it because of that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, there are historical echoes here. There's always been the sort of outlaw's hero. In the 1930s, guys like John Dillinger, Bonnie and Clyde, Pretty Boy Floyd, they were folk heroes. People wrote songs celebrating their antics. As Woody Guthrie said about Pretty Boy Floyd, some people rob you with a six-shooter, some people rob you with a fountain pen.
Yep. And Donald Trump's incoming government here is going to be, I think, a little bit of both.
In a Trumpian way, he had a multiracial right-wing movement, and it was because he's the guy who gives the finger to the system. And the fact that if you throw the law at a guy like that, if you say, if you have an anti-system politician versus Robert Mueller and James Comey, You're actually giving more strength to the anti-system politician. One thinks of Marion Barry as well. Again, a video of him smoking crack, but he said, "Oh, they set me up," and he was right. There was actually FBI entrapment because the FBI does not like black politicians. And he went to jail. He came back and he won again because he was the voice of those who hate the system and want to give a middle finger to it. And Democrats, the whole way they campaigned against Trump, they never said. The only one who says this is Obama, who's actually very shrewd. He doesn't Trump is not a real billionaire. He says Trump is this fat cat who lives in this mansion with a gold toilet, which is exactly how Obama ran against Mitt Romney. Romney is this multimillionaire who made money, offshoring jobs and turning the Midwest into a wasteland, which is true. The Democrats have never tied Trump to the system. They have made him an anti-system person. They're the ones who made him convincing because they decided it's more important to get Liz Cheney voters and to get, the suburban moderates, and that's how we will win. Well, we've seen it 2 out of 3 times. Does not work.
It reminds me too of the dilemma of when McAuliffe ran against Youngkin for Virginia governor. The obvious way to, I think it was Youngkin. The obvious way to hit Youngkin was this dude is Bain Capital, except for the problem was that McAuliffe was also Bain Capital, and
it's an unfortunate situation. Let's see here. Yeah, keep this moving. I'm going so slow right now. Guess who went to Capitol Hill? Tulsi. Tulsi went to Capitol Hill to hang out with Joni Ernst.
Are you at all worried about your...
What in the fuck is happening? Why is this happening?
Are you at all worried about your confirmation? Are you confident that you'll be confirmed? Have you spoken to President Trump?
Wow, come on, Tulsi. What's the problem?
Senator Ernst, how have your conversations been with Hegseth?
You can't just answer a question. You gotta hide. Gotta hide behind the Capitol Police.
Oh, thank you.
It's pathetic. Well, there's Republican Tulsi Gabbard meeting with Republican Joni Ernst. And yes, I know Tulsi claims she's not a Republican, but she is. She is. And she is being nominated by a Republican president. So, wake up. Wake up, babe. You're a Republican. All right. All right, enough Tulsi. So guess what? Somebody else got a nom. Very exciting. What was her phrase? It's not be best. What was Kimberly's thing? We are something. I forget what she said. Anyways, old Kimberly Guilfoyle getting a nomination.
Ladies and gentlemen,
yes.
Leaders and fighters for freedom and
ladies and gentlemen. This lady.
Ladies and gentlemen, leaders and fighters for freedom and liberty and the American dream, the best is yet to come.
All right, it's kind of hard to forget that moment from Kimberly Guilfoyle at the 2020 Republican National Convention. And while several reports say that her relationship with Donald Trump Jr.
They are going to need a cocaine vending machine at this administration's White House.
may be a thing of the past, the president-elect has tapped her to serve as the ambassador to Greece. Let's bring in our political panel, Megan Hayes and Lance Trover. Megan previously served as the director of message planning for the Biden White House, and Lance is a Republican strategist who served as a spokesperson for North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum's White House bid. Great to see you both. So we remember that moment from the convention. Greece, not a bad place to be, but the idea that Trump has appointed a lot of family members to his cabinet, the fathers of his daughters-in-law and other family members, not to the cabinet, I should say, to places in the administration. Lance, I'm wondering, what does it say about how Trump may govern? And do you think Americans care that he's putting family members in these positions?
I don't think they give to, family show.
Family
program. At all. Kimberly Guilfoyle is an attorney by trade. She was an associate prosecutor in San Francisco. I mean, she has a career.
I love this. CBS brought on 2 Republican strategists to see if people care about Donald Trump, exercising an incredible amount of nepotism in these nominations. I'm so glad. It's so unbiased. CBS might as well just come up with a new slogan for themselves. CBS, the new Fox News. Actually, people do care that Donald Trump is appointing his friends and family and business associates and lawyers and other people that he owes money to, or who gave him an incredible amount of money to office, okay? Just not, a certain group of idiots who voted for him. All right, let's see how things are going for Pete Hegseth over here. As it turns out, things are getting better for old Pete somehow. Hey, Looney Tunes, thank you for the resub.
The tide may be turning in favor of one of President-elect Donald Trump's controversial cabinet picks. National correspondent Matt Galka has the details on what's changed for the possible next Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth.
These have been great. Pete Hegseth, Donald Trump's pick to run the Department of Defense, has new momentum on Capitol Hill. His rollout after Trump chose him as his top man to lead the Pentagon has been mired in controversy, with past scandals Hegseth has denied, ranging from sexual assault allegations to drinking on the job to mismanaging money, dogging the former Army National Guardsman and Fox News host.
He doesn't currently believe that he has a problem. He has in the past consumed alcohol, but I don't think he would be
he has in the past consumed alcohol?
Or in the
That is not the allegation that he's in the past consumed alcohol, you dumb fuck. So disingenuous, these motherfuckers. It's gross. Nobody claimed that the drinking of alcohol at one time was the problem. It's fascinating just to watch Republicans just sort of obfuscate the
for having done
the
that.
situation.
Iowa Republican Joni Ernst issued a supportive statement for Hegseth after saying last week she had concerns about him.
It was a very productive meeting.
Ooh.
He does respect that I'm taking the time.
I would
Oh,
never
so good.
speak for Senator Ernst,
Respectful.
but I appreciate the time. It was an amazing conversation.
So good.
She's a wonderful combat vet, and
Almost said woman.
welcomed all of her insight.
Hegseth appeared to come out against women on the battlefield earlier this year,
Because I'm straight up just saying we should not have women in combat roles.
but returned to Fox News Monday
Remember that.
night and seemingly reversed course.
And I also want an opportunity here to clarify comments that have been misconstrued that I
clarify.
somehow don't support.
Clarify. I mean, they were incredibly clear. Can we hear them again?
On the battlefield earlier this year,
Because I'm straight up just saying we
Straight
should not
up.
have women in combat
Straight
roles.
up.
but returned to Fox
Straight up.
News Monday night and seemingly reversed course.
And I also want an opportunity here to clarify
No, we don't
comments
need
that have
clarity.
been misconstrued that I somehow.
We don't need clarity. You just told us straight up women shouldn't be in combat. Why would we need more clarity than that? Straight up? What's more clear than straight up? I don't know. I'm confused. Future Secretary of Defense, that guy. All right, let's go here. Horrifying news story. Mitch McConnell. Terrible fall.
Thanks, Senator Klobuchar.
Wait,
Senator
sorry,
Kennedy.
wrong one.
Thank you.
No, fuck off. We don't have time for you right now.
Bit of breaking news to bring to you right now. We've gotten word that Republican leader Mitch McConnell has taken a fall. It happened during the Senate Republican lunch today. 2 medical responders were seen briefly entering the office. Afterward, they have now left. Our Jay O'Brien is on the Hill. Jay, what more do we know?
Yeah, Kira, we know essentially what you know, which is that Mitch McConnell had that fall during the weekly Senate Republican lunch. Obviously, it was in the view of the Senate Republican Conference and his colleagues. He is currently in his office. Last we were aware, he was visited briefly by 2 medical responders who went into his office, briefly visited with McConnell, and then left. John Thune, who's the incoming Senate Majority Leader who is taking over for McConnell, has said that McConnell is fine and that he's in his office. That is the
People, they don't understand just how difficult it is to walk on stairs and on hallways. They don't, I mean, most people, they struggle with walking, and it's totally normal for a man with a great deal of power to constantly be struggling with simple tasks like walking or standing or wait, where am I again? Hey, is this? Where's my mom? Hold on. What's happening?
Eddie submitted it.
All right, let's move on. Mitch McConnell's apparently fine, and he will remain fine for some time. I would assume he's being kept alive by millions of dollars and whatever else. Evil. Let's go to a situation. Actually, wait. I don't know. We're skipping this one. This one was most recent. Let's go to this one. It's a little older. We got to get through these. Sorry, people. All right. Donald Trump said some stuff recently about a little country called Canada. Let's go to that.
On a True Social, Trump posted mocking Justin Trudeau, calling him the governor of the great state of Canada, and saying he's looking forward to more talks about terrorism. What do you think of that? And is your message really cutting through if he's still posting things like that?
Well, it sounds like we're living in an episode of South Park.
Look, my focus is I try to deal with issues that are of concern for my country and for my portfolio. To the extent that there are questions on what President Trump may be looking to do in terms of managing the relationship with Canada, I think they'd be better placed with the American administration. Of course, we will do what we can to stand up for the well-being of Canada and for families who call this country home.
Okay, well, Canada is a sovereign country. I am very proud to be Canadian.
But what do you make of the fact that President-elect
the member of Parliament from Oakville, Ontario, Canada? We have to continue to remember that Canada is a sovereign country, and that we should all be proud to live.
Is anybody in Canada? I'd like to know. Is there anyone in Canada in chat right now? Have you forgotten that you're your own country? Just wondering, asking for a friend.
I mean, we are responsible for ensuring the sovereignty, the security, the protection, the well-being of Canada. That's our focus. And I think that should be everyone's focus.
Well, I think that Canadians have an expectation of the government being responsible and being mature and protecting Canadian interests. It doesn't much matter what else happens in the world. It's about how you comport yourself. I think, we found this in all of our lives. We've been confronted with difficult circumstances. And what you need to do is step back and ask the question, what's the most mature, responsible response? And in this case, the relationship between our two countries is vitally important, not just to Canada, but also to the United States. And there's a lot of things that we can work to. So I think there's a lot of things that are said, and I don't know the context, but I do know the importance of the relationship, and that's what we need to stay centered on. Well,
Okay. I think Doug Ford also commented in here somewhere. Hold on. See what that idiot had to say.
The Prime Minister and premiers will reconvene tomorrow to talk strategy. They're charting the progress they've made since U.S. President-elect Donald Trump threatened Canada with punitive tariffs. There's plenty to chew over, including a provocative social media post from Trump. The CBC's Marina von Stackelberg has the latest for us from Ottawa.
Well, we know that this is the second time that the premiers have met with the prime minister to talk about the Trump presidency, but this one comes with a little bit of added oomph based on what we've heard from President-elect Donald Trump since last night. So we know that Trump has been making this joke that Canada should be the 51st state of the United States and that Justin Trudeau could be the governor. And we know that Trump joked about this already once when Prime Minister Justin Trudeau flew down to the United States to dine with Trump. It was a joke that he made last month. We know that this has kind of come after this threat that Trump has put forward that he would put a 25% tariff on all Canadian goods coming into the United States. And we know that Trump also told NBC on Sunday that if the U.S. was, in his words, going to run up a lopsided trade deficit from Canada, that Canada might as well become one of the...
And it's not the way it works. Not China, none of these countries are running up a trade deficit. It's actually really, it's all a result of America's choices. Americans' choices, American businesses' choices on where they buy from. It's got nothing, it literally has, like, it's insane. It is an insane suggestion. Justin Trudeau is running up a trade deficit against the United States. That's what he's doing. Okay.
Times have changed. Our kids are getting worse. They won't obey their parents. They just want to fart and curse. Should we blame the government or blame society?
Or should we blame the images on TV?
No, blame Canada! Blame Canada! With all their beady little eyes and flapping heads among the lies. Blame Canada! Blame Canada! We need to form a full assault! It's Canada's fault!
Don't blame me for my son Stan. He saw the darn cartoon and now he's off to join the Klan. And my boyfriend once had my picture on his shelf, but now when I see him it tells me to fuck myself.
Well, blame Canada!
All right.
Seems that
All right.
everything's gone wrong.
There we go. There we go. It's all Canada's fault. Somehow. Not sure how. It's implicit. It's implicit fault. Okay. Oh, this is an annoying ass fucking thing. I was considering just hey, guess what? The new defense budget is in. Guess what it adds up to? $900 billion. That's right. Nearly $1 trillion. Closer to $1 trillion than not. For defense. I wonder if the House of Representatives thought that was a reasonable amount of money to spend. Yeah, let's find out.
South and Key West, which happens to be in my district. I strongly urge all of my colleagues to vote in favor of this NDA.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, as it turns out, that's what they did. Republicans and Democrats both voted for it. Some more Democrats, less Democrats voted for it than Republicans, technically. There also happens to be more Republicans in in the House. But as you can see, some number of Democrats thought this was an unacceptable amount. But it did pass, with many Democratic votes signing on to this. So there you go. $900 billion. Did you vote for that? Almost definitely not, but you get to pay for it, so that's exciting. Okay, that was from yesterday. Here's from 2 days ago. If you didn't see it, Yoav Gallant came to the United States, an accused, wanted war criminal, came to the United States.
Gallant, you are a war criminal! How dare you be in this country where the ICC has you out for an arrest? You have the blood of thousands of Palestinians on your hands! You are a murderer! You're a genocidal murderer! How dare you be able to be let in to Washington, D.C.? No one wants you here! You are a murderer! The entire world wants you arrested! You are the puppet of the United States!
You are not Jewish. We have met before. I'm Jewish or not is a very good question. But you don't represent the Jewish people. You are a traitor to the Jewish people. You are supporting the greatest rebellion against God. Danger to the Jewish people. And
Okay, so yeah, Yoav Gallant got to walk around on U.S. streets with police protection, while protesters yelled at him, even though he is a war criminal and wanted by the ICC. Thankfully for him, the U.S. does not recognize international law.
Illegal.
All right, how are you doing on time? Probably not good. Not good. This is bad. This stream is gonna go on forever, I swear to God. Why are there two streams? There's 3 streams. There's the Twitch stream, then there's 2 YouTube streams. There's the flat and the vertical stream. Alright, let's talk AI a little bit here. I'm gonna skip a few stories.
you are standing with Hamas.
Just because we have to get on with this.
You are a cockball.
I have to get on with this stream. Gotta keep this moving. Alright, let's talk about how Trump may change AI regulations when he gets in office in about a month.
The fates of several government agencies and even more government workers are unclear as President-elect Donald Trump prepares for his return to the White House. But that's not all. At a campaign event in December 2023, then candidate Trump vowed to cancel President Biden's executive order on artificial intelligence. That order kicked off a government response to figure out how to develop and use AI safely. But with about 40 days left in office, President Biden is pressing on with his administration's work on artificial intelligence. His chief of staff sent a memo to White House personnel yesterday saying in part, quote, "We have announcements to come on everything from climate to conservation to AI and more." Elizabeth Kelly is here with me now in Studio 57. She's the director of the U.S. AI Safety Institute. So happy to have you here in studio. So this institute was created after President Biden's executive order on AI. What does the future of this agency look like under the incoming Trump administration?
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. So the U.S. AI Safety Institute's mission is quite simply to understand, identify, and mitigate the risks of advanced AI systems.
That sounds really simple.
So we can harness the enormous potential of this breakthrough technology.
It's hilarious that she claims that that's a simple task. It's very simply to understand and mitigate the risks of AI. Okay.
In our view, it's a virtuous cycle where safety enables trust, trust enables adoption,
It's a virtuous cycle.
and adoption enables more innovation. And the work that we are doing at the AI Safety Institute with a great team of folks drawn from the private sector, from academia, is really to be able to work with the companies to test and evaluate their models, issue.
We just need to stop all this. We need to stop all this right now. It is out of control. The more we legitimize these things with regulations rather than just making them illegal, the more that we cement them into society.
Turning towards the metaverse, talking ad nauseum about the metaverse.
There's been a lot of snark about what exactly the metaverse is.
The metaverse, a byproduct of COVID isolation, mass-produced virtual reality headsets in the burgeoning Web3 space.
If we think back a couple of years, we had, huge companies investing in metaverse divisions and hiring chief metaverse officers and whole strategies around this.
Banks started opening branches in the metaverse. Celebrities made headlines buying property in the metaverse. ETFs around the metaverse trade started popping up.
Well, we were all still sort of under pandemic lockdown. So there was over-exuberance in metaverse because people were looking to socialize and it wasn't that easy to do in real life.
At the peak of the metaverse hype cycle, Citibank estimated the space could hit $13 trillion in valuation by 2030. Microsoft threw its hat in the metaverse ring. Even Web3 and crypto projects capitalized on the trend, with decentralized metaverses like Decentraland and Sandbox.
None of those worked well
this
ever.
Sort of idea of a digital asset, apply that to the 3D virtual worlds, and huzzah, you've got the metaverse.
But when it comes to the metaverse, no one stakes their claim on the space more than Facebook.
Facebook is announcing its name change officially, now changing its corporate name to Meta.
The next platform and medium will be even more immersive, an embodied internet where you're in the experience, not just looking at it.
In October of 2021, Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg placed his trillion-dollar social media company at the forefront of the metaverse conversation, investing heavily in its Reality Labs segment, kicking off the entire Wall Street hype cycle.
There was genuinely a need and a desire at the time for Facebook, the company, to rebrand into something else.
The metaverse was Facebook.
There was not. Unless you mean because of the fact that Facebook had been publicly humiliated over their over Cambridge Analytica, and they're sort of working with completely unverified researchers, giving them complete access to user data and all that kind of stuff. If that's what you mean, then yeah, they needed to rebrand because people hated that that happened.
I think we're all still waiting to see if people will come.
Ooh, what happened to the metaverse? Good question, because it died. It sucks.
To understand the metaverse and Meta's role in the space, first we have to figure out what exactly it is.
The metaverse cannot be defined.
Kind of like a virtual digital world, universe, if you will, in which people can essentially have like their internet counterpart, essentially like an avatar of yourself, live inside this virtual world.
An open-ended, interconnected world with user-driven content and the potential for the users to cross into other platforms.
Trying to define what a metaverse or the metaverse is was kind of one of the biggest issues that actually surrounded the metaverse overall as concept, because it was never really...
I hate CNBC. They're so bad.
Space.
The problem with metaverse is people assumed that they would be developed instantaneously. And even Facebook, Meta, trying to do it in an environment where they're a publicly traded company and have to show success on a quarterly basis was even too fast for a company as well-funded as Meta was.
Now, 3 years after changing its name, Meta's metaverse has largely fallen out of the tech conversation. Google searches for the term metaverse are near flat just 3 years after hitting a peak in October of 2021.
Undoubtedly, the last couple of years.
The fact is the metaverse has always been an idiotic idea, right? The fact is if you've ever played like an open world game, like it takes already an incredible amount of processing power to be able to run such a thing, right? But the metaverse is not just an open world game, right? It's an open world game that's intended to mimic the real world, that's intended to essentially upload the entire internet to it, and then also still be a functional open world. And it just physically, the amount of servers needed for this kind of stuff to do it would destroy humanity, right? To get everything onto this thing is going, would destroy humanity. To make it like functional for people to actually use at that point, everybody would need supercomputers themselves.
We've seen the metaverse hugely drop away in popularity.
Now Reality Labs faces an eye-watering $58 billion in operating losses since 2020. And insider reports from 2022 revealed Horizon Worlds was averaging around 200,000 monthly active users in its first year, less than half of Meta's original goal of 500,000.
If it didn't do this and it decided just to be a social company, which it absolutely could have done, it would have saved it billions of dollars in terms of what it spent on Reality Labs.
So what happened? Why didn't people flock to the metaverse? Well, there's been a lot of finger pointing, but most arguments come back to the same conclusion. No one's really figured out a solid use case for the broad adoption of a metaverse.
The audience wasn't.
Yeah, because it doesn't make any sense. It's a stupid idea where a huge amount of money is being poured into it because they feel like there's an incredible amount of money to be made from it. But nobody ever asked themselves if people truly wanted it. That's the problem. They spend a bunch of money on a thing without actually asking everyone if this is something that was going to be good for them, if they were going to want it. The fact is, these things are pointless unless everyone adopts them, right? All this sort of crypto adjacent crap only really useful if everybody is on board. It's like the non-aggression principle in libertarianism, right? It only works if everybody chooses to agree to it and stick to it and live by it. Otherwise, it's useless to them. To everyone, really. To society. And that's what they're trying to do, right? They're trying to create a utopia, essentially, on the internet.
Are we still hyped, Konstantin?
Are we? Let's find out.
Good morning, Caroline, and great to see you.
Oh, he looks hyped.
We are definitely in an AI hype cycle.
So
hyped.
hyped.
We're not really focused on the 2024 hype cycle or even 2025.
Wow, looking to the future.
On the very long term. And artificial intelligence is a very big and very important macro trend.
So important.
Akin really to the Industrial Revolution.
Really?
And so that's a trend we have been investing in for decades and are going to continue investing in for decades to come, regardless of where hype lands.
You wrote a piece a year or so ago, really identifying.
It's very exciting. He's very, very hyped about this. Very, very hyped. All right, what's his conclusion on all this?
Have a better educated, healthier population. So
really,
the agent's going to do the entire task. Likely in the cybersecurity space, like with Expo, there are companies where their AI agent's going to do work for the person in order to augment them, like in the case of Rocks.
Konstantin, you're a big thinker and you put out sort of trends and forecasts. Trend for us how many agent offerings we really need. How many public and private companies, how many horses such as Rocks can you back?
Well, it's just the beginning and early days for artificial intelligence. And look, the constraint is really our creativity. The amount of opportunity for artificial intelligence is huge, and I'll give an example. Two areas that are critical to all of us are healthcare and education. They have been areas where...
So yeah, this guy thinks AI is going to solve healthcare and education. Like, this dude is exactly the sort of guy that has empowered people like Brian Thompson to do what they were doing at United Healthcare and other places like that. And we're gonna solve the healthcare problems with AI. You know, we're just gonna make it faster. We're gonna make it, instantaneous. These denials. We're gonna set up these systems, to ruin all this shit that existed. Right? Like, it's fucking nonsense. And education. It's already been proven that AI disseminates false information. So setting us up to use AI for education is fucking idiotic. Okay? Big thinker, she called him. Idiotic big thinker. But a big thinker, yeah, he's thinking big picture. But the picture that he's drawing is fucking insane.
Cost has gone up and up and up for decades. And a lot of reason for that cost increase is because of the cost of services.
Right.
Now that AI can actually complete some tasks, I really think that AI can come in and in the coming decades, not just the coming year, but in the coming decades, be a hero for those industries, drive down costs, and actually help us have a better
hero for those industries.
Population.
Yeah, AI is going to be a hero for the healthcare industry so they can make more money, drive down costs. How great for them. They can make even more billions of dollars. That's so exciting. This Konstantin Buehler at Sequoia Capital. It's basically it's a private equity firm worth tens of billions of dollars. Private money. Basically kings. They're telling us that they're going to implement AI across the board to address all of those problems that are costing them so much money. How great. Now let's talk about the capabilities of AI a little bit, because, you know, the fact is he's saying in the coming decades in a way that, you know, presupposes that it's going to continue going up and up and up in terms of its functionality. And, well, at some point, we might have to actually come to the conclusion that it won't. Because just like Moore's Law, it's not a law. It's just there's been observable improvements. But there will be a plateau. And it may be already coming. But we'll get into that in a little bit.
MIT's Computer Science and Artificial Intelligence Laboratory is a world-leading facility. But today, I've come to teach a thing or two. To the robots, that is, not the people. In a bid to help them behave as humanly as possible, especially with the tasks that...
What's an LLM? An LLM is a large language model. It's basically what a chat GPT is based on. It's what it is.
wouldn't give a second thought to. This reinforcement learning, where the machines mimic humans, is how the AI is trained. It aims to make the bots less, well, robotic and more multi-skilled.
Too British? It's the BBC, okay?
This motion is actually
it's exactly as much British as expected.
Where we place the glass and the pitcher, so we can have a much more adaptive system that does not need to have everything specified precisely. In fact, this is part of the magic of machine learning. With machine learning,
magic.
We can turn pre-programmed robots into intelligent machines.
Ooh, really?
That means we can use data, we can use text, we can use images.
Super exciting.
We can even use muscle activity, and we can learn from...
Let's see some of that in action. Hold on. I just want to see what they're talking about. They have, they made this video. They got some examples. Let's see what they mean. Apparently this is amazing technology with so many possible uses. Ooh, robot arm. Let's see how good this thing is.
Train it to pick up that dollar bill. It's really sensitive to movement. As you can see here, just the tiniest.
Now, I don't know if you notice it. I personally notice it immediately. The machine doesn't even move in the same way that her fingers are moving. Watch it. Watch the background. Watch what the rhythm of what her fingers are doing.
Sensitive to movement. As you can
It's really not doing it.
see here, just the
It's trying, but it's not quite. It's really not doing
you can
it.
really see them. Also, those movements are quite human. If I do a kind of typing action, look at that. Look at the fingers.
Yeah, I do. I'm looking at them. They're not doing what you're doing.
Right, so if I now move my hand
They're moving,
down,
but they're
as
not
though I'm
doing
going
what
to
you're
pick
actually
up
doing.
the dollar bill. Okay. Oh, I'm a bit over there.
Ooh, yeah, this looks easy. Oh yeah, you got to move it. This is groundbreaking.
And failed repeatedly,
Oh my god.
So I'm not sure how much use
This is
this
incredible
training
technology. Look at it go.
Oh,
Little caterpillars.
So frustrating.
Now pet a kitten. I would not trust that robot around a cat. I would not. All right. Now, apparently, a huge advancement has been made, supposedly. According to Bloomberg Technology, Google has gotten a computer to solve a septillion-year task in just minutes.
Down to business with Charles Pellegrin, and we're going to focus today on the latest chapter in the chip war between the United States and China. Beijing launching a probe into one of America's most valuable tech companies.
That's right, Stuart. Chinese
China, they're hitting back at the United States for being assholes about chips. Okay.
The biggest challenge thus far has been ultimately error correction. Can you just talk us through
Seriously though,
what
this
you have
guy
just achieved?
looks like a fucking villain.
Yeah, the biggest news.
It doesn't help that he has that accent either. But it tell me that this guy doesn't look like he literally just walked off of set from being a villain on a Bond movie, or like name like a thriller, or like some sort of like future dystopic. Like this guy literally looks like he just came out of like Altered Carbon or something.
For today is that we developed a new, very high quality quantum chip. And this enabled two breakthrough computations. And one is an error correction, where we showed for the first time that as we use more qubits, the error rate comes down, and it comes down exponentially. The second important achievement, breakthrough achievement, is that we did a benchmark computation, took just 5 minutes on our new chip, that would take the top supercomputer 10 septillion years to perform. So 10 septillion, audience may not know, that's a 1 with 25 zeros. So it's a mind-bogglingly long time.
And it took 5 minutes. What I want to understand is what this benchmark test is. Benchmark random circuit sampling. What does this prove?
Yeah, so this benchmark problem, we often say, is not a problem that people on Main Street have yet. But it's a suitable benchmark to compare different quantum processors to each other, or to compare quantum processors, quantum chips, against classical computers.
What's so...
So, I mean, this is certainly a huge scientific breakthrough. I'm not going to take that away from them. It will certainly create all sorts of problems. Technically, security-wise, other places, if stuff like this exists. But like I was saying before, AI advancements might be slowing down. Just like Moore's Law. If you look at it, like, it's not really a law, right? It was an observation that chips were getting smaller and smaller every year, right? For a time, a standard rate, essentially, or like not a standard, but like, you get what I'm saying, like a very near standardized almost rate for, I don't know exactly how many years that went on for, but at some point that started to cap off, right? It started to plateau, and the improvements that we're seeing in chips are slowing down drastically, that we've seen over the last, I don't know, 7 or so years. They're just not moving as fast in terms of how they had previously. And now the same thing is happening to AI, which I would say is a bad omen for AI and all these AI investors and all these fucking insane people who want to enslave humanity with their algorithms, because if it is in fact starting to slow down on its abilities, right, and it still is not managing to actually achieve AGI, it's not managing to achieve stuff that it needs for most of the applications that they want this to be used for, it totally makes it basically a dead proposition at this point, if it really is slowing down. Because, like, we talk about it in all sorts of different ways, but the fact is for many of these applications we hear people talk about, They need it to be AGI, which is just artificial general intelligence, where you're able to just make the same sort of decisions a human would make in any sort of situation. Be able to, take that and go to, like to have robots walking the street and making decisions and stuff like that. You need a functional AGI. You can't just have them walking around aimlessly, like. But if they doesn't seem like they actually have that yet.
AI breakthroughs have been a question of when, not if.
Google unveiling long-awaited new details about its large language model Gemini.
Claude 3, it is arguably now one of the most powerful AI models out there, if not the most powerful.
Preview, if you will, for us ChatGPT 5.
I expect it to be a significant leap forward.
But what if that core assumption that models can only keep getting bigger and better is now fizzling?
Is there really a slowing in progress, because that wasn't expected?
It could spell cracks in the NVIDIA bull story.
We're increasing GPUs at the same rate, but we're not getting the intelligence improvements out of it.
Calling into question the gigantic ramp in spending from Amazon, Google, Microsoft. A rush for tangible use cases and a killer app. I'm Deirdre Bosa with the Tech Check Take. Has AI progress peaked? Call it performance anxiety, the growing concern in Silicon Valley that AI's rapid progression is losing steam.
We've really slowed down in terms of the amount of improvement.
Reached a ceiling and is now slowing down.
In the pure model competition, the question is, when do we start seeing a asymptote to scale?
Hitting walls that even the biggest players, from OpenAI to Google, can't seem to overcome. Progress didn't come cheap. Billions of dollars invested
Seriously.
to keep pace, banking on the idea that returns, they would be outsized.
It wasn't just not cheap for them. It also cost us. Remember that. Always remember that these people have jacked up our electricity, our gas prices by doing all of this, right? They've needed the electricity. Right, so they spent billions of dollars and then cost us billions of dollars in unexpected things like that, right?
But no gold rush is guaranteed to last, and early signs of struggle are now bubbling up at major AI players. The first indication that things are turning, the lack of progression between models.
I expect that the delta between 5 and 4 will be the same as between 4 and 3.
What?
Each new generation of open...
Didn't he just get done telling us that ChatGPT 5 was going to be a huge leap forward? What changed?
AI's flagship GPT models, the ones that power ChatGPT, they have been exponentially more advanced than the last in terms of their ability to understand, generate, and reason. But according to reports, that's not happening anymore.
There was talk prior to now that these companies were just going to train on bigger and bigger and bigger systems. If it's true that it's top, that's not going to happen anymore.
OpenAI has led the pack in terms of advanced.
In software engineering, it's assumed that device performance grows rapidly while resource constraints are non-existent. That's not just a function of software engineering, right? That's a function of our society, of our capitalist system, which it completely ignores. Like in economics, completely ignores resource scarcity. Aside from new, what's it called? Like the new school. God damn it! Not the new. Is it the new school Keynesians who are now? Oh God, my brain just broke. I wasn't prepared for this, but no, but essentially for all of the history of economics up until very recent modern history, and still it doesn't really account enough for it. But the fact is that that's genuinely like a function of our system and how we've set things up to ignore resource scarcity, while in fact it is something incredibly important to keep track of. We have a materialistic society that doesn't actually care about the materials.
Its highly anticipated next model, called Orion, it was expected to be a groundbreaking system that would represent a generational leap in bringing us closer to AGI, or artificial general intelligence. But that initial vision, it's now being scaled back. Employees who have used or tested Orion told the information that the increase in quality was far smaller than the jump between GPT-3 and 4, and that they believed Orion isn't reliably better than its predecessor at handling certain tasks like coding.
To put it in perspective, remember, ChatGPT came out at the end of 2022. So now it's been, close to 2 years. And so you had initially a huge ramp up in terms of what all these new models can do. And what's happening now is you've really trained all these models, and so the performance increases are kind of leveling off.
That is a huge problem. We've all seen it, even in this chat. We have a chat GPT enabled Nightbot, which fails constantly to give accurate information, right? And these people are full steam ahead, spending billions of dollars investing in this shit, and it's leveling off. And his performance isn't going to get tremendously better over the years, right? And meanwhile, they are expending a tremendous amount of resources on this. Not only adding to global warming, but also costing just regular humans, in the meantime, extra money on their electricity bills by doing all of this shit. And it's not even going, it doesn't even seem like it's even going to provide what they've been claiming it's going to provide. And I've, of course, been skeptical of it all along. People here have heard me complaining about it a lot and asking about its legitimacy and the necessity to expend this much energy over something like this. And, it seems like I might have been asking the right questions. All right, where are we at on time? 3:40. Okay. It'll probably give us enough time to cover some of this here. Jesus. All right, we're going to keep talking about stuff that's affecting the environment and other sorts of environmental stuff. First, let's go here. South China Morning Post. We said it earlier this year, and it was almost a guarantee. It wasn't some sort of insane claim to make, so I'm not going to be, I'm not taking any credit for this. But we did say 2024 was almost definitely going to be the hottest year on record, that we had been on track for the last many years, to continuing to be on the hottest year on record every year, pretty much preceding the last one. And, well, we've done it again, everybody. Great job. We made the Earth even hotter.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed! So hot right now.
It's a worrying milestone.
Certain that
we are now virtually certain
will be the warmest year on record.
Temperatures worldwide will exceed a 1.5 degrees Celsius threshold. The 1.5 degrees Celsius level is an important benchmark scientists use to track global warming. It refers to a global average rise above pre-industrial temperatures.
Expectation for 2024 is first, as I said, that it will be the warmest year on record, but also the first year above 1.5 based on our data, as well as data from other global temperature data sets. Even if we don't have the data for the full year, but, that's something that we are.
We got like 10 days left, buddy, or whatever. 15. How many days are in? 31. So 17 days left, or something like that.
Now, based on the data we have available so far, it is likely that it will even be above 1.55.
That's bad. Communities in Asia felt the heat in 2024. They certainly did. Record heat waves were reported in Thailand, India, and Bangladesh. Yeah, we talked about all of those. In the Philippines, the mercury reached a scorching 53 degrees Celsius on April 28th. It's insane. 130 degrees Fahrenheit. Cook an egg at that temperature. In India, intense heat waves caused a drought.
For 2024, we are about to exceed that threshold of 1.5. Is a stark reminder that the climate is warming and that we really need to step up effort to reduce greenhouse gas emissions.
I feel like guys like this are constantly speaking in like a sort of an exasperated tone. One that I feel I take sometimes when I talk about this, where it's just like, it almost feels like a sick joke that you're part of, where it's like, you know, like you're watching this thing happen that seemingly just a massive group of people are just ignoring. It feels like a joke on yourself, in a way. Alright. Now, this is fucked up. We're talking about climate change right now, and usually December is not what is would be considered fire season in any place in the United States. But in California, there's been a massive, uncontrolled fire. In basically the exact same spot there was one last month. Right near the Ventura County fire, right across, basically on the other side of the mountain, outside of Malibu. They're within like a mile of each other, I think. A huge brush fire started and has been going on, still going on right now. And one thing, well, we'll get into that later.
Push in and see, let's see what I'm seeing here. I am seeing, oh yeah, look at this, Colleen. I'm seeing a lot of students walking to where they were told to. I believe you mentioned it. I think it was the cafeteria. So we do see a lot of students listening to what they were told to do. I believe this is the girls' dorm road, is what my map is saying. So I would only assume that means we're very close to the dormitory.
Yeah, students are being told to go to the Tyler Campus Center or Payson Library. I'm trying to look at your map here to see if I see any indication.
So yeah, this was at Pepperdine University in Malibu, which had their students evacuate their dorms and go to an interior building away from what they believe to be fire threats. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to switch back to the office. We got a ton of videos on this. We don't have time to be switching back and forth between the office on these. But this fire was in part caused by the dry conditions, but also wind.
New video this midday from NBC Bay Area Sky Rangers showing the aftermath after strong winds wreaked havoc overnight in Berkeley. Take a look at this. A massive redwood tree crashing down into someone's home.
Now, this is the Bay Area, so it's a bit it's far off from Malibu, but there's been a lot of winds in California. And with the fact that it's unseasonably warm, unseasonably dry, it's, you know, these fires are just going to keep happening. And there should be no fires right now. It's winter, right? There should be no large wildfires happening. But we've seen them go straight through fall into winter. So this was the first like live overhead video of this fire. Essentially came out. It started during the night. I mean, this shit is insane. The images are just incredible, and the ferocity of these fires burning. This is talking about the evacuations, I think.
We've got breaking news out of Malibu, California. Evacuations are underway over this massive brush fire, which we've got a live look at coming from our sister station, KABC. They've got their chopper up over this thing. Thousands of homes are threatened. There's a lot of concern right now over the famous Malibu pier. What they're dealing with are strong Santa Ana winds gusting as high as 80 miles an hour that have helped to fuel the flames, spreading rapidly on hillsides only a few miles from Pepperdine University. Students at the school are being told shelter in place and to be ready to leave if it's necessary. The fire started with an...
Seriously though, fire season is becoming all year. Who said that? Yeah, well, wait. Tamara. Yeah. No, that's the crazy thing, is that it's becoming an all year round thing. It's not supposed to. It is completely, like, it's a massive change in our ecosystem that this is the case, or that it at least feels like it's the case. And this not just feels like. We've talked about the data for this. I don't know why I'm saying it like that, but like the fact is it is becoming an all year round thing. Whoopsies! I did not mean to do that.
It has definitely. And we're continuing to follow the breaking news out of California. The Franklin wildfire in Malibu exploding in size this morning. And because of that, Pepperdine University students are sheltering in place. And we spoke to one student just a short time ago.
Well, it started about, I was in my dorm with a couple of my buddies, and it started about 11:30, our power went out. And then we got a call from a roommate saying that there was a pretty large fire. And so I ran down the hall, grabbed a couple of the friends that I knew lived closest to me, and we kind of made a game plan to head to the library.
So that fire has now burned more than 1,800 acres. It is 0% contained at this moment. Let's get back over to CNN's Derek Van Dam, who's tracking this and where it's headed, how it's going. What are you seeing?
Yeah, at its height last night, overnight, this thing exploded in growth. It consumed over 5.5 football fields per minute with this explosive fire that was so hot.
5.5 football fields per minute?
Allowing for these flames to bend in towards the flames, kind of consuming itself. That was just incredible to see some of the descriptions from the National Weather Service coming out of Los Angeles. There's some aerial video of it. You can see the extent of the evacuation warnings that are in place here across Ventura County and into Los Angeles County. But let's center in towards Malibu. Here is Pepperdine University. This is the Malibu Canyon Road, and we focused a lot of our attention just to its east because that's where we saw the rapid growth overnight when winds were gusting over 50 miles per hour. But then we started to see the spot fires approach Pepperdine University. And at one stage, according to university officials, there were actually helicopters getting water from this alumni park. You can see some of the local lakes here within the Pepperdine University area taking the water, helping extinguish the flames. But notice this. This is the Pacific Coast Highway, Highway 1. It jumped the highway and approached the coastline. The good news here is that it's running out of room to burn.
Good news is the ocean doesn't burn. Thank you, pal. Appreciate that. Let's go here. CBS News. This one's also from, I think this was Monday night, 2 days ago.
Good morning, I'm Errol Barnett at the CBS Broadcast Center here in New York. We have breaking news coming to us from Southern California, where a dangerous brush fire continues to grow. People have been evacuated and
I've
it
been
is
disconnected.
Pepperdine
What's
University.
happening?
We're going to join CBS News Los Angeles for their ongoing coverage of this breaking event.
Wait, am I connected? Okay, I reconnected. Holy shit. I got disconnected for a second. Boy, okay.
We're going to join CBS News Los Angeles for their ongoing coverage of this breaking event.
Is out. None of the signals worked or anything, but then once you got closer this way, you know, like past Paradise Cove, everything's like normal and lit up, and I got back to the house and went to bed fine, and then midnight, like I hear all these helicopters, and I thought it was from the Navy base or something, and it come out, and the whole mountain all around us, everything.
Jesus, can you imagine just waking up, looking out your window and just seeing a wall of fire? And the fact is, this image that they're showing right now is a bit subdued. Some of the other ones that I've seen from on the ground were insane. Did you miss you did miss the Luigi report technically, but the video, the VOD still exists. You'll be able to watch, or you could even watch it now, technically, if you were really hoping for that. It took us 2 hours to unpack. We also talked about the Daniel Penny case sort of in juxtaposition to that case.
Engulfed, and I got everybody up and out of the house and tried to stay back and save the horse.
Yeah, you could hear how emotional that woman was. Luckily, she was able to get all of her loved ones out, and she got most of the animals that were in her area, her neighborhood, out. But that was also a concern we heard from a lot of people this morning, that there are a lot of areas here where people have farm animals, where people have horses, and that was really a concern about, like, where do we have room or time to get them? Are they going to be okay on their own? Really concerning when fires break out in these overnight hours, because it is very dark. It's hard to know what's going on, and it's hard to know, just how much time you have. Again, as we come back out here live, one of the things I can say is that we have seen a lot of water dropping helicopters.
I think this must have been actually Tuesday morning. So yeah, I take that back. This was not Monday night. Or maybe it was originally Monday night. My brain is broken right now. Pretty sure this was Tuesday morning though. All right, let's keep this going. We got more to talk here. Go to NBCLA. Go web go.
We have been following breaking news since 3:30 this morning. The Franklin fire is burning out of control in Malibu. We can tell you that thousands of people have been forced to leave. Sheriff's deputies had to go door to door trying to make sure everybody got out. It was the middle of the night, a very scary situation. Pepperdine University, the students there, 3,000 of them, had to shelter in place to make sure that they stayed safe as well.
Yeah, the fire has grown in size over the last hour or so. It was 1,800 acres, now 2,200 acres. And sadly, we have learned of structures, homes being lost. We know that at least 2 homes, we've seen at least 2 homes burn. We have witnessed that this morning, and then we've heard of other structures burning as well. So obviously that is a big concern. We've got students at Pepperdine University sheltering in place right now. All schools in the Malibu community have been canceled for today, and I believe tomorrow as well.
That's right. Let's go right back to Roland Sproul. He is in News Chopper 4. Roland, as we've been watching some of this video, it may be actually video coming from News Chopper 4. We are now seeing the Chinook helicopters. We're seeing LA County firefighters helicopters in the air, and then also fixed wing aircraft now on scene.
Okay. Gotta keep going through these. I've got a ton of these to look at. This is the AP. Shortly after that one came out, this one came out. Showing some of the images of this fire from above. As you can see, it covers a huge area. Like it basically crosses this entire mountain range. That's a long distance right there. That's got to be at least what, like 3 miles, 3 miles.
There's a lot of active flames. There's flames that are active on the north side, and there's flames that are active a little further down towards to make sure that if any embers catch anything on that home or anything near that home, they'll be able to put that out pretty quickly. But as we widen out the shot, we'll give you kind of the grand scheme of...
Okay. Let's go to this one now. Just gonna keep these moving because I think I've got like 3 dozen of these.
Images out of Malibu, California.
Now, if you're
showing the
unfamiliar,
Franklin fire, which has scorched more than 1,800 acres, 6,000 people are under evacuation orders. Officials were forced to shut.
One thing to be aware of, I feel like, is like the Malibu area is incredibly nice. It's beautiful, and it's also very expensive to live in. The houses that are on the coast there that you can see, that we were looking at least on those maps before, are insanely expensive. If I'm not mistaken, Malibu is north of LA and has, it's basically, a lot of people like go up there. So I think some of these are like vacation homes for people, stuff like that. but they go for an incredible amount of money, like tens of millions of dollars in some cases. I just looked it up just out of interest, since we were watching buildings burning down in front of us, like how much these buildings cost. Well, I saw a $15 million home right next to a $45 million home on the water. So that'll give you some perspective of the neighborhood we're in.
Down a stretch of the iconic Pacific Coast Highway, the city is still largely without power as crews work to contain the flames, and that's become even more challenging with a high wind warning in place until later this afternoon. CBS News correspondent Jonathan Vigley.
Malibu is not beautiful. It's fake as fuck. It's plastic. Okay, I meant the scenery, not necessarily the ambiance of the, the human-made ambiance was what I was referring to.
Is on the ground and joins me live from
You spent
Malibu
a lot of your life in
this.
Malibu. Interesting.
So Jonathan, what's the latest?
Yeah, Vlad, the wind, as you can tell, has calmed down. So has the fire activity. Still, as you mentioned, more than 1,800 acres have been scorched. You have hundreds of fire crews that are working the scene around this area. They're trying to tamp down those flames before.
Oh, yeah. There was a fire in Malibu, like in the 90s, right?
Picks up a little bit later this afternoon.
But it's a weird place. It's a weirdish place
We're really here in
for
the
their
heart
fire to
of
be.
Malibu. We're just a short walk away from the main shopping area. When we first arrived earlier this morning, this whole area was surrounded by flames. Where I'm standing right now, we watched as 30-foot flames were pushed through. You're looking at what is the aftermath, what appears to be an industrial site. You could see these two vans here totally destroyed. To put some perspective just how intense this fire burned. At this hour, it is 0% contained. It jumped the Pacific Coast Highway a few hours ago. That is a 4-lane highway. It's currently threatening homes there along the coast.
That speaks to
Crews
how
working there. Meanwhile,
that speaks to how windy it is, right? Like, it wouldn't be able to jump the highway without the assistance of the wind, right? That's what allows fires to do this, right? If there was no wind, the ash would just fall right back down where the fire is, and it, wouldn't be able to jump cement structures.
Threat. The red flag warnings, extreme wind gusts exceeding possibly 80 miles per hour, remains in effect through tomorrow evening. You can imagine it doesn't take a lot of wind to hit a hot spot and turn those small flames into a towering inferno, Vlad.
So Jonathan, this fire was reported incredibly late last night, so a lot of those evacuation orders went well after people had already gone to bed. So what are people going through over these last 12 hours?
Yeah, and I was monitoring this at 11 o'clock. The Franklin fire started in a canyon. 10 acres burned in 20 minutes. It jumped to 100 acres within a few hours, 900 acres, and then 30 minutes after that, it doubled in size. A lot of people, as you mentioned, considering how late it was, woken up by those emergency alerts on their phones. As we were.
These fast-moving fires have been insane in California this year. Really, it's not just California. The West Coast, Oregon saw a crazy one. Was it Idaho that also was hit by just massive fires? It started tiny and suddenly became thousands of acres. Just in a matter of a 24-hour period. It just, oh God. Hard to imagine literally being in the middle of it all.
All right, we want to check in with photojournalist Jeff Sharping right now. Jeff, can you talk to us about where you are and what you're seeing?
Yeah, hi, Adrian. Good morning. Yes, I'm just about maybe
damn, you can hear that wind.
200 yards southeast of where John Caddy's CleanMac is reporting. And I drove up PCH. I was actually doing street vision, trying to get a good shot, of PCH, and then lost the signal. Like everybody's been saying, the signal strength is very spotty and sketchy up here. Anyway, I was going north on PCH, and I got to about where John Caddy's CleanMac is now, right by Malibu Canyon, and I saw the fire crossing PCH. It was trying to cross. It wasn't actually, the flames were reaching maybe halfway, 3/4 across. I said, well, I think I'm going to turn around. So I
think I'm going to turn around. Yeah, smart.
Right by that park that John's talking about. And I came down here, so I'm just a little bit southeast of John, and this is what I've seen. A lot of spot fires, and like Lauren Coronado was saying, and maybe
you can see it in that.
Kind of.
You can actually kind of see what he's talking about there.
Breezy down.
In that above image, you can kind of see how, in some of these places, you have fires that aren't actually attached to the main line of the fire that is moving forward, and they're just jumping hundreds of meters ahead, and creating new branches of the fire.
And maybe,
it's because of all that wind you can hear just destroying this microphone while this guy's talking. You can just hear it. I have a wind guard, so it's actually hard to do. There we go.
Thank you, Chief, and good morning to all of you, and thank you for covering this very important event. The Sheriff's Department has been coordinating with our local, state, and fire partners and the County Office of Emergency Management to monitor the Franklin fire, which started in Malibu Canyon Road, north of Malibu Crest Road, and south of Francisco Ranch Road. We currently have well over 150 personnel, including our Malibu Search and Rescue, that are assisting with this fire incident. We currently have 18 operations that include evacuations, road closures, and security patrols. 9 of those missions are completed, and 9 of them are still ongoing. For current closures, there are several road closures in the affected area. There is a soft closure on Las Virgenes Road at Lost Hills Road. Hard closures at Las Virgenes and Mulholland Highway and on Pacific Coast Highway between Topanga Canyon Boulevard and Canyon Doom Road. Regarding evacuations, a little after midnight, we started multiple evacuation orders and warnings in between Trancas Canyon and the west to Topanga Canyon.
Okay. We need to hear this whole statement from this guy. I'm gonna keep this going.
Happening now in Southern California, a large wind-fueled brush fire is forcing evacuations for people living in Malibu. It broke out last night near Malibu Canyon. That fire is burning not too far from Pepperdine University, and students there, we're told, are sheltering in place right now. So far, this fire has burned about 2,200 acres and has no sign of containment. Now, this map shows where the current evacuations are right now. The areas shaded in red are evacuation orders. Folks are being told they must get out, and that is where the university is located. And the areas in yellow are evacuation warnings. Let's go now to CBS News correspondent Jonathan Vigliotti. He is live in Malibu tracking the very latest developments from this fire. Jonathan, this was really a wind-fueled fire. We're told that it was so intense that the fire was actually creating its own weather. What are the conditions there right now?
Yeah, and that doesn't surprise me, Liz. We arrived here just after 1 o'clock in the morning. It was a chaotic scene. You had fire and flame being driven by 65-mile-per-hour Santa Ana winds. You can tell behind me that has calmed down. Along with the wind calming down, the fire behavior has calmed down, and that's given fire crews really the upper hand and the opportunity right now to tamp down the flames that...
Is Llanfair Wingich a Welsh county?
Maine, ahead of more wind that's in the
I said it wrong.
forecast
I know I said it wrong.
Later on today, you've got hundreds of fire crews here on the ground. They are joined by search and rescue teams. At this point, it's unclear how many people, if any people at all, are still missing. We've also heard helicopters and aircraft overhead. They're conducting their aerial drops. We have been surveying the damage with fire crews. You can see some of it behind me. This is one of at least 5 homes in just this neighborhood alone that was destroyed. And when you look at it, I think you get a pretty clear sense of just how intense this fire was burning. This is what's left of a brick home. To give you some perspective, we are in the Malibu Hills, so we're overlooking the Pacific Ocean. You mentioned this fire started around 11 o'clock last night. In just an hour, it grew to 100 acres, and the second hour to 900 acres. A half an hour later, it doubled in size. It is now 2,000 acres, still growing. You had thousands of people under a mandatory evacuation. That still remains the case. And in fact, we've seen some of those expand to some other neighborhoods. So you've got a lot of people still wondering what they're returning home to. You've got fire crews warning. Not only do you have the damage that's been done, but the fire's still very active, 0% contained.
Man, it's a lot of
smoke. And the red flag warnings still remain in effect. It is
you
calm
literally
now,
can't
but
see
the wind
through
is
it.
expected to pick back up later on today, and those warnings are in effect through tomorrow evening, Liz.
Okay. Thank you, Evan. I forget his name already. Thank you, sir. Keep it going. Got a lot to talk about still. That's still 2 days ago. This fire has been burning this whole time. We gotta get to current. We have to. we must bring the timeline current.
Oh my god, I can smell the smoke. Wow. Wow, this is really bad.
The Franklin fire triggered evacuation warnings for some counties.
We could watch
Communities.
the glow get closer and closer.
That's
and
how you read.
All of a sudden, the flames appeared over the top there, and you
Jesus.
can see all these houses.
These
light
images
up.
are insane.
It's mainly bush and all that between all the homes. It's, you know, unkept. There's eucalyptus trees which have that, you know, fluid that ignites.
Good point.
You know, just a lot of dry brush. Only twice since I've lived here in this building for 43 years have I ever seen it come down this ridge and ignite everything.
I woke up and she was yelling that we need to get out of here, and across the canyon the flames were just crazy. So we gathered our pets, our essentials, and living here for 19 years, you have a plan.
The fire is currently estimated at over 2,200 acres, and we have 700 firefighting personnel assigned. Because of the great work of the firefighters that were on scene, we have only a minimal number of homes destroyed. This fire is not contained, and we remain under an immediate threat because of the red flag conditions. And the cause of the fire is unknown.
Oh my God.
This time, but
It is so depressing. I'm sorry, but did you see what happens to the water because of how hot it is? It vaporizes before it even hits the ground. Watch it again. Watch it again.
Threat because of the red flag conditions. And the cause of
You see
the
it?
fire
You see
is
it?
unknown.
You see it? It starts to
at this time,
vaporize and starts to
but
carry
it
it
is under
away with the
active
wind.
investigation
It's
by the
oh
Los
my
Angeles
God.
County Fire and Sheriff's arson investigators.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to switch on you.
Yeah, right behind us. This is Civic Center Way, right by City Hall, right in front of City Hall, really. You can see how the fire is just exploding in this area here. That tree that is on fire is just incredible to watch. There is a lot of firefighters here. When you guys talk about this fire burning out of control, this is what that looks like. There are fires like this happening all up and down PCH throughout the Malibu neighborhoods that we're just watching happen as firefighters are doing, you know, whatever they can. The problem is we've got these winds, we've got this smoke. It's really hard to get any type of air attack on this so far. And that has been a big problem because that's really the way that they fight these fires so well is as being able to do it from the air. They can't do that right now. So we're watching all of these things burn. I'm going to let Enrique here, who's behind the camera, kind of pan around because I want you to see where we are as we get closer and closer to Malibu City Hall. In the distance, we can see the hillside that is burned. we can see fire apparatus up a little bit above where City Hall is, and then the building that you see here, this is UCLA Health Center that is here, surrounded by firefighters because this was burning just a little while ago. Beyond that is where City Hall is. The street dead ends into City Hall, if you're familiar with this area. And then across the way here, more fires that are here. We heard
God, yeah, they're
just
just popping up everywhere.
as you guys were getting ready to
I didn't even notice them because of all the other bigger flames.
So it sounds like firefighters are on the ground there, trying to get into these areas, break off these tree limbs to keep some of these embers from flying around. I can tell you the difference between where we were just a half mile from here, closer to Pepperdine, to where we are now. The wind has really died down. It's very different from what we were feeling earlier this morning. So you're not seeing a lot of those embers flying around, but you still see the smoke coming up off the ground here.
It does seem like the wind is less. You can see that.
Water on
the verticality of the smoke is much greater, right? Instead of being sort of sideways, completely sideways like it was, now it's kind of going at like an 80-degree angle. That's not bad.
Areas, but what is burning now and how it is burning so quickly and massively and so hot, it is incredible to watch. It's concerning too, because once we get daylight and we see the damage that is done, it's very likely that it's not going to be good news when we get that update at 7 a.m. But again,
yeah, let's keep this moving here. We'll try and get to 7 a.m. at some point here soon. We are closely approaching.
Remember, trying to get a hold of another family member who is just, in this area, can't get a hold of them. It's just got to be daunting to get that, just to want to hear from them and make sure that they are okay. All right, we want to get to meteorologists.
All right, we're gonna skip this one because it's like an hour long, and it was just like it was. I can't do it. Can't do it.
I'm going to talk with Media Information Officer Matt Meyerhoff with the city of Malibu, joining us on the phone now. Matt, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
So we were talking a little bit about this morning about the evacuation orders and the evacuation zones. Are those still where they were earlier in this morning? Have those changed in any regard over the past few hours?
Yeah, those orders are still in place. We have mandatory evacuation orders from about Tuna Canyon, that's at the eastern edge of the city.
Although from this angle,
it's
I don't know if that was a live picture or not, but from this angle, that looks much worse than what it looked like in the other spot. It could just be that the winds are faster where they were, and maybe it's just a matter of geography. These winds, because I mean, look at that. That's practically flat against the ground.
All the way westward to Puerco Canyon, and that's further towards the middle of town. And then from Puerco Canyon to Trancas Canyon is evacuation warning.
Okay, and Matt, I mean, just a few minutes ago, we saw the fire advancing towards your City Hall. Can you talk to us? How are you doing? How is City Hall doing? What's the latest regarding that?
Well, I can tell you we had our fire safety liaisons on the ground monitoring the situation. They're embedded with the firefighters that are fighting the fire, and those are three career-long local area firefighters with wildland fire experience, and they are monitoring the situation and giving us real-time from the ground information using their regional operable radios. And they saw the flames are surrounding the area around City Hall and the brush, but haven't damaged the building, but are certainly in that area, in the entire area around City Hall and Civic Center. But we, because this was a middle of the night event, we activated our EOC virtually, and very shortly after the fire started, we were unable to be in City Hall, so we continued working virtually, and now we are setting up our EOC in Calabasas City Hall, so we continued.
Yeah. So, as you can tell from what this guy's saying, the situation on the ground is very fluid, and they are trying to get set up in places that are safe while still being able to address this fire.
NBC4 News at 11 a.m.
All right, this was the 11 a.m. update.
I woke up and she was yelling that we need to get out of here. And across the canyon, the flames were just crazy.
Breaking news right now at 11 a.m. A wildfire burning out of
Wednesday,
control of Malibu since last night. 2,200 acres have been burned in the Franklin
Yeah,
fire,
this is from
fueled
Wednesday.
by strong Santa Ana winds.
And we remain under an immediate threat because of the red flag conditions.
Homes have been lost.
Actually, this one's an hour long too. We're not doing this. We are not doing this. Fuck that. Oh God.
All right, now let's turn to Alex Rozier, who is live near the Malibu Colony Plaza Shopping Center. Alex, what are you seeing out there?
Annabelle, I'll tell you from our vantage point that things have cleared up a bit. You know, we've noticed throughout the day the fire's been burning in a good portion of the canyon by very few homes. But I want to step out of the way here and show you behind us. Look at some of those dark patches, and you can see just how close that fire burned to several properties on this hillside early this morning. So it has been an anxiety-filled day for people who live on and around Pacific Coast Highway. As the Franklin fire scorched thousands of acres in Malibu, Bobby Lemcool hoped for the best.
Our business is right here.
Bobby owns a real estate firm and apartments on Pacific Coast Highway, where the fire prompted a mandatory evacuation this morning.
My business partner woke me up, and then we woke up everybody else in our unit. I stayed behind just putting out embers that was coming up over the hill. Luckily, daylight broke, and these firefighters and the helicopters started dumping, and this would have probably all been gone already.
Though Bobby is thankful his apartments and business survived the first close call, he knows they aren't in the clear just yet.
I've lived here through decades of fires, and they can come back, and when you think you're safe, you're never safe until these are completely out. I was here in the '93 fire when we lost a house right here in this canyon, and yeah, here we are again.
And as we bring you back out live here, you're looking at what it looks like now from our vantage point on Pacific Coast Highway. You can see that heavy plume of smoke, but on the opposite side there you can see the blue skies. And I will tell you that we've seen it clear from, again, our vantage point on Pacific Coast Highway. It has cleared.
Well, he did mention that things can start right back up, didn't he? I think he did. Yeah, that looks pretty on fire. In fact, I would say it looks very on fire. Like, that whole side of that mountain looks like it's on fucking fire. And holy shit, is that a big mountain. Like, that thing is probably thousands of feet in the air. Holy fuck.
Hey there, Annabelle. Conditions do not look... So I'm shooting almost out the back now, 5 o'clock. Right there is good. Right there is good. Yeah. Thank you. Okay.
All right.
So there's really bad...
Now we are up to a day ago. This is CBS.
Now to Southern California, where a fast-moving wildfire is raging after destroying several homes and thousands of acres in less than 24 hours. Thousands of people have been ordered to evacuate. CBS's Jonathan Vigliotti reports tonight from Malibu.
Malibu engulfed in flames overnight. Unusually low humidity and powerful winds fueling the inferno.
You can hear just how ferocious this fire
Jesus,
is.
John.
These flames at times easily reaching 20, 30 feet in the sky. There's a home on the other side of this hedge. And if you look around, you can see the embers. They are starting new spark
Dude,
fires.
what do you mean?
The Franklin fire started shortly before midnight.
He's talking about it while there's an actual fire burning directly next to him. It's not just sort of next to him. He's basically standing in a burning tree doing a fucking news report like a psycho. This guy has lost all sort of ability to assess these. He's been in front of too many of these fires at this point. He's lost his objectivity here. Come on, buddy.
Spark fires.
Let's get safe.
The Franklin fire started shortly before midnight and within hours exploded to over 2,500 acres.
It almost looks like a volcanic eruption.
Students at nearby Pepperdine University captured the wall of flames as they sheltered in place. About 700 firefighters fought the blaze overnight, today trying to bring it under control.
Rest assured, we are going to have a coordinated air and ground assault on this fire for as long as it takes.
Linda Michelle manages this property and fled in the dark.
Ambers were like flying everywhere in front of us. It's either die or live at that moment. And I just said, let's just get out of here.
Nearly all of Malibu's residents were under an evacuation warning. Michelle's neighbor, Alec Gellis, stayed behind to help.
There was so much fire, it looked like every house burned.
Look at this.
They took us back to the property and saw that the horses left behind were safe.
You saw the horses?
Yeah, they're good.
Oh, you made it, girl.
I bet it gives you a new appreciation for life.
It sure does. Very blessed today.
At least the horses survived. All right. Let's go here. NBC News from a day ago. Fire blows up in Southern California, destroying homes and forcing thousands to evacuate.
Crews are working to contain a massive wildfire in Malibu, California. So far, it's burned at least 2,200 acres. For reference, that's roughly 2.5 times the size of Central Park. The fire started Monday night, leading to mandatory evacuations of thousands of nearby residents. And it comes as powerful Santa Ana winds and humidity stoke fire conditions in Southern California, prompting a red flag warning in multiple areas lasting through Wednesday. CBS News correspondent Jonathan Vigliotti joins us now from Malibu. I can see what looks like smoldering behind you, smoke still rising. Tell us about the condition.
John's getting a ton of screen time. Ton of screen time. I think his only job is wildfires. It's the only time I ever see him. Although it's a pretty busy job in California.
Growing with ferocious speed and fueled by extreme Santa Ana winds, a life-threatening wildfire is accelerating through the hills and canyons of Malibu. The so-called Franklin Fire exploding to more than 2,700 acres in a matter of hours.
This entire place, everywhere you look, there's flames.
Surrounded, Alec Gellis scrambled to protect his home.
Fire's up in the mountains over there behind us. Fire's over there. That house is on fire. Fire's up in the canyon over there.
And not a lot of ways in and out of this area.
Not a lot of ways in and out.
With several homes burning, thousands of residents were forced to flee in the middle of the night. The winds and fire were extraordinarily fierce overnight here. They've gotten a bit of a break during the day, but in canyons like this fire is essentially making its own winds, propelling the flames up hillsides, as you can see there. Wind gusts reached at least 50 miles per hour, sending embers ahead of the front lines, sparking new fires flaring out of control and jumping across roads and canyons.
I woke up and she was yelling that we need to get out of here, and across the canyon, the flames were just crazy.
At Pepperdine University, tense moments for some 800 students sheltering in place as the fire approached a campus library.
Jesus Christ.
The air attack critical to protect homes and lives.
The smoke was so thick, and just like everything was just orange. And then the wind picked up, and the wind was just like flying embers everywhere.
Linda Michelle had just minutes to escape, the fire destroying the guest house where she lived.
Jesus.
federal, state, and local agency aircraft were assigned to the fire, and a number of those aerial resources will remain flying throughout the night. A small number of homes in the affected area have been destroyed and damaged. The exact number is currently unknown. We do have preliminary reports that 7 structures are destroyed and 8 structures are damaged. This was from an aerial view that we were able to look at. Damage inspection teams have been assigned to the incident, and they will assist with a more accurate accounting of incident losses tomorrow. The safety of residents and first responders remains our top priority. The entire fire area remains under threat.
Some of those homes
as
are
long
just
as the
enormous.
current red flag conditions persist. Strong winds and low humidities will continue to challenge firefighters on the line and in the air as they struggle to contain this stubborn fire. I would like to end with another acknowledgement and thanks to our responding partner agencies, both fire and law enforcement, for the assistance they provided in the early morning hours and throughout today. We are certainly stronger because of public safety cooperation that we have witnessed during this incident. Thank you. I would now like to invite up our Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department Captain Jen Situ up to the podium to provide a law enforcement update.
Good evening. I'm Jennifer Situ, captain of Malibu Lost Hills Sheriff Station. The Sheriff's Department has been coordinating with our local, state, and fire partners and the County Office of Emergency Management to monitor the Franklin
Oh my
fire,
God.
which started in Malibu Canyon.
Oh my God, look at that photo. They look like clouds. It looks like the clouds. It's so vast. Wow. Just wow.
North of Malibu Crest Road and south of Francisco Ranch Road. We currently have our IMT, our incident management team, with 4 squads assisting with this fire incident. We currently have 32 operations that include evacuations, road closures, and security patrols. There are several road closures in the affected area. There's a soft closure on Las Virgenes at Lost Hills Road. There's a hard closure at Las Virgenes at Mulholland Highway and on PCH between Topanga Canyon and Canaan Road. There's also a soft closure, residents only, on Topanga Canyon Road.
Wow. That fire is huge. And really, it's like, it's really just the cover of the smoke, and it's just moving so fast because of this wind. Where's this one? Yeah, KTLA 5.
The Franklin fire has exploded in size since it erupted late last night near Malibu Canyon Road.
The fire has burned more than 2,800 acres. At this point, there is zero containment. 8,100 homes and other structures are currently threatened, affecting some 18,000 people. We have live team coverage. Meteorologist Vera Jimenez is tracking conditions in the Weather Center.
And Angelique Hockaday is in Malibu near Pepperdine. But we begin with Chris Wolf with the latest on the firefight. Chris.
Yeah, good evening, Cher and Micah and everybody. We are talking about the Franklin fire here in the Malibu area, and it appears the eastern flank of this disaster is most active right now. We just received an update here at a lifeguard station in Zuma Beach from fire and law enforcement officials. The main messages coming out of this news conference: the Franklin fire is still a major threat as long as the red flag warning is in effect, with conditions conducive to wildfire. Wow. We're talking about strong winds, dry brush, and low humidity. Residents are urged to stay alert and vigilant and follow all evacuation orders and warnings. Right now, about 20,000 people are affected in the Malibu area with the Franklin fire, which started late Monday night north of Pepperdine University. Cause still unknown. Power outages and a lack of cell service only make matters worse. Authorities say if you're cut off from communication and the media and you decide to stay put in your home, think about getting a battery-powered radio to keep up on the fire situation. A few homes have been damaged or destroyed.
That's a helpful tip. I don't know how helpful it is in post, but I guess maybe you could find some place with an open, where they're open and are selling hand radios. It's really kind of a thing of the past. Who owns those? Not a lot of people. Keep this going. Let's talk about those students who've been hiding out in the Pepperdine Library. Pepperdine? I've always called it Pepperdine, but they're saying Pepperdine, so I guess we'll go with Pepperdine.
West right now, where the Santa Ana winds, as we talked about, quite literally added the fuel to these fires. The Franklin fire broke out. It was late last night. It was right around 5 acres, but because of that wind, the speeds we just talked about, 95 miles an hour, allowed it to surpass 2,700 acres as of right now. That blaze was burning close to Pepperdine University, which was under a shelter-in-place order for part of the morning for those at the Tyler campus or the Payson Library. Imagine how frightening that is for those on campus at the time. And that sentiment was shared by my next guest, who was actually in the library when the power went out as the fire continued to spread around. Let's get the read on all of this. Melina Velez, a junior at Pepperdine University in Malibu, California, joins me now. Melina, can you kind of walk us through your experience last night? I mean, you had left for dinner, right? You came back to the library when the power went out around 11 p.m. From that moment on, walk us through what happened.
Yeah, I had just walked into the library. I just came back from dinner. It's finals week, so everyone is really stressed, and the library was the crowdest it's ever been. And everyone is sitting down, focused on their work, when all of a sudden all of the lights go out, which has never happened. At Pepperdine, we rarely ever lose power, and so everyone was really scared. And then the power was out for not just like a second, but for a while, and it freaked everybody out even more. And then when the lights came back on, they didn't fully come back on. You could tell it was as if it was a generator. And one guy just says, "Oh, there's a fire," and everyone just kind of looks at him like he's crazy. And then suddenly people start following him because he's like, "You can see it," and then all of a sudden, we're all just walking up the stairs to the window, and there you see it, the fire. It was absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, we're looking at video right now. I mean, it doesn't look far from you at all. Kind of go through that communication process. I mean, how long ultimately were you trapped in the library? Because
I mean, it looks like they're completely surrounded by fire. I don't know why they're still there. It's very strange to me.
Good morning. Well, you know, right behind the main sign here on Pepperdine University, there's actually 2 ponds, and LA fire crews have been using those, filling up with water, and then just going right over here to make these water drops because there are some flare-ups around the campus this morning. Fortunately, we're not seeing the fire itself next to the campus anymore, but there are still some widespread power outages here, and that's why the university asked students to shelter in place overnight at both the library and the campus center. We have some images.
Well, thankfully they managed to put out much of the fire around the campus, which is good. Yeah, let's go to this one. Yeah. Okay.
To the latest on the wildfire out west. More than 3,000 acres have burned. Thousands of people have been forced to evacuate. Trevor Alt is in the fire zone in Malibu. Good morning, Trevor.
Good morning, Michael. So this fire has been burning now for more than 24 hours, and it continues to roar this morning. You see those flames that continue to push up the Malibu hillside. We know that there are a ton of evacuations in place here, and the Santa Ana winds are what are fueling this fire. You see the smoke continues to push out towards Pacific Coast Highway. We are right on the highway here right now, right by the ocean, as this continues to get worse in these incredibly dangerous conditions.
Overnight, the destructive Franklin fire spreading throughout Malibu. Santa Ana winds exceeding 90 miles per hour, fueling the ferocious flames. More than 3,000 acres burned. You can see fires jumping across roads and canyons. Choppers working through the night trying to contain the inferno.
The wind's coming straight down Malibu Canyon like a blowtorch.
At least 7 homes destroyed and 8 others suffering severe damage.
Firefighters on the line and in the air as they struggle to contain the stubborn fire.
Residents doing what they can to save homes. Alec Gellis using a high-power hose to pull pool water out to try to stop the spread.
An ember floats a mile, and it lands on a roof, it lands on a lawn, and it catches from there. And then they go like dominoes.
Flames coming within feet of City Hall. The fast-moving fire visible from Pepperdine University's library, forcing students to shelter in place.
The smoke has like tripled in size, and it looks, you can start seeing like the actual flames in the canyon like coming onto campus.
And about 20,000 people have been told to evacuate in this immediate area. This is a place with a lot of nice homes. Dick Van Dyke's evacuated, Cher has too. But this kind of fire is the great equalizer. Does not matter how nice your home is or how famous you are. This is a life-threatening fire right here. Robin?
Oh, what a scene there. Okay.
All right. Is this the last one we have on this? I think so.
Emergency officials say the Franklin fire burning in Malibu, California, grew 39% overnight as it shifts toward the western part of the state. The fire has torched more than 4,000 acres, roughly 1/10 the size of Washington, D.C. As of Wednesday evening, the fire is 7% contained, with thousands of nearby residents under continued mandatory evacuation orders. CBS News correspondent Carter Evans joins us now from Malibu. Carter, how was this able to explode in size? What conditions are fueling this?
You know, it was these red flag high wind conditions, and we knew they were coming. The forecasters were talking about them days before they arrived. So they were able to warn people that, hey, you know, the conditions are going to be perfect for a large wildfire to spread very quickly. And they had winds gusting up to 50 miles per hour. And when you've got that fanning the flames and brush like this behind me, that fire can move very, very fast. And that's exactly what it did. And it happened late at night. You see, that was a big problem because a lot of people were asleep already. I spoke with one woman who basically said she saw the fire coming over the hilltop and she realized that there was no sheriff coming by on the loudspeaker telling everyone to evacuate. So she got up, she ran outside, started knocking on neighbors' doors to wake them up so they could get to safety themselves.
Carter Evans, thank you.
Okay, now I need to take a break because holy crap. It's been like 2.5 hours since the last one. Still got more to talk about, but we're done with the fire. For now, we'll probably be talking about it tomorrow. But till then, we're gonna put a pause on the Franklin fire. You're stuck on the shelter in place thing. It wasn't the best suggestion, but somehow it worked out for him. It would seem ill-advised with the fire bearing in on you, but they you know, they did what they did, and the kid survived somehow, thankfully. Alright, I'm gonna play different music just for some do you call it? Just some variety. We're always listening to the same thing on the breaks. I'm like, let's change that up. Although not this one. Take it back. It's too far. Yeah. Wait. Actually, no. This is what I want. And get real weird with it. All right. Well, I hope you're enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Incredibly important. Once you've done those things, do remember that the Galactic News Network is completely funded by viewers like you. All sorts of great ways for you to contribute. YouTube, of course. We got the super stickers, we got the super chats. Now we have the rubies and whatever jewels on the vertical. We got Twitch, we got PayPal, Cash App, and Patreon. So do consider one of these many ways. Send us a super chat. Send us a sticker. Say what's up. Or, become a member on Patreon. Or you can get a whole bunch of super sweet benefits just waiting for you right now. You could have an avatar looking you right back in the eyes right now on the stream. Literally, right now. It could happen. But it's not happening because you're not a Patreon member. So, do think about it. Anyway, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. And I'll be right back. Right, chat, I am back. You know what that means. Time to get back to your seats so you don't miss any of that sweet, sweet galactic content, of course. What the fuck is this stream? This is the stream. This is the galactic stream. The galactic stream of the galactic.
Just about anybody else. He was able to help us anticipate and capture the behaviors that we needed in order to tell this story. Whether that was in his boat, filming from a gimbal that was hanging from a motorized arm, or whether that was just hiking along the perimeter of the lake and wading in order to film the grebes building nests.
Roy Toft is a San Diegan who's also one of the best wildlife photographers in the world. He started working on this project called Wild Ramona a couple of years ago, where he started using camera traps to photograph really elusive wildlife just in his backyard. And he was capturing all this amazing photography. And when we started working on this project, we reached out to him because we really had to include it in our story. One of the hardest things about this show was working on the camera traps. I'd never really done camera trapping before. Normal camera trapping with photography is very difficult, but once you turn it into video, it gets exponentially harder. First, just figuring out the technical difficulties, getting all the cameras to trigger with beams and sensors was very difficult, and you'd go out for weeks and weeks and set them up, reset them up. The trigger would go, you wouldn't get any animals moving through. One camera would go off, but for some reason the other cameras wouldn't go off. It was just nightmare after nightmare, headache after headache. You put all this effort into it hoping that something will happen, and I do remember going up there and opening up the camera, and just when you see that bobcat walk through and start to drink up some water, and then you see a baby bobcat walk through and start to do the same thing, I think those are those moments that make the hard work worth it. Everything about filming the Grunions was very challenging. It's an event that's happening at night. It's dark, so there's no light at all. There's a huge amount of moisture in the air. It's a very short period of time. There's nowhere you can film it, really, without being at risk of being hit by a wave.
Oh, wave. Matt, the camera popped off the tripod. Look, shark. Here, you got it?
Making the Grunion Run scene definitely exacted the highest toll in terms of cameras damaged, gear destroyed, pieces of equipment rusted.
I think David destroyed more equipment than anyone else, but it was worth it.
We worked with Karen Martin, who's a biologist at Pepperdine University, to understand sort of the biology of the Grunion eggs and kind of be able to predict what the eggs were going to do. And then to actually film them, we created these tiny bespoke aquariums using microscope slides, and then used little pipettes to simulate the wave action, kind of get the water moving.
Anybody can go to any park in San Diego and basically observe almost all the things that we filmed with the squirrels above ground. But it's very challenging to understand what happens below ground, which is where the squirrels spend a ton of their time. David teamed up with another talented filmmaker named Alex to create these really complicated underground sets. And they spent basically months collaborating with the Humane Society to film these really remarkable underground scenes where you can sort of see the squirrels behaving underground, I think from a perspective that has not been filmed before.
It's pretty incredible. A lot of effort went into making those shots happen. Quaximus Aurelius Ducketh. Okay, Quaximus. All right, what else do we have to talk about? All right, we're actually really going to go straight into the third half because this is insane. I put too many things in this thing. I thought, you know, there was a chance we could get through all of this, but there's not. There's not. Not unless I switch to the third half stuff now. So we're going to start with space news, people. It's space news time. We're going to get into a particular space topic that, well, I think you should prepare yourself for. Very serious. And I think I alluded to what's been going on at one point earlier in the week, or at some point, but honestly, this situation has been going on for a while now. We barely talked about it, and it's time we do, as there have been a great number of unidentified aerial phenomenon, aka UFOs, over New Jersey. People have been asking questions in the local area. It's actually risen to the level of Congress, government, people asking questions about what the fuck is going on. So, seems like something we should probably talk about here at the Galactic News Network, place where we discuss not just Earth news, but galactic news, and this seems to hit both of those topics simultaneously. Perhaps galactic things coming for Earth. Let's find out.
Mystery in the sky now. Drones sighted all over the Northeast. The FBI is asking the public for help. Janae Norman is in Kennett Square, Pennsylvania, with that story for us. Good morning, Janae.
Hey, Robin, good morning to you. Yeah, I'm here in Kennett Square because we've got a lot of fun coming up in our next hour regarding Christmas. But first, this story, it's making big news up where I live in North Jersey, Essex, Morris, Monmouth counties, where people are talking about this as far reported as Connecticut, all the way down here to the Philadelphia area, these drone sightings. And we are not talking about small toy-like drones that people would use for hobbies, but commercial grade drones, reportedly some the size of a small school bus or a small airplane. And neighbors are reportedly seeing these drones flying at night or in the early morning hours in flocks and at low altitudes. Neighbors reported being woken up by a buzzing sound, and officials don't have any answers.
That is not an airplane.
It's the latest in a string of mysterious drone sightings posted on social media that has residents worried, and this morning the FBI is investigating.
They're just pacing back and forth, going very slow.
The drones, which appear to have been much larger than recreational drones, have been spotted all over New Jersey over the past weeks.
It looks like a spaceship.
From near Bedminster, the location of President Trump's golf course, to Monmouth County, where the sheriff's office has made this map of reported sightings.
Characteristic triangle lights underneath.
to Morris County, where 21 mayors signed a letter voicing their concerns to New Jersey's Governor Murphy.
We don't see any concern for public safety. Having said that, it's really frustrating that we don't have more answers as to where they're coming from.
And the sightings seem to be spreading.
This is the third time that it's come around.
With large drones reportedly in the sky around Philadelphia.
Look at it.
The mysterious flying objects preventing a medical helicopter from landing to pick up a car crash victim and prompting the FAA to issue flight restrictions prohibiting drone flights over Picatinny Arsenal military base and Trump National Golf Club Bedminster.
And so the FBI tells us that they are still trying to figure out what's going on. In the meantime, those 22 New Jersey mayors, those 21 New Jersey mayors, they are asking for not only a full investigation, but clear communication to local officials, law enforcement, and residents about what that investigation finds, as well as any necessary laws to prevent.
Yeah, should be interesting to see what goes on with that. Let's keep going here. What else we got? Oh, this is Corinne Jean-Pierre responding to questions about these New Jersey drone sightings. See what the White House has to say.
Got Karen. A couple questions about drones. There have been repeated drone sightings in the Northeast, especially in New Jersey. These are not small drones, some of them pretty large. They're flying at low altitudes, they're flying in flocks. Has the president been briefed on this situation?
So we are certainly aware, the president is aware. So we are closely tracking the activity and coordinating closely with relevant agency, including DHS and FBI, to continue to investigate these incidents. Don't have anything beyond that to share. Obviously, this is something that DHS and FBI are tracking very, very closely, and so I would have to refer you to them directly, but aware. Keeping an eye out and looking into the incidents that you just mentioned.
Okay.
Still though, but has the federal government ruled out that these are controlled by foreign entities?
Yeah.
And do you know if they're conducting surveillance over these
So
areas?
I cannot make any kind of predictions or comments about that specifically from here.
Prediction? She wasn't asking for a prediction. She was asking if the White House knew who was flying these things, basically. Seems like they don't. Prediction, the word prediction seems to leave one to believe that the White House has no idea who's flying these things.
Thing that DHS is looking at and FBI, so I would have to refer you to them. I don't have anything beyond that. We're tracking this very closely. Obviously, we're all aware of the incidents that have been reported. I'm not going to go into what they could be or could not be from here. That is something that obviously is being looked at as those respective agencies that I mentioned.
When was the president briefed on this?
I don't have a timeline, but he certainly has been made aware of this.
And the New Jersey governor said, it's frustrating that there aren't answers about where these are coming from, that people are very concerned about this. What's the White House message to the people up there who are frustrated that there isn't any information right now?
And obviously, we hear them and we understand that. We are closely tracking this. We are monitoring the incidents that have been put forward and certainly made public. And we have two agencies that I've already mentioned that are looking into this, working closely with folks on the ground, trying to get to the bottom of it.
Okay. Trying to get to the bottom of it. Fascinating. Let's go to Fox 5 New York. Let's see what they've got on all of this.
Well, it's been the talk in New Jersey lately. Mysterious drones flying above multiple counties, and no one really seems to know exactly what's going on.
So this has caught the attention of many. Fox 5's Richard Jacobs takes a look at the latest sightings in the sky.
These are all drones in the sky.
It may look like videos from the TV series The Unexplained, what appears to be mystery drones flying over some New Jersey communities.
I can see 3 drones.
From down at the shore all the way to the Army facility in Morris County.
They just hover. A little bit over there, a little bit over there, a little bit, but they just hover back and forth.
Wharton, New Jersey resident and Terror Talk podcast host Michael B. has spent the past 2 weeks attempting to see what these peculiar-looking light-up moving dots are in the sky with a drone of his own. But so far, he hasn't had any luck.
The other night, there was, right here over Picatinny, there was a drone just hanging out. I put my drone up in the air and went towards it. I had full battery life. Not 3 minutes into the flight, I lost control of the drone. Warning on my screen, lost control, and my drone started going down, dead battery.
Michael lives less than a quarter-mile from the Picatinny Arsenal Army base, and it has been there over the past few weeks where the military says they have spotted at least 11 unauthorized drones. Governor Phil Murphy says he now needs federal help in finding out where these are coming from.
It's really frustrating that we don't have more answers as to where they're coming from and why they're doing what they're doing.
Down near Monmouth County, the Monmouth County Sheriff also urging federal and state officials to take prompt action addressing these sightings. Jeff Frost from Matawan says he finds himself looking out of his window every night with a bit of fear.
It's so weird.
It is weird. It's very weird. Got more on this. Excuse me. There we go. This is from 2 days ago. Eyewitness News ABC 7.
The latest now on the growing mystery surrounding those drones over New Jersey. The devices have been spotted nearly every day over the last 3 weeks, and now mayors from municipalities across the state are set to discuss this matter with the Department of Homeland Security. New Jersey reporter Tony Yates live this evening in Belleville with the latest on this growing investigation. Tony?
And Sandra, we're now getting a sense that some lawmakers know a little bit, but most lawmakers know nothing at all. And even after this big meeting tomorrow, we're told it's going to be held at State Police Headquarters. After that meeting, will anybody come out and tell the public, tell the media what's going on with these drones?
That we've done states of emergencies when it's about to snow out. Now we have people freaking out because the drone the size of an SUV is flying over their house, and everybody's going, yeah, we're not sure. We don't know.
It has now become a full chorus of concern. The question is, will lawmakers finally be told at tomorrow's meeting what these drones are doing, who's flying them, and why all the secrecy behind their obvious presence?
These things are not, 1,000 feet in the air. These things are tree height. They're really close to our homes, and people are legitimately concerned.
These are some of the latest drone sightings in Morris County about 2 nights ago. You can't miss them if you're out at night and they're hovering overhead. On a Zoom conference this morning, Congressman Josh Gottheimer said he'd pressed the issue enough to have been invited into classified briefings already, and as expected, he has not disclosed what he's learned.
Based on the information I have and the briefings I've received to date, I'm not concerned about any imminent threats to public safety regarding these drones. That said, I understand why lots of people in New Jersey are concerned.
Senator John Bramnick believes this should have...
What does that even mean? What the hell does that mean? Why can't they just tell us what these fucking things are?
Been and could have been handled better.
Well, my biggest concern is there's already this underlying distrust of government. This does not help the situation. It exacerbates
no kidding.
This ongoing belief that government is not transparent.
Especially with what has already been allegedly documented, according to Mayor Mellum.
Talking to some local law enforcement agencies, neighboring communities, they do.
And the fact is, the more I look at these things, they don't appear to be what I thought they were initially. We talked about this story, I think, one time last week. And I thought that these were just, I don't know if you've seen like the commercial, basically the flying cars, right? The drones with human-sized cabin attached to the bottom of them. But the more I look at them, the more it doesn't quite line up. And so I keep trying to figure out what the fuck these things are. But if they are like a military drone test or something like somebody in chat here is suggesting, you would, for them to be flying right over people's houses and stuff, doing military tests, it's kind of fucked. Not to tell people about it.
It's a story that we've reported happening in multiple New Jersey counties, those mysterious drones. And tonight, there's a major push to get more information out of state and federal officials. Local leaders tell our Nick Calloway they still don't believe the drones are a threat.
Okay, we're over Lake Hopatcong, and we've got a drone flying over, right?
Residents are still spotting those hovering objects circling the skies up and down the state of New Jersey.
And another one over here.
State and federal officials insist there is no known threat to the public at this time. While the FBI investigates, Governor Phil Murphy says the drones are hard to track.
These are apparently as I understand it, very sophisticated. The minute you get eyes on them, they go dark.
Many in the Garden State are getting frustrated with the lack of communication to the people who live here. Congressman Josh Gottheimer, a Democrat, is asking the FBI to brief the public on the drone activity.
There's been not enough information disclosed to the public from federal law enforcement officials.
Ryan Hurt.
Yeah, we heard him say that earlier. Now it's risen to this.
You're telling me we don't know what the hell these drones are in New Jersey are? Is that correct?
That's right.
It's crazy. I mean, that's crazy. That's madness that we don't know what these drones are.
Sir, the FBI and our Newark field office, along with the state and local partners there, the Bureau is actively investigating the situation you mentioned, just the unexplained sighting of drone activity over that part of New Jersey. We do not attribute that to an individual or a group yet. We're investigating, but I don't have an answer of who's responsible for that, of one or more people that are responsible for those drone flights.
This feels like a cover-up. This feels like a cover-up. Fact is, I've flown drones before. Okay, the FAA doesn't just allow people to go flying through the airspace with just regular commercial, small, tiny drones, like little DJI drones, right? You need to register with the FAA to fly one. Especially over an area like this, where there's multiple airports nearby. There is like cities, large cities. You need clearance to do this. And so that for me raises huge red flags about this immediately, right? But then something this big that, could be a literal national security threat, right? There's no way the military just allows this to go on without knowing what is going on, right? So I guess there's really two options. There's either a military test that they refuse to tell us about that's being conducted over people's heads, or like it's UFOs. Because the fact is if this is just citizens doing this, they would have been escorted down by planes at this point.
Actively investigating. It is concerning.
Is the public at risk? Is public safety at risk? Are we concerned that there are nefarious intentions that could cause either national security or a public safety incident that would put Americans at risk?
There's nothing that is known that would lead me to...
There's nothing that is known that would lead him to believe it, which means that they know things. They know things about these drones that they're not telling us right now.
There's nothing that is known that would lead me to say that, but we just don't know, and that's the concerning part.
Is that it? I think that's it. Oh, wait, no, I take it back. No. We got more.
I'm Christine Frizzau on Capitol Hill, where lawmakers are looking into new threats to the homeland, with dozens of reports of unauthorized drones flying in the skies of at least 2 states. New warnings about the threat, with still little information about what these unmanned aerial systems are doing and who's controlling them.
Here it is. Are you freaking kidding me right now?
New Jersey residents documenting what's become a disturbing trend. Unmanned aerial systems, or drones, flying overhead constantly.
This is over my house right now. What is that?
But it's not just their homes, but a golf course owned by President-elect Donald Trump and a military installation. The drones reportedly the size of SUVs.
I think the creepy part is not that it's just a drone, that they're so large.
Dozens of New Jersey lawmakers demanding action from Governor Phil Murphy.
We're obviously most concerned about sensitive targets and sensitive critical infrastructure.
The threat prompting this hearing on Capitol Hill.
From foreign adversaries seeking to exploit UAS for surveillance and intelligence gathering, to the growing risk of UAS being weaponized to attack critical infrastructure, sports stadiums, our vulnerabilities are clear.
Lawmakers sounding alarm bells, not just about potential risks, but actual ones.
Now, this is the last story. This is John Miller explaining why police can't shoot down drones. Okay, John, tell us.
Let's talk about these drones. That black blob in the night sky is a drone, a good-sized one, though it's hard to tell without other objects close in the frame to compare it to. It's one of dozens that have been spotted recently in the skies.
What in the fuck is that?
In the New York area, including a military research facility.
That looks fake.
Around the Trump property in Vendetta.
What in the fuck is that?
Well, today the White House sought to downplay rumors.
We have no evidence at this time that the reported drone sightings pose a national security or a public safety threat, or have a foreign nexus.
Security officials held a private briefing today for members of Congress, some of whom are demanding more in the way of answers.
I've been a little frustrated. There hasn't been enough transparency, letting people know what's happening. It's allowing a lot of potentially misinformation to spread, or at least fear. We should know what's going on over our skies, and I've asked for a lot more information.
They should be shot down if necessary, because they're flying over sensitive areas, whether it's planes that may be jeopardized or security at military bases. We ought to do a much better job. The Biden administration ought to be acting more aggressively against these drones.
Well, Senator Booker, who you heard there a moment ago, along with his New Jersey and New York Senate colleagues, sent a letter today to the heads of DHS, FBI, and FAA requesting a briefing on the matter. More on this all now from CNN's Omar Jimenez.
So people have been seeing drones. Don't worry, this is one of ours. But we've been going around talking to people in this northern New Jersey area, and really almost everyone you talk to has either seen one or knows someone who's seen one. What are they? Who's sending them up there? What are they doing there? Why doesn't anybody know what they are? You know, and why New Jersey? It didn't sound like an airplane, which is why I went out and looked at it.
It was loud, but not any louder than the airplanes, because the airplanes are loud.
Yeah, the jets were loud.
And there were jets flying over at the same time. They actually flew in a circle around our building, both of them, and then across, and then disappeared. It still could be somebody playing a trick, but which is unlikely because they are so big.
Yeah, it's not a 10-year-old flying it, you know.
No.
I'll just let the people
Probably
that
not.
are trying to figure it out.
Especially due to resources. I feel like a 10-year-old would not have the resources for all this. I mean, my God.
At least publicly. The FBI is now investigating weeks of reported drone sightings over New Jersey. That's according to a document given to state and local officials. As a growing number of people report seeing drones, some described as 6 feet in diameter, flying in the skies. And there have been questions about when they first started popping up. Reports seem to vary, but the Picatinny Arsenal, which is a military installation in northern New Jersey, has confirmed sightings in the area going back to November 13th. And countrywide, this isn't the first time mysterious drones or something like it have been spotted around military installations.
So specifically, Langley Air Force Base did experience incursions of unauthorized unmanned aerial systems last year in December
2023. The number of those UAS incursions did fluctuate on any given day, but they didn't appear to exhibit any hostile intent.
And while with the New Jersey reported sightings, the White House says many have actually been manned aircraft, some witnesses disagree.
They'll just change direction, like go from like 90 to like 270 degrees, just like fly different directions, and planes obviously can't do that. Nothing during.
Yeah, but drones can. However, I mean, these things are really big, and they don't look like the regular. Like, I see, yeah, Donald, I see you talking about that, and like I mentioned this before, but the more I've looked at these images, and they seem to vary, and which leads me to believe that maybe some of them are faked. I can't tell, but the fact is, like, these are being seen by a ton of people. It's not just, you know, the videos. It's like a ton of eyewitnesses here at this point. So, like, clearly some of them are in fact real, and the size of them, the shapes of them they're different than the commercial drones that I've seen that carry people, right? Like the ones that are being sold commercially for you know, people to essentially just fly themselves around in a drone. Just like the shapes of them seem to differ from what I've seen. I tried lining them up earlier while I was like doing the thumbnail. If you look at the thumbnail, I put a few of the drones inside of the thumbnail from a video that I clipped it out of.
Day, just completely at night. It's odd.
And public officials are starting to get frustrated.
They're creating so much fear and uneasiness in the public.
There's no excuse for us not to know at this point. Now is not the time to mess around. It is a time for action. We're past the point of let's pretend it's not a big deal and try to keep everybody calm while we figure it out. It's really concerning. And quite frankly, it's not acceptable.
It is concerning. It really is.
Now,
like, and I don't understand why this is being sort of left in the way it is, seemingly for now, by the government. Just sort of like, oh, we don't know what's going on, and that's fine. It's like, what? Since when? Don't we have to go through body scanners at the airport? Like, don't you, like, has anybody ever flown before? Like, since when does the United States government not care about what happens in the skies over the country? It's a new phenomenon.
A little bit of cold water on this. They said in a joint statement that based on what they've seen so far, they don't see any national security threat or anything like that, but also that they are investigating whether these reported drone sightings are actually drones or whether they're being mistakenly identified for manned aircraft. And they did say many of the cases that they've investigated have actually turned out to be manned aircraft. That said, they are continuing to investigate, and without a definitive answer to this point, especially over reported sightings that span back to midpoint of last month, it's left this vacuum where a lot of questions have come up, and a lot of questions from people who are upset that there is not a definitive answer to this point, Anderson.
It really is.
All right, Omar Jimenez, thanks very much. John Miller is back. Also joining us is CNN Senior National Security Analyst Julia Kayyem. She's a former Assistant Secretary for Homeland Security, currently a professor at Harvard's Kennedy School. So I've been skeptical of this whole thing.
All right, we're done. We're done with that. That's it, people. But we do actually have, I'm going to hold off on this one just because of how much stuff we have to take care of today. We'll hold this space news for tomorrow. All right, let's go to the Earth news. And we'll start in South America, in Brazil, where President Lula has been rushed to the hospital for emergency brain surgery. And 2 days ago, this report came out from Reuters saying that I think this was a report from the Brazilian government themselves saying that that Lula was stable, but still in the hospital, I believe.
Inside this Sao Paulo hospital, Brazilian President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva was recovering after emergency surgery to drain a bleed on his brain linked to a fall in October. On Monday evening, after complaining of a worsening headache during talks with congressional leaders, Lula was taken to a hospital where an MRI scan detected an intracranial hemorrhage. According to doctors, Lula was quickly flown to Sao Paulo for the surgery. The 79-year-old was said to be in stable condition after a successful operation. Here's Lula's physician, Roberto Khalil.
Here in this unit, he underwent surgery to drain the hematoma and cleanse the brain. The president progressed well. He arrived at the surgery practically awake, was intubated, is now stable, talking normally, eating, and will remain under observation for the next few days.
He said Lula would return to Brazil's capital early next week if everything goes well. Doctors ruled out any injury to the brain or neurological complications. But the emergency surgery added to health concerns about the aging leftist president, who is halfway through his third non-consecutive term. Sao Paulo resident Carlos Douglas told Reuters he's worried that if something more serious happens, quote, "I'm sure it will affect the government."
So I'll try and keep you all up to date on the health of President Lula. I think for many in the sort of bread tube space, people have a sort of soft spot in their heart for Lula da Silva of Brazil. Because before becoming president this time, he went on Michael Brooks's show. Multiple times, I believe, and interviewed by Michael Brooks himself, who was a big fan of his. So hopefully he recovers quickly. And the fact is, he's a much needed deep parting, if you will, from Bolsonaro's previous presidency. Now let's go quickly to something in the UK. Really, the big thing to talk about today is with Syria once again on Earth News. It just is. With the fall of the Assad regime and some of the most recent developments, it's the thing we got to talk about the most. But let's quickly go to this piece of EU-based news, as Romania and Bulgaria have finally, after I think decades of applying for it, entered the EU Schengen border-free zone, which, as the name implies, has, the freedom of travel for all EU citizens.
The UK Prime Minister there talking about Sarah Sharif. Now, the European Union has approved Romania and Bulgaria as full members of its Schengen area of free movement. The countries partly joined Schengen in March after an agreement with Austria, which had initially opposed their joining on the grounds they needed to do more to prevent illegal immigration. The deal has been years in the making. Romania and Bulgaria joined the EU in 2007 and have been trying to enter Schengen for more than 10 years. Their full entry to the zone would leave Ireland and Cyprus as the only EU countries outside it. There are currently 29 countries in the Schengen area, which allows 400 million people to move freely between them. Our correspondent Nick Thorpe is on the border between Hungary and Romania for us.
Behind me, this is normally very busy. People wait for hours, especially in the summer months, but even today in December, there's been a long people waiting. Sometimes the trucks sounding their horns in impatience. That doesn't seem to make any impact, of course. So it's a huge physical, people will save hours of their lives waiting at these borders, but also psychologically for Romania and Bulgaria, it means they finally feel they're full members of the EU. They've finally been...
Yeah. This is a huge part of being in the EU, from my understanding. So yeah, that's a great development for people in Romania and Bulgaria, and for the EU to have two of its countries become truly full member states. Now let's quickly go to this, as earlier this week, Nihon Hidankyo, Nobel Peace Prize winner, the only, I think, living survivor at this point of the bomb which hit Nagasaki, called for the abolition of nuclear weapons. Perhaps unshockingly
A
to none.
92-year-old Japanese man who lived through the American atomic bombing of Nagasaki called for an abolition of all nuclear weapons as he accepted this year's Nobel Peace Prize. The prize was awarded to Nihon Hidinaku, a grassroots movement of Japanese atomic bombing survivors who work to maintain a taboo around the use of nuclear weapons.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I totally forgot. I meant to. Nihon Hidankyo is actually not a person, but an organization of people, if I'm not mistaken. I totally misspoke there. There's multiple survivors alive, but right. Yeah, it's the Confederation of the Survivors of the bombings. There are multiple people in this organization. And while I'm making mistakes,
I made a huge tiny mistake.
I'm also not reading subtitles. Good job, me. Doing my job. All right. We hope that within the citizens of nuclear-armed nations, a strong belief will take root that nuclear weapons cannot continue to coexist with humanity, and that they must not be allowed to coexist. We hope this belief will empower people to change their own government's nuclear policies.
The group expressed fear that the taboo around the use of nuclear weapons was weakening, expressing sadness and anger at Israeli and Russian threats of the possibility at using nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons have grown exponentially in powers and numbers since being used by the US on Japan in the Second World War.
Okay, and that's kind of our segue into Syria. But actually, we're going to talk about Israel first, before we talk about Syria. Because they are intrinsically linked to that situation, that discussion, especially in light of recent events. If you haven't heard, you will, well, certainly see what I mean shortly.
New York Times reports that Israel is building bases in the north of Gaza, which is what you do if you want to occupy Gaza, which apparently is what they want to do. It was a bloody weekend in Gaza. They killed 3 workers from the World Central Kitchen.
Again.
One of whom they claim was a member of Hamas or was involved in the October 7th attacks. The other 2, 33% kill rate there. Whatever. I mean, that's even based on their own sort of like, who knows whether that's true or not. There's no evidence for the...
come on.
Why would they need evidence?
I mean, World Central Kitchen, the only reason they're even there is because Israel presented no evidence but made this claim that UNRWA was Hamas. So, like, the main infrastructure for aid and food delivery was basically kicked out. And the United States followed suit by immediately defunding UNRWA, and Biden and the Republicans and many Democrats were on board.
That was as the ICC was making its first announcements. It was, I would say, correlated to that.
And so they have to rely on these nonprofits to go in there and basically try to feed people. And now this is, the third time that this particular nonprofit, at least the second time, but I think there was a third instance, of this particular nonprofit being targeted.
But most importantly, at least in terms of the news over the past couple of days, this is going to come as something that's very difficult for people who have been complaining about the idea that Israel has been engaging in acts of genocide in Gaza. if you are one of those people who really repels at the use of the word genocide, then you will be very, very comforted to know that the former IDF defense minister, I should say the former Israeli defense minister and a former IDF chief, Moshe Ya'alon, says that Israel is engaged in ethnic cleansing. So this will be able, you will be able, if you are one of those people who take issue with the use of genocide by genocide experts, you will now be able to brag that Israel is only engaged in ethnic cleansing. This coming from a guy who worked decades in the Israeli National Security State and about 3 or 4 years for a guy named Bibi Netanyahu. Okay, this is subtitles. I'll read it. Okay, go back to the beginning, please. Who is in favor of separatism? Go ahead. This has nothing to do with the right or left. In favor of separatism and not a dual national state, an apartheid state, or to follow the path that we are now being led into, to conquer, annex, and to purify an ethnic identity, to look at the north of the border, to transfer, to call it whatever you want, and to settle in a Jewish settlement. That's the point. Now, if we look at the numbers, 70% in most areas, sometimes more, sometimes a little less. 2/3 of the public in the state of Israel are in favor, first of all, of a liberal democratic Jewish state and so on, of separation as well. And so here we must not get confused, because the one who wants to confuse us is the one who's leading us at the moment to no less than destruction. You said a bunch of words that I never thought I would hear from you. Ethnic cleansing in the Gaza Strip. Do you think we're on the right track? Why on the right track? What's going on there? What's going on there? This is no Beit Lich. This is no Beit Hanun. They are apparently operating in Jabal. And in fact, they're cleansing the area from, I couldn't catch the word.
Arabs.
From Arabs.
Yes.
Illegal.
Okay. Well, let's move it along. Talk about Syria now. Actually, before we do that, let's go to this. This was at a house. I think this was a House hearing. I think this was during a House hearing earlier on Thursday morning, where Anthony Blinken went to speak and was met with sort of an unwelcome surprise.
Negotiating a interview.
Where does it start? Where does it start? It starts like around here, I think.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, first of all, let me just say I have very much appreciated working with you these past 4 years, working with the Ranking Member. I think we've done good and important things together.
Illegal.
Remind the audience members, disruption of committee proceedings is against the law. Holding up signs or making verbal outbursts during the proceedings is disruptive and will not be tolerated. Any
Anthony Blinken is illegal.
disruption will result in a suspension of the proceedings until the Capitol Police can restore order. This includes the raising
Letting Anthony Blinken talk is a crime.
and other forms of disruption.
Okay? Enough of your crying.
Our thoughts are with the Gold Star families of the 2,461 American service members, as well as State Department and USAID employees.
Committee will suspend while the Capitol Police restore order to this committee.
What? Do you...
It's science. I don't want reality.
Not want reality? Come on.
Especially of the 13 heroes that we lost at Abbey Gate, and I deeply regret that we did not do more and could not do more to protect them. And to those families who are here with us today, you're in my thoughts, in my prayers. I wish that Nicole was here with us today. I'm deeply sorry that she's not. I'm also deeply grateful to the dedicated professionals from the State Department, from the Defense Department, from across the government, from civil society, other partners who did so much to support the people of Afghanistan over those 2 decades.
Committee will come to order. Committee will suspend while the Capitol Police restore order. Committee will come to order.
The gentleman sounds upset. I wonder why. Could it be Anthony Blinken has been sort of the front man for this goddamn genocide for all Americans, essentially? And has been sort of playing lawyer to Israel for a while now, like a year and a half. Now let's go to Syria now. And the EU has apparently suspended all applications of asylum
when seeking
to
asylum,
Syria.
It helps to have friends in high places. Bashar al-Assad's application in Russia approved, personally, quickly, by his friend President Putin. But for 47,000 Syrians who fled the Assad regime, seen here crossing into Germany 9 years ago, applications are now on hold. The country has over 1 million Syrians, the most in Europe, making immigration the big issue in February's general election, where these people, the far-right AfD party, are hoping to do well. But not everyone is booking their flight back to Damascus. Anas, now a German citizen, arrived from Syria in 2015.
I don't think it's a good idea that so many people on the AFC side are now saying that the Syrians have to go back as quickly as possible. The situation hasn't improved yet. Every person can decide for themselves whether they want to go back or not, but as of me, I don't...
Yeah, that's a great point. But unfortunately, the EU is denying all new applications of asylum to Syrians, specifically in the light of the fall of the Syrian army and Bashar, the Ba'ath Party's regime, essentially, the last 50 years, well, 70 years technically. But let's go here. Sorry, hold on. I forgot that I have to do the subtitles. Let me turn the volume down so you can hear. Tomorrow morning, when institutions start to conduct their businesses of service, security, and policemen, I hope from everyone who carries a weapon to go to his base and to commit to his division, battalion, or brigade. We will not allow, accept the chaos of arms appearing or firing on the streets. Yeah, and that was sort of, I think, where we around the place that we left it off last time we were talking about this. Now we've got, 3 days to talk about of what has transpired in Syria since the fall of the Assad regime. And it's been a lot, more than I thought, but really much of it could have probably been predicted. But yeah, let's go here, talk the Ba'ath Party and the Assad family's regime. Here's South China Morning Post with a sort of a historical wrap-up. After leading a coup in 1970, Hafez al-Assad became president of Syria The following year, the former Air Force commander had a strong network in the military and his socialist Ba'ath Party. Hafez quickly turned the Syrian government into a one-party dictatorship. Now, the Ba'ath Party was in power before this, and there was a leader in power, I think for like 15 years or so, before Hafez al-Assad seized power. I can't remember his name. He portrayed himself as the savior of the nation, and created a cult of personality around himself and his family. The Ba'ath Party integrated the Assad family cult into its doctrine and official state ideology. Hafez implemented a socialist economic system and nationalized key industries. He relied on divide and rule tactics that exploited ethnic, religious, and political divisions. Half of that sounded good, the other half sounded horrifying. Hafez used secret police, mass arrests, and torture to maintain control. One of the most brutal episodes occurred in 1982. Thousands were killed when the regime crushed an uprising in Hama. In the 1980s, Assad's government established military cooperation with the Soviet Union. When Hafez began looking for a successor, his first choice was his brother Rafat. But Rafat's failed attempt to seize power in 1983 to 1984 resulted in his exile. Hafez's next choice was his eldest son, Basil, but he died in a car accident in 1994. Hafez turned to his third choice, his younger son, Bashar, who had no political experience. Hafez al-Assad died in 2000. Bashar al-Assad became Syria's 19th president. He was confirmed by a referendum that saw him win 97% of the vote. Bashar at first promised reforms and a more open society. Hopes for change soon crumbled as he mirrored his father's authoritarian style. In 2011, the Arab Spring protests ignited across the Middle East. In Syria, citizens demanded political and religious freedom and an end to corruption. Bashar responded with brutal force. The Arab Spring protests quickly escalated into a full-scale civil war in Syria. It gave rise to factions including rebel groups, extremist organizations, and Kurdish forces. Meanwhile, Bashar's regime received military and financial support from both Russia and Iran. These ties are strategic and important, not only for Syria and Iran, but for the entire world. And that's where he is now. He's in Russia. Apparently he's already been granted asylum there. You gotta keep this going. Let's go on to Democracy Now! Talk about some of this stuff going on here.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now!'s Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
We begin today's show with Syria and the aftermath of the historic collapse of the Assad regime. Israeli forces are continuing to attack key military sites, airports, and army air bases in cities across Syria, including the capital Damascus. In just the last 48 hours, Israel's carried out 340 airstrikes, according to the Syrian Observatory for Human Rights. A resident from Qamishli in northeastern Syria described the strikes that took place Monday night.
The strikes happened at night. We went out after hearing the sounds and we saw a fire there. Then we realized that Israel struck these locations. We didn't get a break from Turkey, and now Israel came. Israel has been striking the area for a while now.
Turkey and the United States have also continued to strike targets in Syria since the lightning offensive led by Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, or HTS. In a message posted to Telegram Tuesday, the rebel commander, Ahmed Shara, vowed to hold senior officials in the Assad regime accountable for, quote, torturing the Syrian people, unquote. As different factions of armed groups vie for power and their international backers defend their interests, Syrians are grappling with the enormity of what has happened to their country and what comes next. In 13 years of war, over 350,000 people have been killed, according to the United Nations, over 14 million displaced. President Bashar al-Assad has now fled to Russia, where he's been granted political asylum with his family. Syrians are adjusting to the new reality of life after 50 years of rule by the Assad family, Hafez al-Assad, and his son, Bashar.
Today we don't give our joy to anyone. We have been waiting for this day for 50
Shit,
years.
just realized the sound's way down.
Silence and could not speak out because of this tyranny. Today we thank and ask God to reward everyone who contributed to this day, the day of liberation. We were living in a big prison that was Syria. It's been 50 years during which we couldn't speak, nor express ourselves, nor express our worries. Anyone who spoke out was detained in prisons, as you saw in Sidnaya.
For more on the dramatic changes in Syria, we're joined by Omar Dahi, Syrian-American economics professor at Hampshire College, director of the Security and Context Research Network, where he focuses on political economy in Syria and the social and economic consequences of the war. He was born and raised in Syria and involved in several peace-building initiatives since the conflict began. Professor Omar Dahi joins us now from Amherst, Massachusetts. Professor, welcome to Democracy Now! First, your response to Assad's departure, him fleeing with his family to Russia, and what this means for Syria.
Hi, Amy. Thank you so much for having me. Yeah, I've been watching, like many others from outside the country, in shock and disbelief in this past 2 weeks, and with mixed emotions in many ways. First, shock and disbelief at the collapse of the Syrian regime and the way it happened after 13 or more years of conflict, where there were front lines that were frozen for the past several years, but suddenly they disappeared. Of course, incredible joy at the personal level, and also for millions of Syrians who were directly hurt by the regime, both through the violence of the war, the displacement, the killings and tortures that were taking place, as well as previously, before the war. It's been incredible watching the scenes of the liberation of prisoners from prisons like Sednaya, which have been referred to, I think correctly, as human slaughterhouses. It's been incredibly moving to see people celebrating in the streets, people saying that they can finally go home, they can finally speak their mind. So all that has been really a joy to watch and witness as we kind of see the sequence of events unfold with the, Bashar al-Assad fleeing to Russia. Thankfully, this process, which we can talk more about, happened finally with as minimal bloodshed as possible, even though there was plenty of bloodshed over the past years. But in the way it had happened, it actually provided a possibility for positive change, at least at the moment. But this joy is also tempered with lots of other feelings as well, primarily the costs at which this happened. And I would say the costs are the human costs that you outlined, which may be even more in terms of the people killed. Entire generations had been destroyed. There is a generation of Syrians that grew up in displacement in refugee camps. The destruction that happened to the country, all the human cost and the physical cost, I think it's hard to say that it was not too high. It's impossible to say that it was okay that all this happened. There are other costs, of course. The other cost is the loss of sovereignty of Syria, which has been a process ongoing for 10 years. Syria was occupied and invaded by the United States, by Turkey, on the opposition side, and on the Syrian government side. It drew on its allies to defend itself, Russia and Iran, which came to place the regime in a position of dependency. So there were multiple foreign types of occupations in the country, which we see what is happening now in the Israeli airstrikes as a continuation of that law.
Yeah, and we'll get more to the Israeli airstrikes and the, all of that very soon. I'm going to skip ahead now to some of the other things that have been going on here since the fall of the Assad regime. Let's just go to this. This is some footage of people inside of the palace. Marble-lined palace of Bashar al-Assad. My God. This thing is insane. So shortly after this, Benjamin Netanyahu came out and said this. He saw a moment, an opportunity, if you will, and decided, oh, geez, we could take some land that's not ours.
This is a historic day for the Middle East. The collapse of the Assad regime, the tyranny in Damascus, offers great opportunity, but also is fraught with significant dangers.
Look at that opportunity.
This collapse is a direct result.
Great opportunity.
A forceful action against Hezbollah and Iran, Assad's main supporters. It set off a chain reaction of all those who want to free themselves from this tyranny and its suppression. But it also means we have to take action against possible threats.
Really?
One of them is the collapse of the separation of forces.
So it was a preemptive strike. No threats have been made whatsoever, and Israel's just decided, and Benjamin Netanyahu has come to the conclusion that's good enough. I can see a threat in the future. Nobody's threatened us yet, but might as well pre-bomb them. Preemptive attack.
Agreement from 1974 between Israel and Syria. This agreement held for 50 years. Last night it collapsed. The Syrian army abandoned its positions. We gave the Israeli army the order to take over these positions to ensure
illegally
that no hostile force embeds itself right next to the border of Israel. This is a temporary defensive position until a suitable arrangement is found.
Temporary illegality.
Equally, we
How
send
exciting.
a hand of peace to all those beyond our border in Syria, to the Druze, to the Kurds, to the Christians, and to the Muslims who want to live in peace with Israel. We're going to follow events very
just
carefully.
the ones that want peace with Israel. Okay, all right, cool. But till then, you're going to bomb them. Is that what you're saying? Until you're sure that, yeah, interesting, fascinating. Shortly after all of that, this video came out. This was 3 days ago, showing the. I guess we watched this one too, technically, didn't we? It's whatever. We just I just trying to get us caught up here. All right. Let's go here. This video shows people entering Syria, returning to Damascus after having been kept out of it. It just what appears to be like tens of thousands of people, maybe more. Hard to tell. Just all lined up, heading back to the capital of Syria. The former stronghold of Bashar al-Assad, who now, as we know, is in Russia. At this time, whatever, on Sunday, this was technically, I think, Monday morning. Right? We had no idea where Bashar al-Assad was. He was completely missing. Everybody was looking for the guy. but couldn't find him. It's a full-on parking lot out here. These cars moving about a foot per minute. It's truly an incredible sight to behold. Like, it looks like a movie. It looks like it's CGI'd or something. You know? Like, it doesn't look like CGI, but it just looks, like, surreal. It's like an internal exodus inside of Syria, or return. It's like it's the great return. It's insane how many people this is. I have no idea what it means. It could be like 100,000 people all moving. I mean, there's been millions of people displaced for years, internally and externally. We just talked about it. What was it, 15 million people displaced since the war started over 10 years ago? Now this is a video showing a Israeli airstrike on a government building. This doesn't appear to be a military target. This is inside of Damascus, the capital. It is a government building. I don't see any weapons here. Doesn't seem to be like a place you would keep weapons. This is really, like it says, immigration and pass, I assume passport something. It looks like the sign got broken by the bomb. But yeah, Ministry of the Interior. This is not where they keep weapons. This is a direct attack on the Syrian government itself. Not that they've established a new government in, like, you know, but they have technically, I mean, to a degree they have, right? Because they named a prime minister, right? So, I mean, they have clearly shown that they intend to govern, which means that these sorts of structures are really under their purview at this time, unless somebody disagrees. And right now, Israel apparently disagrees that Syria is a state, a sovereign state, so they're attacking it. And don't let them say it's just military targets, because we're looking at the Ministry of the Interior right here. Okay? And they will be telling us that here soon. So let's get to some of that. But first, let's look at some of the celebrations that were happening inside of Syria around the same time. Everybody's just honking. It's hilarious. It's amazing. Unfortunately, in the midst of all this, Israel was striking Syria relentlessly, like Amy Goodman of Democracy Now! Mentioned before. Hundreds of times, over 300 strikes done by Israel on Syrian territory, and not strictly military targets like they're claiming, as we just saw.
Israeli airstrikes on Damascus and elsewhere in Syria are further challenging a fragile situation. Israeli army radio is reporting that the military has been carrying out a series of large-scale strikes across the country, targeting strategic military infrastructure. This building near the state TV station was bombed by Israeli jets on December the 8th, the same day Bashar al-Assad left Syria. Smoke from the attack is still rising. At Malibu Square in Damascus, Syrians are celebrating the fall of the Assad regime. They have endured the pain and losses of a civil war that lasted for 13 years.
We're happy. We've been waiting for this moment for a long time now. My husband was killed by the regime 7 years ago. It's impossible to describe my feelings now.
For many, the scars of the past still hurt.
Assad family was in power for more than half a century. That, however, is not.
Okay. I should consider doing a fun half instead of a sad half at the end. I get it. But I do have a secret sort of fun story for us to talk about at the end. And I have slightly changed the format of things. It's not, the Middle East isn't actually the end anymore. Technically, we've been doing the rest of Asia as well at the end instead. Just as a way to do exactly what you're suggesting, not go to bed as angry. You know, I do what I can around here. Let's go here, look at some of the, talk more about strikes.
Tonight, with Syria convulsed in revolutionary chaos, its neighbor Israel taking decisive action. Israeli warplanes carrying out strikes across the country, leaving this airbase near Damascus in flames, according to the Syrian Observatory for Human Rights. Illegal. The target, Israel says, military sites, including the Assad regime's stockpiles of chemical and biological weapons.
Including the Ministry of Interior building in the middle of the capital city,
which it fears could fall into the hands of extremists.
The only interest we have is the security of Israel and its citizens.
Bashar al-Assad, Syria's toppled dictator, used chemical weapons against his own people during 13 bloody years of civil war.
Yep.
President Obama threatened strikes in response.
A red line for us is we start seeing a whole bunch of chemical weapons moving around or being utilized.
But didn't follow through. While President Trump mounted 2 waves of attacks during his first term. Israeli forces are also moving in on the ground, first capturing a buffer zone between Syria and the Israeli-controlled Golan Heights, and then edging troops further into...
You know what's interesting about buffer zones? There's not supposed to be any troops in them. That's how buffer zones work. There's supposed to be no troops on of either side inside of them. That's what makes them a buffer. When you invade them, when you put troops in them, it's an invasion.
Israel and the Assad regime, but for 50 years, this was Israel's quietest border, and the Israeli government is determined to try to keep it that way.
Yeah, and it's fascinating how the NBCs of the world are framing all of this as if it's not a violation, as if it's not an invasion of Syria. They're just trying to keep themselves safe. It's just Israel defending themselves again. Well, at some point we're going to talk about whether or not Syria gets to defend themselves against Israel invading them and bombing them. Is that allowed in NBC's or any of these media organizations' minds? Considering this is a literal ground incursion like they have on the title into a foreign country.
Syrians fear Israel is taking advantage of their weakness to capture territory. Israel annexed the Golan after its military victory against its Arab neighbors in the 1967 war. But Israel today insists its aim only to prevent chaos.
All right, let's go and talk about the prison that has now been opened up after this.
The stream of families never stops.
climbing towards Syria's most notorious Sednaya prison, pushed on by reports that thousands of people imprisoned by the regime of Bashar al-Assad are still trapped alive in a section underground. The red section of the prison, they've been trying for days to reach it, Maysoon Labout tells us.
Hold on, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. Trying to think where it was that I wanted us to pick up on this. I just find her to be kind of annoying, and that interview was especially annoying.
For a way in.
The way she does things.
No
just
one is certain where this red section is, or if it even exists. Inside the prison, family members are searching too.
You can see people everywhere just combing through all the papers and records they can find, looking for names, seeing if maybe their loved ones are there.
Tens of thousands of Syrians were forcibly disappeared in Sednaya, lost in the abyss of a prison that was known as a slaughterhouse. Industrial-scale arbitrary detention and torture, all to keep one man in power.
They call this the white area of the prison because they say the conditions here are much better than in other areas, but you can see it's still miserable.
In the center of the prison, another frantic rush. Someone thinks they have found a tunnel. They desperately try to get a look inside. Others look on, helpless. Not knowing is agony. Assad may be gone, but the legacy of his cruelty remains.
There are still conflicting reports about Sednaya and whether this so-called red section of the prison exists. A group that calls itself the Association of Detainees and the Missing in Sednaya put out a statement on Twitter saying that basically this was incorrect, that all people who were being held in Sednaya had been released by 11 a.m. on December 8th, and yet we are still seeing media reports as recently as an hour ago saying they believe once again they may have found this so-called red area.
Clarissa Ward reporting for us. Thank you so much, Clarissa, and your team for visiting the prison. By the way, the Association for Detainees.
Keep this going. This discussion of this prison here. Let's go to this AP from 3 days ago. Sednaya prison. Syrian search for their loved ones. We need the director of the prison.
Angry
we need the
scenes
director
could be
of the prison.
seen outside the infamous Sednaya military prison outside the Syrian capital, as thousands demanded to know the whereabouts of their loved ones. As insurgents swept across Syria to bring an end to the Assad family's 50-year rule, they broke into prisons and security facilities to free political prisoners. Civil defense workers dug holes in search of hidden cells and underground chambers. The prison, known as the human slaughterhouse, is one that has horrified the Syrian people.
We came here, but we didn't find any detainees. Inside, we found refrigerators, burners, crushers. We would press them and put them in the burner. They are gallows and corrosive acid. Jesus Christ,
Syria's
that's
prisons
disgusting.
have been infamous for their harsh conditions. Torture is systematic, say human rights groups, whistleblowers, and former detainees. According to Amnesty International, dozens of people were secretly executed every week at Sednaya.
They are all gangsters. They're all gangsters and they will be held accountable. And all the names here, even if they have fled to China, they must be held accountable, because now we have their names and
while
proof.
Prison officers and soldiers have escaped, the whereabouts of many in-prison family members detained is unknown. The release of prisoners and the end of the Assad family's rule is a historic moment in Syria's story.
Wow. This is all really escalating quickly in so many different ways. They now have a list of war crimes and war criminals. My God. All right, let's go to here. Guardian News from 3 days ago. Reunited Syrians celebrate with their families.
I'm here in front of Invades Square, which is in downtown Damascus, the center. As you can here, as you can hear, people are pretty happy. Fighters have returned from North Syria today to Damascus after years of exile and after the end of the war between the rebels and the Assad regime. People are firing weapons in celebration of the return and of the victory of rebels.
Well, Israel did strikes the first night, and then they did strikes the second night. Go, Web, go. Jesus Christ. This one is clearly a military target. The fact that you see these missiles shooting off, these projectiles shooting off from this site. I mean, the fact is, like, that's gotta be what this is. And you see them, the projectiles are just randomly firing in all sorts of directions. I'm sure there's possibility for, civilian casualties from this strike. But of course, Israel isn't interested in diplomacy with their neighbors. Just brute force, no talking. So they continued to move further in
With the fall of Bashar
to
Assad
Syria.
in Syria, Israel is seeing both opportunity and peril. After fighting wars on multiple fronts for months, Israel is concerned that the unrest in Syria could spill over into its borders. And over the weekend, it sent air and ground troops to seize a demilitarized buffer zone in Syria along the Israeli-controlled Golan Heights. It says that move is temporary and meant to stabilize the border. With Bashar Assad gone, there are questions over what will be Syria's role in the Middle East. It long served as a conduit for Iranian weapons to the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah, and Israel hopes that that link can now be broken. With Syria in disarray, Israel has been striking targets in the country, including chemical weapons and long-range missiles. It says that is meant to prevent the weapons from falling into the hands of militants. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, on a visit to the Golan Heights, called Assad's demise a historic day. But
right, okay. Historic day for Israel to seize territory and attack its neighbors. Because they're running out of stuff to attack. This is showing footage of more Israeli tanks crossing into the buffer zone where they're not supposed to be. These tanks sound like they're getting pretty old and shitty at this point. Do you hear this thing?
Got a team standing by to cover all of this. We are going to start with NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez. Raf, good morning. All this happened so fast. Just walk us through the events of the last 24 hours and the reaction we're already getting out of Syria this morning.
Joe Savannah, good morning. So fast. The history of the Middle East rewritten at lightning speed. Bashar al-Assad and his family ruled Syria with an iron fist for more than 50 years, but their regime crumbled in less than 2 weeks in the face of this advance by Syrian rebel fighters. They burst out of northwest Syria, taking city after city. And in the early hours of Sunday morning, they entered the capital.
Sorry, I'm skipping ahead.
Taken note of statements by the leaders of these rebel groups in recent days. And they're saying the right things now. But as they take on greater responsibility, we will assess not just their words, but their actions.
Now, senior
Now, what's interesting is that
were
the U.S. is
asked
doing zero assessing of
whether the
Israel's
United
actions
States
at this
would
point.
think about removing.
And at this point, Israel has attacked Syria multiple times, and yet the United States government saying absolutely nothing about what Israel's doing. Seemingly zero concerns about any of that, even though they're at the same time sort of celebrating the fall of Assad, media celebrating the fall of Assad, and talking about how great it is for the civilians. They get to go back home and they get to, live their lives and have democracy. Meanwhile, the supposed democracy of the Middle East is actively attacking that country and those people. Let's see if Anthony Blinken has anything to say on the matter. This is from, 3 days ago, so I guess Tuesday.
Before I
Monday,
get to the
maybe.
subject at hand, permit me to speak briefly about the situation in Syria. It's impossible not to be moved by the scenes of jubilation, the scenes of relief.
Absolutely.
Coming out
It
of
is
Syria.
moving. Totally.
People dancing in the streets.
Civilians.
Families weeping as they embrace children, husbands, wives, who've spent years locked away in the Assad regime's prison.
It's horrible. And now they're being
After
bombed by Israel.
14 years of conflict and decades of brutal repression under the Assad regime, Syrians finally feel hope for their future. The overwhelming majority of people in Syria have only known life under the iron fist of the Assads. Now, they will know something else.
The
end of this
what?
regime is a defeat for all who enabled its barbarity and its corruption. None more than Iran, Hezbollah, and Russia. So this moment presents a historic opportunity, but it also carries considerable risks. History shows how quickly moments of promise can descend into conflict and violence.
Yeah, like when their neighbor starts attacking them. Their neighbor, the one that we're giving all the weapons to. Those guys. Attacking them. I think that counts as violence, too, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see what the IDF minister has to say. From here, I warn the rebel leaders in Syria. Whoever follows Assad's path will end up like Assad. We will not allow an extreme Islamic terrorist entity to act against Israel across its borders, and while putting its citizens at risk. Nobody was attacking Israel. Literally, nobody has been attacking Israel from Syria at all this entire time. Before Assad fell, and now, since Assad fell, nobody's been attacking Israel. Israel is gaslighting everybody. They're somehow defending themselves from attacks that haven't been happening. I have instructed, together with the Prime Minister, the IDF, to establish a sterile defensive zone. What does that mean? Sterile? What does that mean? No humans? Free of weapons and terrorist threats in southern Syria. Southern Syria? So that sounds like it's outside of the fucking like this is literally him saying that they're entering southern Syria. They've left the buffer zone and are now invading Syria in order to prevent terrorism in Syria. They're preventing it. Disgusting. This is disgusting. So they're just invading another one of their neighbors. I wonder if Americans will ever stop funding all of this. Alright, let's look at some more of the airstrikes that have been happening over the last couple of days. This one's from 2 days ago.
In Syria tonight, new shockwaves after the fall of the Assad regime. Israel conducting airstrikes on military facilities to keep them from falling into what they consider the wrong hands. And tonight, an up-close look at what most Syrians were never allowed to see, Assad's abandoned palace and his most brutal prison. ABC's chief international correspondent James Longman takes us inside.
Israel tonight unleashing a wave of devastating airstrikes across Syria, destroying its military bases and naval fleet. Officials say they want to prevent the fallen Assad regime's chemical weapons from falling into the hands of the Syrian rebels. Today, we visited Assad.
That is not all that they're trying to do. I love that ABC just sort of repeats the Israeli talking points just verbatim. They're just doing that. Don't worry. They're just preventing terrorism.
Israeli airstrikes on Syria intensified into Tuesday. Explosions heard throughout the night in Damascus, in the port of Latakia and Kamishli. Their targets, military assets.
Last night, we were terrified. People came out of their homes to see what was happening. There were shells above our heads and shrapnel flying.
Although Israel has welcomed the fall of Bashar al-Assad, they say they are realistic about what the new regime will look like, and as such, aim to destroy any armaments within Syria's borders that could be used against them. Meanwhile, on the ground, Israeli tanks entered the Golan Heights buffer zone for the first time in 50 years on Monday, a 3-kilometre-wide demilitarised zone created under a 1974 ceasefire agreement after the Yom Kippur War. Israel then annexed the western part of the Golan Heights in 1981, a move recognised by only itself and the United States, and on which they are now doubling down in the face of international criticism.
Yeah, and they're actually going past that buffer zone. They're literally invading. But they're also, like she mentioned, destroying all of Syria's navy while they're at it. Seems like a full-scale invasion to me.
Israel says it has destroyed Syria's naval fleet. The defense minister warned Islamist rebels who overthrew Bashar al-Assad that his country would never allow terrorists to threaten Israel. Syria's neighbours and the UN have called for the Israeli attacks to stop. BBC Verify's Merlin Thomas has been analysing footage on social media to find out more.
Since the fall of the Syrian President Bashar al-Assad, Israel has been carrying out airstrikes in Syria. And they said they've been deploying troops in the buffer zone, the demilitarized area on the Syrian border. Now let me show you what that looks like on the map. So the Golan Heights are an area that Israel seized in the Six-Day War in 1967 and unilaterally annexed in 1981. The move wasn't recognized internationally. And at BBC Verify, we've seen evidence that they've moved beyond the buffer zone into Syria. This is an image of an Israeli...
I would point out the people there also didn't want to be annexed.
700 meters outside the buffer zone in Syria. Now we located him by matching his photo up with publicly available images like this. And these are very distinctive features. So for example, there is a road, this trench and this hill, which confirms that this is the spot it was taken.
Yeah.
And we've also verified footage of what appears to be a convoy of Israeli army vehicles in the village of Qutna in Syria, close to the photo of the soldier you've just seen.
So,
also
an invasion.
In Syria, outside the buffer zone. The Israeli army said their ground forces are focused on the buffer zone, but said they're
not exclusively.
Operating in tactical points adjacent to it on the
tactical Syrian
and
points.
We've also been analysing video of strikes in Syria since the 8th of December. in these areas that you can see here in the points in red, including this strike overnight in the port of Latakia in western Syria.
Okay. Yeah. Let's see what the UN envoy said recently. This was also from a couple of days ago. Oh wait, I'm sorry. We got one more here. Associated Press on the Israeli advance into Syria.
Israel has carried a series of airstrikes into Syria overnight. They're the most intense aerial campaign into Syria in years, but also particularly after the fall of the government of Bashar al-Assad. The attacks also came with territorial push of Israeli troops into a buffer zone between Syria and Israel. Israel says the move is to protect its territory from the spillover of the chaos in Syria, but also says it's trying to prevent the insurgents in Syria from laying their hands on the military facilities and weapons in Syria.
Why? That's not a justification. It's not a legal justification.
The disarray in Syria, but also a violation of international law.
Yeah.
The condemnation comes because there's a precedent. Israel has in previous Mideast wars taken Arab land and they have not returned since. So there's a concern from Arab countries for that. There's also a Turkish condemnation of the Israeli moves. Turkey is one of the main backers of the Syrian opposition that have managed to oust Bashar al-Assad in a historic shock offensive that lasted only 11 days. Turkey says it didn't condone the toppling of Assad regime, but it definitely, such an offensive could not have taken place without Turkey's green light. Turkey has more than one interest in Syria, not just the backing of the opposition, but it is concerned about the Kurds that have taken a slice of the territory in northern Syria and now are administrating as independent territory. Turkey and the Kurds have a history of dispute over territorial and...
Yeah, a history of dispute that goes up until today. Literally, they've been doing strikes and aiding pro-Turkish forces in their fighting against Kurdish forces. Like, literally, we've been talking about that for weeks.
We are still in what I would call a very fluid period. Things have not settled. There is a real opportunity for change, but this opportunity needs to be grasped by the Syrians themselves and supported by the UN and the international community.
Yeah, and, you know, that would include Israel, who needs to... whoa, what just happened? Oh no, did my internet just die? What just happened? Hold on. Wait, I can still see the stream, which means my internet didn't die. So what the fuck is going on? Hold on.
We are still in what I would call a very fluid period. Things have not settled.
What in the fuck is going on? It refuses to load this video. What the hell? Alright, I guess we'll go to the next one. I don't know what to tell you. It's being fucked up. Let's go look at Bashar al-Assad's garage. It's full of...
Alright, happening now. We have exclusive
Just full of some insane cars here.
After the fall of the Assad regime. Loud explosions rocked Damascus overnight, plumes of smoke hanging over the city. CNN's Clarissa Ward, one of the few Western journalists on the ground in the region. Clarissa is with me now. Communications have been tough. We have you. Please just tell me where you are. What's behind you?
So, John, we are actually here in one of several garages belonging to Bashar al-Assad. We are on the compound of the presidential palace, and you can see this is a man who had expensive tastes. We've seen Aston Martins, we've got Lamborghinis, we've got Ferraris. I want to add as well that we've been walking through this compound. There are many garages. We were just in a lot where there were dozens and dozens of armored cars, if you can believe that. I don't know how anyone would need so many armored cars. And I'm bringing you over here because you can see this collection of classic cars over here. And the reason this is all significant, John, the reason that we're talking about this, that we're showing you this, is because really this is indicative of the deep, deep corruption of the Assad regime, which is a big part of why this whole uprising started in the first place back in 2011. Bashar al-Assad had been ruling for some years, his father for many decades.
Yeah, this is insane. There's many millions of dollars worth of cars here in this garage. I'm going to keep talking about this. Let's go back to the palace and look at some of the aftermath of all of this. Yeah, ABC. This is from just 2 days ago.
The leader of the rebel group that toppled Syrian leader Bashar al-Assad's regime is vowing to hold Assad's henchmen accountable. This is our James Longman got an inside look at one of Assad's presidential palaces in Damascus, also known to Syrians as the People's Palace.
This is what remains of the ballroom. You can see it's been completely blown out. Fire has completely destroyed it. You can see chandeliers just sort of encrusted down there on the floor among the glass and all the debris. If I show you through some of the rest of this place, it is huge. It'd be impossible to show you around the whole thing. It's like 5, 6 stories, all clad in expensive stones and marbles. There is this rather beautiful courtyard right in the middle. I get the sense that perhaps there was a renovation underway here. Assad preparing perhaps for a long future as the president of Syria. This is the courtyard outside. Rather lovely. This is just one part. I mean, it's
Jesus Christ.
How vast this building is. Upstairs, just room after room after room, bedrooms set up for guests, expensive furniture now abandoned. This room, though, looks like someone reasonably important used to use it because it's huge, and you can see all the discarded documents, papers of state perhaps, lying on this desk.
Yeah, I think people have been looking for a lot of evidence for all of the crimes. Seem to be doing a pretty good job going through all the paperwork so far. Hope it is fruitful searches for them. Now let's go see what the State Department has to say about all of this. I keep talking about it. What the fuck does the U.S. government have to say about what's been going on?
Yeah, thank you. I have a couple of questions, Matt. First, what do you think about the Syrian new prime minister that Joulani has appointed? Did someone talk to him, or will someone from the administration call him?
I don't have any comment on his appointment. We have not had any communications with him as of yet.
We started to see on social media some reports of human rights atrocities in the streets of Syria. How are you following these reports?
We're following him very closely, and it's why you have heard everyone in this administration, starting with the president on Sunday, emphasize that the protection of civilians must be of the paramount priority.
Really, it must be the paramount priority. Fascinating. Thanks, Matt. Seems like Israel's not doing that super good right now. All right, let's go here. Got another clip.
Right. Thanks, Matt. I have one thing. I just want to ask you about this statement that came out just before the human rights ceremony about the authority for visa bans against people who are officials, authorities who are involved in the wrongful detention of people. Don't you have the authority to do that already?
This was outlined.
I don't want reality.
We had under a different authority to do it in some circumstances, but this was kind of refining and expanding our ability to use those authorities with respect to wrongful detentions. I'm happy to get you a more detailed.
Please do, because I just don't understand why adding a layer.
It refers to the way We exercise those authorities under different provisions of the law, and I'm happy to get you a technical expert to talk about
but
that.
I mean, it just seems
it
kind of
refines.
pointless.
Does sound exciting.
You already have this authority.
There is
You've used it before, and so I don't understand why you.
I can guarantee you this was explained to me. It's a very detailed. It is a very detailed technicality.
Thank God.
I want to go to Syria. I'm just. Can you explain to me this whole idea of when you say you're prepared to recognize a new Syrian leadership that does these specific things that you've outlined? Whatever happened to the old, what had been a previous, a mantra for decades that you don't recognize governments, you recognize states. And what does it mean that you would recognize a new leadership that meets these criteria?
Yeah, do we recognize?
I'm qualified to speak to a State Department mantra that dates back decades, since I've not been here for all that time.
Oh, yeah, you wouldn't want to do that.
We speak to this. What we mean is, look, you have seen this group, HTS, take control of some of the levers of power. You have seen them work to name an acting prime minister, and the United States does not have standing diplomatic relations with Syria, right? We withdrew our embassy a number of. Hold on.
You've been working with the rebels actively.
We have not recognized the HTS as the governing authority in Syria. We have not recognized them as the government of Syria. And so what we are making clear.
Who is the government of Syria?
A government of Syria, a particular government.
Okay, so we're just.
These are the steps that we think are important.
In my opinion, I think that what we're doing here is intentionally obfuscating who and if anybody rules Syria, so that we can essentially ignore what Israel's doing on the territory right now with their invasion of southern Syria and their strikes. It's convenient for us not to recognize a government currently while our ally is committing crimes. Because there's no government, if it's not a country, then hey, can there be war crimes committed against them? Technically, yes, but it's easier for the U.S. government to pretend like it's sort of an amorphous situation.
To be followed.
Okay, and what does that what would that recognition entail? Reopening the embassy?
So I don't want to get ahead of the process. We're obviously not there. This isn't something that's going to happen overnight. There's needs to be a Syrian-led process that plays out over the coming weeks. But we thought it was important on behalf of the United States, because we do have a number of authorities that we have exercised with respect to Syria over the
we have authorities over Syria?
Especially with sanctions, but also with our diplomatic relations. We thought it was important that we make clear what we think are the principles that should be upheld during this transition process and during the formation of a new government.
I'm sorry, but did you just hear me? Did I hear Matt correctly? Anybody? Did he just say that the United States government has authorities over Syria, a foreign country that we technically illegally occupy right now? Right? We have outposts in Syria fighting ISIS with no real jurisdictional authority. We declared it, but it's not I don't think anybody else declared it, if I understand it correctly. We just said it's we're now declaring we have authority.
Where you recognize the state, but you don't recognize the government, other than perhaps Venezuela.
Well, Venezuela certainly, that was going to be the one I was going to mention.
You actually recognize what happened when the U.S. recognized Juan Guaido as the legitimate president of.
Ooh, wow, good callback.
I refer you to a spokesman for the previous administration for an answer to that, because that happened during their time in office.
Okay.
I'm asking you what recognition.
So funny.
I mean, that recognition of Guaido as in Venezuela didn't result in the reopening of the embassy.
No.
It didn't open. It didn't result in the reopen. It's a very different situation, because you had. That is a different situation when you have a figure who we recognize as the government, but actually isn't in control of the levers of power. You would have a different situation potentially here, where you have an entity that is controlled in.
Wait. So they are in control of the levers of power right now. So they are the government. It's almost like he's recognizing that they're the government. He's like, this is different, because Juan Guaido didn't get elected and actually didn't have any access to power. And these guys just, overthrew an unelected leader and now have access to the power. It's confusing, Matt. You're confusing me again.
Control at least of some of the levers of power inside Syria.
Okay.
Not all of them.
Oh, not all of them.
So
like the
it's a
ones
different situation.
Israel seizing.
I mean, the Taliban. You never recognize the Taliban as
Or like the Kurdish ones.
As the government of Afghanistan, and yet
The ones that we took.
I don't think it's I don't
or
think it's that
ISIS.
complicated. You have seen the United States and other countries around the world refrain from, certainly in periods of transition, refrain from recognizing governments for extended periods of time in some circumstances, and withhold recognition of new governments. And what we are
Okay. Wait, actually, we have to listen to this whole thing, I think. I take it back.
clear.
I'm sorry. I think he says something insane in the next minute, if I recall correctly.
On behalf of the Syrian people before the United States would take that step.
Okay, and then lastly on Syria, is there any new information about Austin Tice? And can you give?
Oh, actually, no. Never mind. I take it back. I take it back. I think I have more State Department quotes, don't I?
So I know Barbara and John are still in the region. I talked to them earlier today.
I do. I do. Okay, hold on. No, I take it back. We're going to get to that later. We're trying to stay in chronological order right now. What? Okay. Do they recognize the Syrian government? No, they don't. Inconvenient right now. Let's go back and talk about those prisons some more, as there continues to be more and more stuff coming out about the state of these prisons, the people coming out of them, some of the information being found. Bring back Sean Spicer. Honestly, if we're bringing back a Trump administration official, I will take Aunt Lydia over anybody else all day. Okay, so fuck Sean Spicer. Let's get Sarah Huckabee Sanders in there to give us that real Handmaid's Tale feel.
Suburb called Ghouta, where chemical weapons were used on civilians in 2018. She's been speaking to victims and eyewitnesses of the chemical attack who now want a new investigation.
The horrors that Bashar Assad's regime tried to hide away from the world's view, their full scale is now being revealed bit by bit. This is Ghouta, a suburb of Damascus and a rebel support base, founded by the regime and its allies. And on more than one occasion, chemical weapons were used here. We went to a lane where a chlorine bomb was dropped in 2018, right outside Tawfiq Diam's house. He tells us this is the first time he's been able to speak freely about what happened to his wife and his 4 young children.
Amar, Ali, Muhammad, Judy.
I couldn't speak before this, otherwise the regime would have cut off my tongue. When the attack happened, people started choking and couldn't breathe. My wife and children were killed by chemical bombs, he says. As we talk to Tawfiq, another man, Khalid Nasir, tells us he also lost his family in the same attack. 2 toddlers and his pregnant wife. Anger that he's had to suppress for 6 years, spilling out.
We want fresh investigations. The whole world knows that Bashar Assad is an oppressor and a liar, and that he killed his own people.
For a people who for so long have not been able to talk freely, the minute we came out here, everybody had a story to tell us. And what we've heard here about the chemical attack is just a fraction of the brutality inflicted by the regime of Bashar al-Assad on the people of his own country.
Not far from the site of the attack, Tawfiq and Khalid took us to a mound by the side of a road, where they believe their families are buried in a mass grave. Today is the first time they've set foot here. Tawfiq says that if they had tried in the past, they would have been executed.
Illegal.
Hold on, let me move this forward a little bit. At some point during this discussion, they talk about the prisons, if I'm not mistaken. Oh wait, am I getting these mixed up? God, so much going on with this. Actually, let's go to this one. This one is actually definitely about the prisons. I think that one was more about just the regime. I'm getting them mixed up. That's what happens when you have like 160 videos to keep track of for one stream. It's on me.
Tonight, Israel says it has destroyed most of Syria's military capabilities, calling it a necessary step to prevent weapons from falling into the hands of terrorists.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Group, which has taken control
I forgot. This is fucking CBS. CBS, I am so sick of them. They so consistently spit out the fucking worst narratives about this shit. They piss me off so fucking much. Oh god. And the fact is they do a little bit of good reporting and then they just like lay on the worst talking points that are honestly like unverified. And if they took a little time, they would know that they're lies. We just saw a video of them attacking the Ministry of Interior, a non-military organization inside the capital that doesn't hold any chemical weapons, you would assume. It's fucked.
The search is on for Syria's disappearance.
But when it comes to talking about the atrocities, like what's insane is when it comes to talking about the atrocities of Bashar al-Assad, they got no problem. But when Israel starts doing them, it's like they oh my god, it's the biggest blind spot for Israel.
Prison is literally a black hole. Horrible. Dark, damp, smelly, cold. In squalid cells, the Assad regime locked up its critics. Their families were told nothing, and thousands were never seen again. Syrians called Sedna.
Oh, God.
Just outside
this is insane.
The slaughterhouse. Last weekend, Islamic fighters broke in and let the roughly 4,000 prisoners go. On the women's side, you can hear a fighter saying, "Go on, the regime has fallen, go home." Sednaya is now empty. But every day, families stream through the gates. They come with photos and memories of brothers, sons, husbands, hoping against hope to find a secret dungeon that might hold a loved one alive. That's unlikely. 2 days ago, the White Helmet Rescue Group carried out excavations but found nothing. The Syrian Observatory for Human Rights estimates the regime had imprisoned over 100,000 people since 2011.
Were these really for execution?
Okay. Let's keep talking about these prisons, or this prison in particular, the Sednaya prison. Which is apparently some sort of a horrifying hellscape for political prisoners.
Of Bashar al-Assad and the former dictator fled to Moscow, where the Russian state media reports he and his family were given asylum. The Biden administration says it will recognize a new Syrian government under certain conditions. In a statement, Secretary of State Antony Blinken says the new government must respect the rights of minorities, facilitate the flow of humanitarian assistance, prevent Syria from being used as a base for terrorism, and ensure any chemical or biological weapons are destroyed.
Yeah, but that doesn't permit Israel to do what it's doing. I feel like the way these statements are being worded, they're intentionally meant to sort of give Israel the sort of green light on this stuff, right? It's gross. It's really gross. And you know what? We're gonna skip past this video. We need to watch. Let's go listen to here. I think this is was this John Kirby? No, it's the other guy. I think. What's his name? Whatever. State Department. Matt. Oh, this is Matt Miller again. Great.
Expressed such as Syrian-led smooth transition, unified Syria, although we are seeing it being dismembered before our eyes and so on. But nobody speaks of the Israeli attacks. They struck 300 military sites. So why is that? Why are you not talking about what Israel is doing to Syria, what it has done to Syria in the last 24 hours? destroyed the Navy, destroyed all the Air Force. They did all that. Is the purpose, and that's my question, is the purpose to have a demilitarized Syria? Disarm Syria?
I will let Israel speak to its own operations. And
Jesus Christ. Wow.
Say that on behalf of the United
Why?
States, we're going to discuss
This is insane.
These matters with them privately before I opine on.
I'm so sick of hearing them say that Israel gets to speak to their own operations. We do not do that in any other cases. Russia strikes Ukraine, we don't let Russia speak to their own operations, okay? We got opinions on that shit.
Publicly, I would say that broadly speaking, we of course don't want to see any action that makes a Syrian-led process more difficult, and we ultimately want to see a peaceful process forward, not an escalation of the conflict.
So
yeah.
What you're saying is that what Israel is doing, whether it's conquering the rest of the Golan and so on, the attacks that it's conducting, it is like 35 kilometers from Damascus and so on. That is a private matter?
So
is that a private? Is that an Israeli decision?
No. So first of all, let me just point out, with respect to the location of Israeli forces, and I'm not attesting one way or the other. I know there are conflicting claims about where they are, and they have strenuously denied.
Hey, thanks for the super sticker, So Life, much appreciated. I think that's the first super sticker of the whole stream. 7 hours, no stickers or chats. Beautiful, much appreciated. It's a fantastic little lime, sort of cheering me on. I feel like I do need the I need the what's it called? The motivation right now. Little lime's giving me the I need.
One way or the other. I know there are conflicting claims about where they are, and they have strenuously denied that they are close to Damascus. They have said that they are in their forces on the ground are in the buffer zone. And I spoke to this at length yesterday.
Yeah, interesting. He says that because we just got done looking at multiple stories in which multiple people and multiple outlets were talking about how Israel had left that buffer zone, and they had done some amount of efforting. I think France 24 did a bunch of effort. Was it BBC? Might have been BBC. It was a European network, I know that. And they basically broke down how Israel had actually left the Golan Heights and gone into Syria, and so there's actual evidence showing it. I wonder how Matt Miller, spokesman for the State Department of the most powerful government in the world, somehow just doesn't know about all this.
But when it comes to their operations, I think it's appropriate for us to speak to them privately first.
Oh, that's yeah.
They're doing.
Yeah, let's just hang out together and talk quietly into each other's ears.
And that's what we're going to do.
Yeah, but you know, just one more on this. So, is it the wish of the United States of America to see a Syria that is disarmed, that does not?
Yeah, see that is exactly what they think.
That probably has militias like this. Is that the
we
purpose?
do not want to see that probably has militias. Is that what you said?
No, I'm just saying.
Wow, Matt, come on.
That one's easy. We not want to see a
This dude is such a slimy fucker.
So you laid out the principle, and one of the things that you heard us say is we want to see Syria that's not a base for terrorism. It's not a base for terrorist organizations. Not to say that every militia, of course, is a terrorist organization. But no, Said, give me a second. We have outlined the principles that we think ought to guide Syria as it goes forward. Beyond that, these are questions for the Syrian people to have to answer as it relates to what type of government they are going to form, what type of military they are going to maintain. And when it comes to the actions that Israel has taken over the past 24 hours, like I said, let us have these conversations with them privately. I know that this is obviously not our last press briefing that we are going to hold in the Department of State. We will have more to say at a later time.
Last question on this point. Would you call from this podium or any other podium on Israel to cease and desist from its military attacks on Syria?
Saeed, this is basically the same question you asked me in another form. Saeed, let me answer the question.
Oh, yeah, answer.
You are going to get the same answer. That's how it's going to go. I do think it's appropriate this time for us to have that conversation with them, find out what it is actually that they are trying to accomplish.
Wow, this is pathetic. Still unwilling to call for any action from Israel publicly. It's almost like the U.S. is like Israel's dad, you know? And it's like, oh, you know, Israel does what they want to do. Israel's their own person, okay? And if Israel does something bad, we'll talk to Israel about it in a, in a private setting at home, and we'll figure it out as a family matter, okay? And having you ask questions is unacceptable. Our family doesn't accept that. All right, now let's go and see how people are reacting in Damascus. This is from yesterday, France 24.
Hoisting the three-starred revolutionary flag, crowds continue to gather in Umayyad Square in the Syrian capital, celebrating the promise of a new, free Syria.
Nothing is worse than what we went through. Nothing's gonna be worse than the thing that went from before. We really want
I'm sorry, but did you see this guy? I just loved that. We have to go back. We have to do this together. Watch this man's face behind her, over her right shoulder, nodding along with what she said.
New, free Syria.
Nothing is worse than what we went through. Nothing's gonna be worse than the thing that went from before. We really want peace. We want peace. Nothing like no wars. Nothing like we just want peace. We just want to live like a normal life.
You see that? This is just so good. That guy was like, yeah, exactly. He's like, he sat there listening very thoughtfully, and then when he decided that he agreed, just started vigorously nodding. It was just amazing.
Forbidden to travel, to work, everything was forbidden, and now, thank God.
As a free young woman, what can I say? We used to live in fear, but that's over now. We are free now, you understand? Now I just want to be safe and live my life. That's all I want.
Following the end of over half a century of unchecked rule by the Assad dynasty, Damascus is stirring back to life. Private banks reopened for the first time, and shops in the ancient Hamidiye market are seeing customers return. But despite the rapture filling the streets about the new era, there is also a twinge of trepidation over whether the country's new caretakers could deliver on that dream.
It will be seen. HTS was formerly Al-Qaeda affiliated, and they've made a lot of claims about what they want the future of Syria to look like. We've talked about some of those, and I honestly hope that those multilateral, sort of democratic, multicultural, multi-religious visions with institutions and all this actually come to fruition.
On those airstrikes over the weekend, categorically then you're saying that the US only targeted ISIS military assets. You did not target any Syrian military assets.
We target the strikes over the weekend that happened on December 8th, targeted an ISIS camps and leaders that were operating in the Badia Desert.
And since then, you're not targeting Syria.
I have no other strikes to speak to today.
And giving to Israel as it targets Syrian military assets and invades Syria.
So I would let Israel speak to.
Wow, Jesus Christ!
Is the operations that they're conducting to eliminate what are threats to their security, which include
the existence of Syrians,
chemical weapons, missiles, rockets that were that the Assad regime controlled. They have legitimate security concerns. They have a right to self-defense. It is their own operations. We're not giving them any support when it comes to those operations.
So Sabrina just claimed that Israel's preemptive strikes were defensive operations, and somehow bringing in the right to self-defense on this. They're not being attacked. They were not being attacked, and they still aren't being attacked by Syria. I don't understand what the fuck that's supposed to mean. I can't believe that they're making this claim. It doesn't hold even the remotest amount of water. Not even slightly. It is the one neighbor that Israel has had this entire time throughout, since October 7th, that has not been attacking Israel in any way. That they haven't been fighting in any way. Aside from Israel attacking a couple of times. But there's been essentially zero attacks from Syria into Israel. And there's certainly been zero since the fall of Bashar al-Assad. And it's fascinating to hear State Department Pentagon officials talking about the right to self-defense when it comes to Israel invading Syria, attacking Syria, when there's been none of that. It makes no sense.
We're not giving them any support when it comes to those operations.
Also bullshit. It's insane. Does she even hear herself? That's even more stupid. That's even more wrong. Not only is what Israel doing in Syria not self-defense, it is even more, I mean, maybe not more clearly because that is so blatantly true, but as clearly true that Israel is, I'm sorry, wait, my brain just broke. What did she just say? The U.S. is supporting Israel. It doesn't matter whether or not we're physically supporting them by shooting or launching missiles for them. We're paying for and sending those missiles directly to them. And so that's support. That's exactly what support is. There's no way, you cannot claim that we're not supporting Israel in this. We're always supporting Israel in everything they do by way of the fact that we are literally giving them weapons for these things. Oh my god. Wow. 2 blatant lies in a row. Okay. Now let's go to some of the finishing stories here. They're slightly less frustrating. So hopefully that will at least be amenable to some people in here. Let's talk about this apparent massive drug factory, which was inside of Syria, which was apparently funding the Assad regime for years. I'm sorry, not drug factory, drug factories.
The car in front is leading us to a place where until last week, few Syrians would dare to venture. The gate is guarded by militiamen of Syria's new Salvation government. It looks like any factory, with a shipping container for exporting the goods.
This is amazing. We've been brought here by a man who doesn't want to show his face. He says that before, this was a factory making potato crisps.
But after Bashar al-Assad's brother Maher seized the premises, it was used for more sinister purposes.
My God. Captagon here. This one is Captagon as well. I mean, what I'm looking at now, this is the mainstay of the Assad economy, these drugs. And here, these are electronic components. My God, this is heavy. This is really heavy. This will have been worth, well, I don't know, tens of thousands. This is what kept the Assad regime going, this stuff.
The illegal drug trade was worth $10 billion a year to the regime, more than Syria's official GDP. 2 interlocked half moons on each pill show it's Captagon, an amphetamine manufactured for a few cents, retailed for $25 a pill.
This is a drug that's used all over the Gulf. It's like a clubbing drug in Saudi Arabia. And nearly all of it was made here and in Hezbollah facilities in Lebanon.
Now, it's not just used in clubs, it's also used by soldiers to keep them alert and aggressive, supposedly. Apparently it's been used in multiple conflicts around the world. Alright, let's go to this fascinating story. And it's fascinating for a reason that may be unexpected to you, and it only comes at the very end. I'm not going to ruin it. But let's go to this. A captive has been released now. An American who was in Syria, apparently held in prison for something like a year, now free, recounts his months in prison for the media here. Let's see what this is all about.
as we drove through Damascus looking for information about missing American journalist Austin Tice. Suddenly, a video appeared online. An unidentified group claimed to have found an American who'd been held by the former regime. We immediately contacted our sources.
Information is coming in piecemeal. The latest that we just heard is that, yes, an American was found, but not Tice, a different American who'd been traveling in the region on some sort of pilgrimage.
He was in a small house packed with rebels, aid workers, and journalists. And there on the floor was Travis Timmerman from Missouri. As I pushed in, I knocked our microphone, making it buzz.
Was it been 7 months you've been here?
Yes, I was in prison for 7 months. But it's been okay. I'm on a pilgrimage, and that's when I was arrested.
Timmerman says he crossed into Syria from Lebanon without a visa.
What did they do to you once you were picked up?
I was interviewed to see if I was a political actor, but then they cleared me, essentially, and then I was just held in prison. I wasn't beaten or anything like that.
Timmerman was freed on Monday when the rebels overthrew the government and broke into jails to free political prisoners. He was found today, walking barefoot and alone.
Last night I slept outside, and then the night before that I slept with a friend, and the night before that I slept in an abandoned apartment.
Have you been in touch with your family?
I haven't, but I plan to do that when I can.
I was excited, but I was hurt.
Late today, we spoke to his mother and stepfather back in the U.S.
You always want your kids safe. You know, I don't know if he's safe right now.
You said this was a religious mission. Was this sort of like following in the footsteps of Jesus, the road to Damascus, that kind of thing?
I've heard the word of God.
There we go. There we go. There's the surprise ending to all of that. This dude thinks he's Jesus and thinks he's heard the word of God and basically was doing the road to Damascus, like this guy was saying, as some sort of a pilgrimage in his mind. Which is why he was there in the first place. All right. 3 more stories left. We're getting real close here. Let's go to Georgia now, where anti-government protests have been going on continuously for 2 weeks. This is from 2 days ago. Euronews.
Protests in Georgia entered a 13th day despite arrests and physical attacks against activists and opposition figures. Protesters gathered outside the Georgian Parliament building in Tbilisi, chanting and blocking the street. Police have detained an increasing number of people as the crackdown on anti-government protest intensifies. The ruling Georgian Dream retained control of parliament in the disputed October 26th election, a vote widely seen as a referendum on Georgia's EU aspirations. The opposition and pro-Western president have accused the governing party of rigging.
Yep, rigging elections. All right, now let's go and talk about a different protest. And really, we're going to talk about the protest that happened after the... oh, sorry, this is the second to last story. Round of applause for all the viewers who've made it this far. 7.5 hours in? Almost 7.5 hours. Getting close. Yeah, let's go here. South Korea. Talk about the military coup, the protest that had ensued, but in a sort of a roundabout way. I figure we go to this video. Why South Koreans are so good at protesting. Or maybe not why, but let's look at it. Let's just look at it. This was not from the most recent protest, but from many years ago. I think 8 years ago or something like that, 9 years ago. Yeah. South Koreans are really good at protesting. You're looking at some of the largest demonstrations in this country's history. They've pushed the president to the brink of resignation. After reports of widespread corruption. Here's how they've done it. They go big. God damn, they go big. An estimated 1.5 million people turned out for this protest. That's 3% of the country. It's an equivalent of a 10 million person protest in the United States. They've been civil. Some scuffles aside. About 25,000 officers were deployed to this protest in Seoul. But there were no reports of violence. Some protesters have even been staying afterwards to clean up. They're diverse. Farmers, union workers, Buddhist monks, and students all protesting together. Women reportedly playing a much larger role in these protests than everyone else. Korea's first female president hasn't done much for women's equality here, and they're upbeat for the most part. So yeah, that's sort of Korean protests in a nutshell there. They really do protest differently than pretty much everybody else. Alright. But that's because they have a long history of sort of dealing with their dictatorships. And having sort of, a rough time at one point with all of that. Alright, last story. Rupert Murdoch. Australian billionaire, but really a citizen of the world, if you will. A terrible citizen, but a citizen nonetheless, as he's really multinational, international guy, owning companies all over the world, including Fox News, Sky News, among them. Let's go here, BBC News, to talk about what's been going on with him and his fight over his estate in what has been deemed a real-life succession battle. I think that's in reference to the somewhat famous show, Succession. May be familiar.
And a real-life succession battle for Rupert Murdoch's media empire has ended with a Nevada court denying the billionaire's bid to change a family trust and give control to his eldest son. The case pitted the 93-year-old against 3 of his children over who would gain the power to control News Corp and Fox News when he dies. The trust splits control of the media empire among his 4 children. The leaked court ruling stated that his attempt to change it was in bad faith.
This is a case that has played out behind closed doors. Rupert Murdoch tried to amend a 1999 family trust to give his son Lachlan more control over the family media empire, bypassing siblings Prudence, Elizabeth and James, who don't necessarily share his conservative views. Now, this ruling, guaranteeing a say for all of the children, could change the editorial stance of the Murdoch family's many media assets. These include controlling stakes in the Times and Sun newspapers in the UK, and perhaps more significantly, Fox News in America, the powerhouse conservative network that's had a huge influence on Republican politics and right-wing audiences. A Nevada commissioner ruled that Murdoch and Lachlan acted in bad faith, according to a leaked court ruling. James, Elizabeth and Prudence welcomed the decision, saying in a statement obtained by the BBC that they hope to move beyond this litigation to focus on strengthening and rebuilding relationships among all family members. Despite the ruling, the case can continue. A district judge must ratify Mr. Gorman's decision, according to the New York Times, and Rupert Murdoch can challenge it.
Our thanks to Michelle Fleury. So let's...
Okay. There we go. Unfortunately for Rupert Murdoch and his most conservative son, they're not going to be able to transfer more power to him over the trust and the trustees. That's the thing about a trust. It's different than a will. There are some stipulations that go into it, the processes and all this other stuff. And, for now, the other siblings of Lachlan Murdoch will be able to rest easy in their stake in the news media empire that their father built.
Follow the rich white man.
Well, we got through another one. It was difficult and incredibly long, but thankfully, we had each other. But that's gonna be it for me tonight. So, till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Oh shit, where's the file? Aw, damn it. This is even the right one? God. I don't think it is. Whatever. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmagley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Pock, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Galley Braiding, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoab, Nadia, Chogi, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morellas, Donald James X, and D Cypher, who is not on this list because I can't find the right file, but that's my bad. I made a huge tiny mistake. By the way, you too can produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Link is in my bio on both YouTube and Twitch. Jesus Christ. Alright, we're just gonna do the world's shortest, super secret, late night, after hours galactic chill stream. Because it's late as fuck right now. And, in fact, it's so late that it's early. I guess we'll listen to